everyone. Still waiting for the last few people to come in, but we will get underway fairly soon. I've got 34 participants. I'm not quite sure how many we're expecting, probably a few more than that. But it is now 10 o'clock, so I'll commence with the affirmation. And sorry, I better start my video or Pippa will complain about that. Tēnā tātou katoa. We seek wisdom, understanding, insights into the views and the circumstances of others, strength to seek what we believe in, humility to accept the combined decisions of others, patience, good humour at all times, tolerance and courtesy, while working in the best interests of our community. So welcome along to the governing body meeting for the 23rd of September. It's a good day in two senses. We have 80% of our dam levels filled, and with the level of rain I got last night on the edge of the Hunuas, that will shoot up in the next few days. And we've got 80% of Aucklanders having received at least their first vaccination, which is higher than what polling indicated the number of people were likely to get vaccinated. And we're, of course, aiming for at least that 90% goal. And there's a momentum building up around that. Begin today asking Sandra to do a roll call so that we can check who's present.
Marina koutou. Mayor Goff, you're here, obviously. Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Present.
Councillor Bartley. Councillor Casey.
Morena, Sandra.
Morena. Councillor Collins.
Kia ora, Sandra, Mayor and councillors.
Kia ora. Councillor Coombe.
Ata Mario.
Councillor Cooper. Councillor Cooper is online.
Sorry, I am here. Sorry, I was in Nexus, so I couldn't access the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dalton.
Morena, Sandra.
Morena. Councillor Darby. Councillor Filipaina.
Morena, Sandra, and morena koutou katoa, everyone.
Morena. Councillor Fletcher.
Good morning, everyone.
Councillor Henderson.
Kia ora, everybody.
Kia ora. Councillor Hills.
Tēnā koutou I tēnei ata, everyone.
Kia ora. Councillor Mulholland.
Present.
Councillor Newman.
Good morning, Sandra.
Good morning. Councillor Sayers.
Yes, present, Sandra. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Simpson.
Morning, everyone.
Councillor Stewart.
Good morning.
Councillor Walker.
Present, Sandra.
Thank you. Councillor Watson.
Morning.
Councillor Young.
Good morning. Good
morning. Thank you, Mayor Goff. We're done.
Excellent. So a couple of people still to come on, but we have received no apologies. Are there any apologies for lateness or early departure from, well, if lateness, they won't be here to apologise, but Sandra, you haven't received any for lateness. Is anybody needing to leave early? That's good. The good thing about the lockdown is I suppose there's absolutely no excuse why people won't be on calls such as this. Anyway, so there are no apologies to accept. Sorry. Heard a voice there.
Sorry, I missed the call. It's me, Josephine.
Josephine and Chris are joined with us now. I think that gives us a full house, I think. Right, we have confirmation of the minutes of the 26th of August, 2021. I'll move that we accept that. Do I have a seconder, please?
Simpson.
Thank you. Councillor Simpson. Any matters arising out of the minutes? If not, I'll move. It's been moved that they are confirmed as a true and accurate record of the meeting? All those in favour, please say aye.
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 To the contrary, no. I declare that carried. We have no petitions. We have no requests for public input. On local board input, there were 5 requests received, actually 6 requests. 5 were declined, being Franklin, Waiheke, Waitakere, Upper Harbour and Orake. That was to do with the Freedom Camping Bylaw, and they were declined under Standing Order 6.2.3b, as there's a separate consultation process attached to this particular issue. We have, however, approved a request from the Waitakere Range Local Board to discuss the issue of flooding, landslips and the cleanup in Waitakere Ranges after the August 31st storm. And I'll just double check whether we have Saffron Toms online, Chair of the Waitakere Ranges Local Board. Are you there, Saffron?
Yes, Morena koutou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity, Morena Mea.
Good morning, and it's the normal rules except online. So you've got 5 minutes to do a presentation, and then we'll have a range of questions if there are any, and you are of course welcome to stay for the discussion on the report on the flooding in the Western Northwest that's early on our agenda this morning. Saffron, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I understand, so the presentation has been sent through and I've got a bit of a dodgy connection. So
it's on our screen now, Saffron.
Yeah, great, thank you. So we've just got a few photographs to show the extent of it, and we're speaking of the Waitakere Ranges experience with the recent rainstorm and subsequent landslides and flooding. And obviously we can't speak to Rodney Local Board's experience, but they did suffer a lot from the huge volumes of rain that have come down from the Waitakere Ranges. As you can see here, we've got a slip onto Henga Road that's on the way out to Bethel's Beach, and you can see the scale of the slip there. It's highly volatile. There's a whole lot of material that is still coming down from the top there. So in terms of logistics for Auckland Transport to deal with that, it's likely to take a very long time, estimated 6 months to, well, that's what they're committing to repair, which is totally understandable, and you can see the size of the people there. I will speak to this slide again later on. So this is an unprecedented, even biblical amount of rain that fell on the Waitakere Ranges in quite a concentrated area, as opposed to the rainfall in 2017, which was a lot more spread out. But in 2017, it's estimated that there were over 1,000 slips across the Auckland region. We are yet to find out as much the full extent of the damage for our local board area for the Waitakere Ranges in particular, but this information is still emerging. So on that night, I went to sleep feeling quite anxious with the lightning and the thunderstorms and the huge amounts of wind that I was experiencing in my area. We didn't have the rainfall. But I made sure to look up to see if there were, to check if there were any weather warnings, and there was only a weather watch for a thunderstorm. So for thunderstorms, and that's not an alarm, that doesn't really ring alarm bells for us out here. So we were pretty unprepared, and it came quite unexpectedly. So in the catchment, we recorded 270 millimetres of rain up high in the Upper Huia Watercare catchment, which is well over double what the average rainfall for August is. And that was in 12 hours. But perhaps even more alarmingly was 90 millimetres recorded in 1 hour at one of the rain gauges. So it was an incredibly huge amount. So anyway, that night I turned off my phone and I turned it back on at 5 a.m. to a text from Phil Wilson saying that 60 homes had been evacuated in Henderson Valley. Local board member Mark Allen, in his role for fire and emergency as a volunteer out in his area, had been up in the middle of the night, broken his bubble to rescue people that were threatened by floodwaters at Te Henga Bethel's area. And there are many precarious situations, including stories of parents carrying children through chest-high floodwaters. So in particular, if we can just go through the photographs, the next slide. Yeah, so this is an aerial shot of that slide. As you can see, it's still moving. There's still a lot to come down. Next slide, please. This is one of the huge slips up in the Upper Huia catchment. It's the same slip but from a different angle. You can see the impacts on the water quality in the dam, and you should be able to see the if you can see my cursor, that tree there is the same as this tree here, and you can see it's vertical. You can see the access road there is completely impassable, and so I think that's a really good indication of the extent of some of the damage that we've got. Next slide, please. This is the main road into Te Henga Bethel's Beach, and this was closed for any access for approximately 2 weeks. So the houses that were on the beach side of that were completely cut off, but thanks to some community coming together and some landowners opening up a little bit of an access way and providing some four-wheel drive only access for deliveries and essentials, that community was well supported. Next slide, please. This is the Fulton Hogan team, the contractors for Auckland Transport, who worked tirelessly and did a really great job of repairing this road really quickly, as well as on another level, some trees up that had fallen into the waterway were moved to try to bring the river back to its natural course so as not to undermine this anymore. Next slide, please. This is the damage for one house in Henderson Valley. It is red stickered, no longer habitable, and as you can see, quite devastating. Next slide, please. And there's actually 2 cars in there in the bush. There's a car here and a car here, and the whole shed's been taken away. And so what's happened is we've had major slips that have come in and essentially blocked the rivers and sent the rivers off in different directions. And in the Henderson Valley area, there are, I think, 4 different streams that end up converging. And Mayor Goff, you will remember that massive log on the roadway there. That is at an area where I think the 4th stream comes in. One of those streams is called Driving Stream, so we know what those streams used to be for. They were for bringing down massive logs in the forestry days. So if we can move to the next slide too, please. So we're wanting to bring up and bring to your attention, firstly, to congratulate the Council on acknowledging the climate emergency that we're in, and to express our strong support for strong and bold and urgent climate action where possible. We're looking at specifically resilience planning in the face of climate change. The extreme weather events are becoming more frequent. We've had 3 extreme events in our local board area over the last 5 years, and obviously there have been others in other areas, and they can come without warning. So resilience is important, obviously, and what we need is strong communities supported by local decision making, like proper access, good access to local decision making. Our isolated communities need financial and practical support to plan for disasters, and in our area, our communities are especially vulnerable to being cut off. In a lot of our areas with our coastal communities, there's one road in, one road, it's one road in and out. So if we lose that road, our communities can be cut off. So it's very, very isolating. And we can even end up cut off from our own volunteer fire service or emergency services as well, which are manned and womened by our community volunteers. We rely heavily on our community volunteers and their wellbeing networks. So the damage is still coming to light to people, property, infrastructure, and we understand that there's a review coming forward. So we're also looking forward to seeing that and being part of that review, and hoping to that the governing body yourselves can also be alert to that review. So in our area we had at least 20 slips in the road corridor, which Auckland Transport is working on. Water care catchment had heaps and heaps, obviously, of damage, and Healthy Waters and Healthy Waters are working together to understand the extent of the damage. And I want to thank Phil Wilson and the Mayor for your assistance that you've lent so far in the clean-up effort. And I guess that's an ongoing conversation. The role of Auckland's communities. We need our communities to be strong and invested, and I do think that a huge part of why we came out of it much better than we could have is because of our strong and invested communities. They're well connected, and also the local board had invested after having experienced the Glenesk situation where we nearly had a loss of life, the investment in developing resilience plans with our communities. And the latest one, which was developed and was launched in Henderson Valley 2 weeks before this major flood event actually came and tore through the very building of the launch and completely destroyed the resilience cabinet. So I think it's really important to notice here, if we go back to the first photograph, the strength of our communities has definitely been why we are able to keep on, but it's also a huge vulnerability, because you can see the size of the vehicle here. In the middle of the night, while this rainfall was happening, we had our volunteer fire brigade driving down this road. The driver looked up and saw a whole lot of material coming down and slammed on the brakes, and then the whole thing fell down in front of them. We nearly lost a whole truckload of parents and teachers and all, amazing and important people in our community, and that would have been absolutely devastating. On that as well, there's still evidence coming to light about a homeless person who also was found to have lost their lives near the river in Henderson, and that death is with the coroner, but it also brings to mind the enhanced vulnerability of our people that don't have a fixed place to live. Next, the last slide, please. So our recommendations are that we need funding and support to local boards and more access to decision making, and this is I think in line with the considerations of the governance framework review that is in process right now. This is important to making sure our communities are supported to be strong, adaptable and resilient. If we can prioritise the varying needs of communities over the temptation to apply a one-size-fits-all model in local board funding considerations, supporting some communities will cost more than others, and this is just the reality. An alternative service level equity and funding model which recognises this complexity is asked for. For the Waitakere Ranges, this means recognising the mainland island nature of this area and considering Waitakere Ranges as a hybrid of the islands and more urban areas. By asking for this, we're not saying that other local board areas don't have specific considerations as well. We know that they do. And some local board areas, even urban areas, have varying access to services and goods and things like that. And we absolutely acknowledge that. So by mainland island, it's a well-known term in conservation terms. It refers to the fact that it's much harder to manage a mainland conservation area than it is to manage an island conservation area, which has a natural boundary to predators and visitors and things like that. There are other reasons why we could be considered a mainland area not just in terms of conservation, mainland island, sorry. And the final point is that we support upscaled and ongoing resilience work across council, in particular the Natural Hazards and Risk Management Plan that is being worked on by the Resilient Land and Coasts team headed by Paul Kleinak. And also with this to have to put some resource and attention into how we can join up that kind of risk assessment and preparedness aspect with our Auckland Emergency Management response, and that would be in terms of supporting resilience plans for our communities, but also perhaps to have a resource that is dedicated to making sure that everything's joined up. Kia ora, thank you.
Kia ora. Thanks, Saffron, for that presentation. And I think for those that haven't seen what happened out in the West, the pictures will be an eye-opener for the sheer scale and impact of that flood. We were, in fact, I think, a little bit like Papatoetoe in the tornado, fortunate that we didn't have a much wider spread loss of life, and that's not detracting from the tragic death of the homeless person in Henderson Valley. I'm going to ask Linda Cooper and Shane Henderson if they will move and second the motion of thanks, but we'll have, before we put that motion, there's a couple of questions. So beginning, I think, with Councillor Shane Henderson. Shane.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, and really honoured to second, and just want to quickly acknowledge the leadership of the local board in that really tough storm event. You guys did a fantastic job. My question was around your recommendations and local board funding. So the Waitakere Ranges Heritage Area Act, obviously the board has a really special role of responsibility to take care of the Waitakere Ranges, obviously heritage area. What is the funding implications of that? Is that difficult to fund to meet your statutory duties?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Yes, we believe it does. It definitely does put a much higher demand on our funding, and I don't think that we, as an organisation as a whole, have been able to fully realise what our statutory obligations are in this area. The Act does require that any plans and governance decisions take into consideration the Waitakere Ranges Heritage Area Act, but actually, sadly, since amalgamation, we've actually seen an explosion in weeds and biosecurity problems like that. Additionally, there are parts of the Act which protect the activities that already happen in the ranges and the economic and social functionings of the community as well. So I think it's a very important consideration. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. And I had a similar question to Councillor Sayers as well around the floods, so I might just let him ask that one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Sayers, obviously we're thinking of your area as well, with particularly Huapai, Kumeu, and the damage done up there, which I had the chance to see on the day of the floods. So could I invite you to put your question to Saffron, please?
Thank you, Phil. I guess, first of all, Saffron, well, what an excellent presentation. It just really brings home the importance of us looking after each other in these circumstances. I think you've probably answered my question that I have up on the screen, Saffron, but quite often there are community groups that are well organised and will come together, and communications will occur in these situations because they are organised. My question might just be a little bit more broad in asking about how we collectively could help cement some of those coordinations and perhaps just make it a little bit stronger for next time as a learning. Saffron, have you got any comment on that area? How we could help or ideas?
Yeah, kia ora, Councillor Sayers. I do think that this is a very, very important aspect for us to focus on. It's absolutely essential, and I think that since we've had the restructure of civil defence into Auckland Emergency Management, it's not clear where those plans sit. at least for our local board area, unless the council is in there actively supporting it. I understand there's no resource from Auckland Emergency Management to support communities to make their own resilience plans or fund things like resilience cabinets or things like that. So I think that this review process will be incredibly important and something that we need to really keep our eye on the ball with, because even with disaster management academic literature, it's really clear to see that when a natural disaster happens, it's very, very devastating at the time, but quite quickly people can sort of forget about it and move on with their lives until the next one. And as we can see that these are happening more and more frequently, it's just really, really important that we've got our eye on the ball and we're going to be prepared as much as we can. So that's why we're proposing a regionally funded resilience fund that can be administered locally by local boards who are the best placed to decide how those can be administered. For some, their community brokers might be very well connected and the right people. For others, it might be their community safety team or an NGO partner that they're working with or something like that. So I think it will be different and it will be bespoke in each area, but if there's a fund that is specifically for building resilience for our communities, I think that would be a really good start, and let the local boards take it from there. Cheers.
Oh, thank you, Saffron. That's, I think, some very wise and informative information there. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Councillor Sayers. And the last question is from Councillor Linda Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Saffron, for coming to explain that to everybody to actually see the devastation. I guess my question is, and it's probably a bit of an obvious answer, but we know that places like Karikari and Henderson Valley have created their resilience plans, and this all started this conversation after the Tasman Tempest, and I went to a meeting at Piha and we went to other meetings. Do you think it's, you know, the reason that we don't have funding is we tend to rely on, you know, our coastal and Waitaki Ranges communities are very engaged, very self-determining, and often just get on with things because they have a really tight communities. But for some of them, they haven't managed to do these plans. And do you think there's a bit of a, oh, well, these communities know how to do it, let them get on with it, rather than where some of them haven't got on with it because it's difficult to find agreement or somebody to take a lead? And is that why you think it's really important that there is some sort of fund that can provide that brokering person if there isn't somebody? For example, you've got, you know, places like, you know, Mark Allen in Te Hinga, who is a local board member and a first responder who is just, and I've got to acknowledge him, his work on the whole Bethel's area has been amazing alongside his community. But do you think that's the reason why we need to have a specified fund? Because not, you know, we can't just assume that these normally well-engaged communities will just get on with it.
Yeah, kia ora, Linda. I think as with everything, it's down to the people. So, and you will have some communities which are sort of strong at one point and not at another. So it's always a moving feast. But I think in relation to the resilience plans developed by Karikari, Te Hinga, Henderson Valley, and very well down the track in Piha, it has also been down to our community broker Claire Lewis, who was very well connected, and she provided a lot of really important practical support and advice, and that includes meeting people in the evenings and in the weekends and having, you know, proper community engagement. You know, our communities are incredibly empowered, but that also means that there's a lot of varying views of what's important and what isn't. So it does, I think, even with an empowered community that is functioning really, really well, having that broker role, especially if it's the right person, you know, somebody that's really skilled in that kind of work, that really, really helps move the process along. Kia ora.
Thank you.
I can't hear anything, but kia ora, thank you so much for your time today.
I got my mic off. Let me start that again. Thanks, Saffron. And just before we put the motion, Just to really apologise to the communities that we weren't able to engage with them in the way that we normally would after a disaster of this nature, obviously because of COVID level 4. Well, I did get to see the regions, and I met with Saffron, safely distanced and masked up, and with Mark Allen. You know, normally you'd want to go out and you'd want to talk to the people in the community, and we weren't able to do that for safety reasons. But I do want to acknowledge the resilience of the West and Northwest communities. You know, they just got on and did the job. The damage was reasonably significant. We had 5 red labelled houses. That meant that it was no longer habitable. I think we had 47 yellow labelled, which meant that the damage was significant, but the house wasn't written off and people could use it. And then probably about 106 white labelled. But out of all of that, we had, I think, only 5 approaches from groups for accommodation, which we provided as part of our response. I also want to acknowledge our council officers and AEM and all of the emergency services. I know when I went out to see the emergency services at Huapai, some of them had been there since 2 o'clock in the morning, and they were still working when I was there. And they responded quickly and effectively. And also a big call out to some of the lifesaver groups that went there from both coasts, actually, and did some of the rescue work. And the cleanup, the teams that went out and did the assessment on the houses, and the teams that worked at our Waitakere transfer station that received the damaged property and opened up especially for that purpose. With respect to your recommendations, Saffron, I'm going to refer those to Phil Wilson, so that can be part of the review of what happened on that occasion, and we can work out if there are things that we need to do differently or better. But what we did do, I think, I was very proud of the efforts that council staff made, and you also mentioned Fulton Hogan, and just seeing how badly damaged that road was out to Bethel's, and the quickness with which they permanently repaired that was really fantastic. So well done to you and your board. And one of my abiding memories finally was the Ferndale Lodge that you and I visited, and calculated on the spot there that probably the river level had come up by between 5 and 6 metres with that huge amount of rain, a couple of 100 mils of rain that occurred, you know, more than a month and a half, and in some of the areas that were affected, all in one morning. And the power of water was just phenomenal, and we acknowledge that with climate change, you know, this will not be as rare an occasion as it once was, so we need to be prepared for that. So thank you very much for your presentation, and it's been moved by Linda Cooper, seconded by Shane Henderson, that we receive the input and thank Saffron for her attendance. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 To the contrary, no. I declare that carried. Thanks, Saffron, and you're obviously welcome to follow the discussion that will occur shortly on that. Okay, we come to item number 8 on the agenda, which is extraordinary items, and I have been notified of no extraordinary items. So we now come to what I've just foreshadowed, item number 9, the Northwest Auckland floods. And if I can ask Phil Wilson and Mace Ward to present to us on this report. Phil, I think you might be leading it.
Thanks, Your Worship. Morena, councillors. I'm joined by Mace Ward this morning, who will pick up in a moment. Look, we'll be pretty concise this morning. I'm mindful we've got, weekly briefings with you where we can go into matters in a bit more depth in terms of COVID, complemented by some regular communications updates for you. Also, and given we were going to touch on the flooding events, just to be mindful, we've had a good discussion already this morning. As well that councillors, of course, and are encouraged to raise issues directly with ourselves, and that is happening. So anything specific we can pick up offline. Look, just to give a high-level briefing, a lot of work continues with agencies, significantly health and welfare agencies, and those two pillars represent a significant chunk of the work that we're doing on the ground in relation to COVID. The council managed food packs are being very well received in the community and meeting an acute need, or helping meet an acute need. The size of the effort is significant. Some of our local providers have now gone through upwards of 20,000 food packs into the community, and that gives you a sense of scale and need, which is on the one hand worrying, on the other hand impressive that that things are being lined up to meet that need in a fairly comprehensive way. We're monitoring the situation very carefully with outbound calls and other intelligence, and believe that for the most part community needs, the acute needs, are being met effectively. The other pillar I mentioned, of course, vaccination. You will see on the ground significant efforts aimed at driving up vaccination rates, and the particular targeting of some initiatives to deal with some groups within our community that particularly need encouragement, support, and a bit of innovation in terms of the way they access vaccinations. I'm specifically speaking there to the 20 to 34 age group using the Ministry of Health data, and within that Māori particularly, and Pacific. So we're coordinating in relation to some communication efforts there, and I've had many calls with councillors around our planning for that. I think beyond that, I would just foreshadow that the needs of our business community and the important role that economic recovery plays in the economic story is vitally important for the region. We're going to make a bit of a feature of that in terms of the briefing for elected members next week, and there is some work underway. This might seem a little bit out of context, but I'll explain why I mention it. This week we received the Best Social Media Marketing Campaign Award in the Australasian Social Media Awards, something to celebrate there. But the reason I mention it in this context is that what happens over this summer as part of the economic recovery effort in Auckland is hugely important, and there is work underway over this campaign with Auckland Unlimited to re-energise the city and activity and events and so on, to be ready to do so. And the Prime Minister's kind of led a challenge for us in that regard, so we're picking that up. Just look on the flooding event. Not much more to say there from me. As Saffron Tom said, this was a pretty intense event, and will be evaluated fully, including the points that have been made this morning about local resilience planning. That's an important function, and we need to think about that, and that goes to the balance between the planning that happens at a regional level and what happens in terms of building resilience locally with community. So we've picked up on that point. Formally speaking, the flooding event is now in recovery mode in emergency management speak. There are letters going to all of the affected householders and business owners today. We are staying in touch with them to understand their ongoing needs. The advice that we've had is that much of that need appears to be in if you like, the waste area in terms of flood damaged property, household goods and such like. And just to, without going into detail, just to note that we've made some provision for that in order that that particular acute need in the community is being met. Your Worship, I'll leave my part there and hand over to Mace at this point.
Kia kato katoa, members and Your Worship. Good to be with you this morning, and just I'll make this brief. Phil's done a good comprehensive presentation along with Chairperson Toms from Waitakere Rangers for the Northwest floods. Firstly, also just to reiterate and acknowledge the community resilience and the response to that significant event by our emergency services, the infrastructure agencies and contractors that have been mentioned. That makes all the difference to our communities. As Phil mentioned, we are now in the recovery phase, so that is being led by Jennifer Rose with support from myself and Wayne Brown as well as partner agencies and members of the community. Probably one thing that the things that did go really well was that initial response, but also the exemption health order that was achieved with MB and Ministry of Health over the 600-kilometre area of the region that was impacted by the floods. As Phil mentioned, waste management support has been key in the response and the recovery to date, and we'll have an update on this data tomorrow. But just over towards 100,000 kilograms have gone into our Waitakere transfer station with the fees waived for that, as well as skips and disposal for other storm debris being collected from the community as well. In terms of the built environment, the Mayor has mentioned that the rapid buildings inspections are now complete and showing 5 red placarded properties, 47 yellow placarded properties and 106 white placarded properties. And now the responsibility is passed across to our building consents team, the compliance team in the West, who are working through the relevant processes with the owners of those buildings. Roading, the dramatic pictures that you saw this morning at Te Henga. So slips causing damage required 10 new walls being placed throughout the Rangers area. 3 projects are high priority and of very high priority, and 6 are high priority. The initial investigations are complete and work is estimated that it will take up to 6 months and at a cost of circa up to $4 million. There are 4 other slips and washouts requiring removal of material and other repairs, and initial investigations are complete and temporary repairs have been completed, particularly along Bethells Road. Further works are estimated to take between 2 and 8 months at an estimated cost of a further $1 million. In terms of waterways, our Healthy Waters team received over 200 requests for service since the flood occurred, and maintenance crews have been working through those on a prioritised basis, making good progress. We also have had specialist tree clearing contractors out and mobilised to attend tree falls and logs and other debris in streams, in particular to maintain those watercourses should we receive another spring storm come through, not to exacerbate any flooding any further. Work's ongoing to identify locations and categorise and prioritise the clearing of debris from streams, with over 175 locations identified for those clearing crews to attend to. As the Mayor said, the temporary accommodation service has been stood up, and to date a relatively low number, so 7 families were registered with that service, and 5 were placed in temporary accommodation, and another 2 have been placed as well. So a total of 7, and identified potentially one future need for temporary accommodation, given that they've lost their properties, place to live. The recovery team is working on communication to be sent out to businesses, and Phil has mentioned that we will have, as I said, further recovery update of activity scheduled for tomorrow, which will provide more of that data. And really appreciate Waitakere Local Board and Rodney Local Board's input into Auckland Emergency Management, and particularly the observations they've made through this really significant event. So that concludes what I did have to say on the Northwest floods. If I just cover really briefly where we are at with COVID, and again, His Worship has mentioned that 80% seems to be the common number right now in terms of water supply recovery into the region's water supplies, and 80% for vaccination. Auckland Emergency Management, we are still in a response, although we have lowered that response to a yellow activation level, but we continue to work strongly with our response partners, and particularly the response is focused on welfare, since level 4 was established on the 17th of August. The key actions to date, certainly a really strong action from our Welfare Triage Centre to ensure that people calling that, households and people with immediate needs, receive the right information and are directed to the correct and right agency so that they get that help, whether that is food or funding or other medical support. There have been outbound calls made on behalf of the Northern Health Regional Coordination Centre to people who are self-isolating at home, and the main purpose of those calls is to conduct a welfare check and check that their needs are being met, so that they don't then feel they need to leave their home and put others and themselves at risk. As you would have heard on Tuesday, Ngā Matarai has stood up the Manaaki Fund, supporting Council's Māori partners with the existing COVID-19 initiatives that support whānau wellbeing and prioritising kai focused projects. And as of that fund was set up on the 7th of September, and 11 applications have been approved to support whānau during the lockdown. Auckland Council there has been identified need distributed by tomorrow. We will have distributed 1,100 food security packs. Those are significant packs that will feed a family of 6 for 1 to 2 weeks, and those have been distributed across food bank areas based on need, across South Auckland, West Auckland and around the Birkdale-Birkenhead community project, given the Birkdale cluster. In terms of vaccinations, we are now in the Auckland metro area. The total cumulative vaccination is up to 1.2 million having received the first dose, and 596,000 receiving second dose. And yesterday's vaccinations across the Auckland region, 21,500 vaccinations completed. So I'll leave it there, Your Worship, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Phil and Mace. We morphed a bit from the Northwest floods into COVID there. For the sake of decency and good order, I'll suggest that we have questions first of all on the Northwest Auckland floods, and I'll then put the motions, and then we'll move to item 10, but I won't ask Mace and Phil to repeat their comments there. So let's just focus on item 9 here, the Northwest Auckland floods. As you'll be able to see from your screens, we've picked up as part of the recommendations acknowledging not only Phil and Mace for this report, but AEM, building inspectors staff, and community volunteers. And if I just highlight for the community volunteers, the Muriwai Surf Lifesavers and the Mairangi Bay Surf Lifesavers, both of whom I met out there, just did a fantastic job in rescue on that first night of the floods. Look, I'm going to ask Shane Henderson to move this and Greg Sayers to second it, if you're both happy to do that. And then I have the first question in the name of Greg, and then I've got Linda and Wayne to follow up. So Greg, you will have seen Phil's answer partly in the chat bar, but just if there's a clarification you want there.
Oh, thank you, Phil. I'm very happy to move that too. And Mr. Mayor, I must congratulate you on your efforts too. You're not mentioned in those recommendations.
Don't need to be,
thank you. Acknowledged, because you did a great job in leadership there, so well done, sir. Phil, what I've picked up from the chair from in the conversations, there could be some gaps, and I'm particularly interested to know how our radio communications work. You might not be able to answer that online right now, Phil, but if you could come back to us in terms of areas that we've discussed today, being able to communicate by radio into central Auckland at times of need. I'm just not, I don't understand how that works, or if who resources it and if it's practical.
Through your worship, thank you, Councillor Sayers. I personally would need to come back and will do so. I will ask Mace if he has any high-level comment to make about radio communications. Otherwise, I have to confess it's a little bit outside of my area of knowledge, and I'd need to look into it.
Kia ora, Phil, and Tanakwe, Greg. Just to give you assurance, there are a joined-up network for emergency services with Fire and Emergency Services, New Zealand Police, Auckland Emergency Management, and in fact, in the case of many of our rural areas, our regional parks radio service as well. So there is a network there. It is one that is consistently being worked on as we shift from more of an analog system to a digital system of radios, and recognised it's really critical for rural communities and those communities that Chairperson Tom's mentioned that can become quite isolated and cut off during large storm events. So acknowledge your concern and provide assurance that there is a good system in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mace. Maybe a little bit more detail on who funds that, and also probably my other question might be around local communities that also have civil defence plans, how they get that equipment.
We can come back to you, Councillor Sayers, on that, but that typically is funded out of the emergency, the different emergency agencies. And in the case of, I'm just thinking of a local community in your area, Scotts Point, so Auckland Emergency Management supports the radio funding and for that local community group for resilience.
Mace, could you perhaps understand the technology part about going from analog or those comments? So does that propose some difficulties going forward potentially about people? How do we fix? Is there a problem there or not?
No problem, Councillor Sayers. Just a movement of technology. But
okay.
Thanks. And if there's more detail on that, I might get Mace to come back to Greg offline on that. Just also want to acknowledge, and I didn't before when I was thanking people, Senior Ranger Stephen Bell, who spent 7 hours on the Saturday taking me around the flood damaged sites in the west of Auckland. So big thank you to Steve, who appeared before our committee on the Muriwai Beach issue just a couple of weeks ago. Second question is Councillor Linda Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, I do have a question, but I just, for the sake of expediency, these 3 recommendations, I can't speak more highly of all the people mentioned in here, including Regulatory Services, of course. You know, on behalf of our communities, you did an extraordinary job. It just, you know, the kind of devastation that's there and the quick turnaround to helping people, getting everything checked, houses checked, everything was extraordinary. So thank you. But my question is around, and we had to really focus very quickly on Te Hinga Road because that community was isolated. However, out in Piha, and as you know it well, Mace, there's a significant slip off the side of the road. It's still passable, but the community is still feeling quite fearful that that might fall away. And I don't think we've communicated it well enough to them how that's going to be dealt with. Have you got any more background information on that? Because they would be significantly cut off, and there's hundreds of people living there. Have you got any more information on that, or is that a more of an AT issue?
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Apologies, I don't have specific information on that. I can get Jennifer Rose to call you later, but it is, and indeed it is an Auckland Transport issue, but I'm happy to take that up with them so they can provide assurance about what is happening. So thank you.
Thank you, Mace.
Thank you, Councillor. And the next question is Councillor Wayne Walker, please.
Sure. A financial question. Where's the money for the works that we're doing here coming from?
Can I, through your worship, can I just clarify specifically which parts of the work, Councillor Walker?
Councillor Walker, I don't know whether you've got your mic off, but I'm presuming you're talking about the $5 million that Mace mentioned in regard to the cost of road repairs. So I'll just put that to Mace. I think that's coming through the AT budget, isn't it, Mace? But just clarify if I'm accurate on that or not.
So, apologies, that's correct, Your Worship. It is coming through the Auckland Transport budget.
Okay.
So
Wayne, you're back now. Do you want to ask a supplementary on that?
So a supplementary question. Given that I would suggest this particular issue goes directly to the impacts of climate change, and as we know, we're going to have some very significant costs around adaptation, and effectively this is almost climate change adaptation in process. Do we have any contingency funds that go to climate change adaptation, these sorts of slip remediation works that may not fall within existing budgets?
Phil Wilson here, through your worship. The answer is no. There are contingency budgets in relation to individual projects that are aggregated up, but there is not an overall contingency budget in the organisation for this work. It just requires reprioritisation or bringing back for further approval through the Finance Committee.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would suggest that there'll be increasing urgency in identifying some form of budget for the future, and that is something that might be considered in the long-term plan and then the later and the annual plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That seems to be the end of questions, so we'll move now to comments. And the first comment is from Councillor Shane Henderson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'll keep it brief. Yeah, just noting the recommendations there. Fantastic to acknowledge all the people that were involved in a really successful response. And particular shout out to Chris Thomas and the Henderson Valley R&R that did fantastic work in that community that was heavily affected. Look, I wanted to just mention the power of social media. Now, you know, it's well canvassed that some of the negative aspects of social media, and, you know, even us can sometimes feel the brunt of that in our jobs. But in this situation, I mean, if you go onto any of those community Facebook pages during the flood, then, you know, your heart would grow 2 times the size to see the sort of aroha outpouring onto those community pages, but also just the information sharing and keeping everyone up to date, letting people know what to do when they need help. It actually contributed really hugely to the successful response, and so I kind of wanted to shout out to that. And there's kind of a warning there that in some of our rural communities, and I know Te Hinga Bethel is a particular example, internet access is still fairly patchy and less than total, and that can be a concern for emergency management. So I just wanted to tautoko Councillor Sayer's line of inquiry on that, and just sort of reflect that it is actually very important that we deal with those issues to respond to emergencies. And yeah, thanks again to everyone.
Thank you very much, Shane. There are no further comments. If I just finish with one brief comment, because generally I think the media acknowledged both the resilience of the community, but also the good response by the council. One question did come up, and that was whether we were to blame for the houses that were flooded, I think particularly in Huapai and Kumeu. And I pointed out, after advice from the relevant parts of our planning section, that I think in 2012, the area that has been designated for 1 in 100-year floods, which is designated as a floodplain, was the area that was flooded. And since 2012, there has been no further building consents given to build on that particular land. The second question, where there was a potential for negative comment, was did we cause the flooding because we weren't maintaining our stormwater drainage, which was a bit crazy, really, because the 208 millimeters of water that came down at that time would have flooded any stormwater system. No system could have coped with a month and a half of winter rain in 12 hours. But also, we did check it out with stormwater, and in anticipation of a severe weather event, the stormwater drains had been cleared and the catch pits had been cleared just before the flooding happened. So I just correct the record, that might be held by some people out there, that somehow poor work had contributed to this flooding. Couldn't have been further from the truth. The work had been done by Healthy Waters, and the council had done its job in terms of designating those areas as floodplains. So with that, it's been moved and seconded. The 3 resolutions in front of you. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
To the contrary, no. Carried. Now we come to item number 10, that on the COVID briefing. Phil and Mace have already made a number of comments on that. And of course, we have been briefed on an ongoing basis about different aspects of the COVID response. I just want to, however, to pass on a couple of things to councillors. I've got in front of me a letter from the Canterbury Mayoral Forum, and I thought it only appropriate that I should just read the relevant sections. They're writing, the people of Canterbury are writing to you to acknowledge the sacrifice that Auckland is making to keep New Zealanders safe in this COVID-19 outbreak. Goes on later, we do not underestimate the financial, social and welfare issues Auckland's people are facing, and recognise that it will be harder in recent days as you watch the rest of the country ease restrictions to a lower alert level. And then the last one that I'll just, part of it I'll read out to you. Please rest assured that we do not take Auckland's commitment and sacrifice for granted. We sincerely appreciate the example Aucklanders are showing to the rest of our nation in these most challenging times. So I've taken the time to read that out because I thought it was a nice gesture, a lovely gesture from people, on the other side of the country from us in the Canterbury region, to acknowledge that Aucklanders had been doing it hard. Secondly, I've just got to say, it's fantastic that we've got 300,000 Aucklanders now back at work, which I think the government's decision, guided by health advice, but taking all factors into consideration to take us back to level 3, it headed off some pretty sad situations that were developing with pressure on people's incomes, both people in the workforce that weren't able to work, businesses that weren't able to get revenue but still had outgoings, the pressure on isolated people that were living at home. And the feedback that I was getting was that Aucklanders were ready for this. And we say that's great, but we say that's great with a huge amount of caution. 23 was it cases yesterday, or 24. This is still active in the community. The Delta variant. We still need to follow the rules. We still need to take the precautions, and most of all, we need to be vaxxed. And can I just say on that, because from time to time on council we all criticise the media, but I think that NZME are doing just a fantastic job promoting the need for the country to be vaccinated. And I want to say publicly, great job by the Herald in particular in leading the charge and getting the information out to people about why it is so important that everybody gets vaccinated. One other thing, I've sent out to councillors a letter that follows up a series of approaches I've made to government over recent weeks about the need to have permanent MIQ, or at least long-term MIQ facilities outside the city, certainly outside the inner city, maybe on the fringes of the city, maybe out on vacant land by the airport, but fit for purpose quarantine facilities, because we're going to need those facilities, I think, for years to come. And notwithstanding all of the efforts that have been made and the good work done by the police and the Defence Force, we know that facilities like hotels that aren't built for purpose do have the risk that the COVID virus can spread from those facilities to the community. So I've put that formally in writing to the Minister responsible for COVID, for the COVID-19 response, and I'll share his response with you when I get it back. I've written to the same Minister wearing a different hat as Minister of Education, also saying that I think that one of the important things that we need to do at this stage is to use our schools as centres for vaccination. 12 to 18-year-olds can now be vaccinated. Talking to health authorities, I believe that we will lower that age from 12 to 5 in due course, and it makes sense for the schools, as the key part of the community where kids come together, to make vaccinations available there. And for those of us that are a little more senior than others, will remember that when we were at school, we got vaccinated for various things like smallpox and polio. I know that the anti-vaxxers have been threatening schools about protests outside if they indulge in vaccinations. And my view to the Minister was they may be loud, but they're very small. They are full of misinformation. They are irresponsible, and we should dismiss the views of those groups that might be standing in the way of some Board of Trustees agreeing to schools having a vaccination program. On food packages, just to repeat what Mace has said, I've got a list of all the places where we've distributed food packages to, and that includes South Auckland, the West Auckland area, and Henderson, Mangakiakia and Tāmuki and Glen Innes, Avondale, Mount Albert and Birkdale. And the government has now agreed to fund that program in a way that should meet the majority of our costs involved with it. Other than that, just need to say that at a certain point, I think, and the government is now acknowledging this, is that even before COVID ceases to be a threat globally, we are going to come back to a situation that is reasonably normal, without lockdowns and with controlled but open borders. There are clear risks, and just as the flu kills 400 or 500 people a year in New Zealand, the risk is that this more virulent and contagious and lethal disease, even with the controls we have in place, can continue to take lives. But that again is to back up, one, the need for full vaccination, two, the need for proper MIQ facilities, and three, the need for ongoing measures, including strengthening our ICU units, so that we are ready for the point at which this country will finally open up to the rest of the world. So those are just some general comments. Happy to take questions now, but we have got quite a long agenda. I think we've got 23 items on our agenda. So I'd prefer if we could keep this session reasonably contained. First question is in the name of Shane Henderson.
Thank you, Mayor. Just really quickly, because I know we've received a memo on this, but I'm getting a lot of inquiries from the community around library use in level 3 and whether we would be looking at click and collect or deliveries of books. So yeah, like I said, I know we've got a memo on it, but I'd like to kind of get it crystal clear so that I can relay that to the community. So did we look at this and what was the result?
Mace, that might be your question.
Thank you, Your Worship, and kia ora, Councillor Henderson. Click and collect was considered. The issue is the surface of those books during click and collect for level 3. But as you're aware, I think the use of ebooks through the Libby app has gone escalated to be quite high. And in alert level 2 Delta, libraries will all open at once. They won't be staged as we did in 2020, with 2 metre distancing and no limit in the libraries. So I hope that helps. Oh, I can also get Miller Edmondson to call you if that's necessary.
No, that's fantastic. Thank you, Mace.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Coombe, yeah, look, I'm happy. I'll get my office to distribute the Canterbury Region Mayoral Forum letter. I think it'd be good to have that out there. In terms of the agencies, I just want to check with Phil Wilson. I've got the list there that I can share with people. I just wondered if there was. I want to double check with Phil Wilson first that there's no confidentiality around the list of food bank groups that have received support from us. If there is a sensitivity, I'm happy to share it with individual councillors that want it, but maybe not table it. Phil, can you comment on that, please?
Your Worship, not to my knowledge, doesn't contain personal information, but if it's useful, I'm happy to have a look at any documents before they get appended to minutes.
Okay, well, what I'm suggesting is that I would circulate to councillors is the COVID response update to me dated the 22nd of September, and that has on the on it the food banks who have received in the number of packs they've received from us from the start of our program till now. So if you can just have a quick look at that, I think that probably comes from your group, and if there's no problem, I'm happy to circulate that. So if you can come back to us, and if that's okay, I'll circulate both documents, Pippa. Councillor Stewart, you'd like to move the recommendations? I'm happy for that to happen. Do I have a seconder, please? Maybe Wayne Walker as Deputy Chair of the...
Happy to second.
Okay. So if there's no other questions or comments, I'll put the recommendation that we received the report and thank Phil and Mace for the update. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
To the contrary, no. Carried. Excellent. We come now to the to a really significant item on the agenda, which is the Three Waters reform and feedback on the government's reform proposal. I don't intend to repeat everything that I've said on many occasions to councillors on this, and we've had a number of workshops and all councillors meetings. But I think working together with officials, we have the recommendations about right. And what I'm going to suggest is that rather than write a separate submission to the government, that we send them a copy of this report, which I think is well written and full, send them a copy of our recommendations, and send them a copy attached to that, the feedback that we've received from local boards. And I note that local boards are unanimous in their view that the governance and accountability arrangements in the government's proposal are not fit for purpose, are not adequate, and are not acceptable. And also the submissions we've received from the Mana Whenua Kaitiaki Forum and the IMSB. Now, the Mana Whenua Forum and the IMSB both have realised very quickly that the so-called co-governance that's promised there is co-governance with no power at all, no power to them and no power to us as the representatives of the owner of the assets. They may have a different view from some, maybe many of us, in terms that they would like co-ownership and co-governance of the assets. And I believe that there's got to be an important role for Mana Whenua, and I believe that it's appropriate that there's governance by Mana Whenua over things like lake beds and riverbeds. But what we're talking about here is what by the end of this decade will be $20 billion worth of assets paid for by Auckland ratepayers. And that's why in the recommendations you'll see that we are saying to government that we, on behalf of the people of Auckland, all of the people of Auckland that have built up these assets, are not prepared to relinquish control or ownership over them. And I think that that is an important point. What I've done also is talked with the other metro mayors, and there is quite a concurrence of views, including from Hamilton, and I've just received a letter from the Mayor of Hamilton yesterday. She was originally pretty much in favour of the reforms without qualification. They have now come back with a much more nuanced letter saying, as we do, we're in favour of the intention of the reforms. We're happy about water quality regulation and economic regulation. We're happy about the need for larger scale units that can achieve economies of scale and the benefits for procurement, etc., and professionalism, but not happy with the government's arrangements. And I'm seeing that more and more across councils across the country. I'm getting some feedback from government that there has been a little bit of movement. I don't want to exaggerate that until I see the details of it. I am hopeful that they will realise that there is quite a strong level of opposition, not only across councils, but across communities, that whatever the merits, and there are significant merits in the government's proposals, those merits don't extend to removing accountability and responsiveness to the communities. And, you know, sorry to sound like a broken record, but that is the critical issue in the recommendations. And recommendations C, D, E, F, G, and H all cover that point. And I think if I can address this to Councillor Walker, who was looking at whether an amendment might be desired, and I think Megan is replying to you, Wayne, I think we've covered that pretty much in D, F and G, what you're proposing. So if you're happy to accept that, I would really like, there's some amendments to the recommendations, and I sent those to councillors yesterday, relatively small, just noting the origins of this, that we've been asked for feedback from government, identifying areas of concern and suggesting any improvements, and highlighting at the end, and this was a point made to me quite strongly by Councillor Simpson, that, you know, whatever happens, we are going to be consulting on what the government's recommendations are. I don't care even if the government were to mandate their new proposals. It is vital that when we respond to any government legislation that might arise from their policy positions, that we have a mandate from the people of Auckland by consulting with them. And my view is that that consultation would be pretty similar to any major amendment that we have in our long-term plans. We would be taking submissions from the people of Auckland. We'd be doing polling of the people of Auckland through a professional independent pollster to ascertain their views. But we can't do that consultation, of course, until we know what we're consulting on, and we don't know what we're consulting on until the government comes out with its final proposal. So I think these are the main points that I want to make. Obviously, the stronger the support for this recommendation, the more weight that it carries with government. So I would urge you to consider supporting it. You're all quite within your rights, of course, if you don't agree with the recommendations, to oppose it. And if anybody is opposed to those recommendations, I really look forward to hearing your thoughts about what you can't support in those recommendations. But before I start answering questions, I think I might just ask Megan and her team to comment on their paper and their and the recommendations that we've put together jointly, and then I'll come back to questions and take a note of those that have put their questions in the sidebar. So Megan, could I ask you to lead off with input from any of your team that you would like to have speak to it?
Kia ora, Mayor Phil, and kia ora koutou. Lovely to be with you today. I am just about to share my screen, and you will have seen that I did put a presentation on Nexus, so you may have looked at that. My intention here is not to go through in huge detail like we have in some of our workshops. It really is a bit of a really using the resolutions to focus on the key messages, because I think the resolutions or proposed recommendations tell a bit of a narrative, a bit of a story of the views that you have particularly voiced so far. And of course, the Mayor has said that there are some amendments to that as well. So if you don't mind, I'll go through this reasonably quickly. I hope it just gives a sense of what we were trying to achieve through both the report and the recommendations. And then we are happy to take questions after that. So just a reminder about what we are being asked to do, particularly in this eight-week period through to the end of September. There are these three areas of representation, integration with growth planning and the entities, and ensuring communities have a voice in the system. Those are the three areas in particular that the government and Local Government New Zealand have heard from lots of councils and have asked us to particularly comment on. A reminder today that this is not about opting in, opting out, making any kind of big decision like that, because the government has not yet confirmed its proposal. This is still in the feedback consultation stage, so we are being asked for feedback today. As you know, staff and the team that I work with, who's been doing all the work, it's certainly not me, have been working really hard over the last months, both directly with officials. They've tried to assist you with your conversations with ministers and officials to understand what this really does mean for Auckland, whilst at the same time understanding and having a support for the reforms in general at a national level. It's certainly my view that the reforms are needed in New Zealand. The question is, what does that really mean for Auckland in particular? So once the government receives the feedback from the councils, including us, from the 1st of October, they will then respond in some way and consider the next steps. So as yet, we don't know what that is, but as always, we will keep you informed of that. and I think the Mayor has kind of mentioned this too, they have not ruled out legislating for an all-in or a kind of mandatory approach. Again, that decision will be made by them, presumably sometime after October. Just a reminder to you what we've been doing with you and with others. We have been engaging with local boards and mana whenua, and of course yourselves in a number of workshops. We've been working directly with the Department of Internal Affairs on exploring these alternative mechanisms and some of the challenges and concerns we've had. Local Government New Zealand, we are involved both at a political level with a number of you and at staff level. The workshops, as I've said, with you, meetings with ministers, and as I said, the resolutions really reflect the feedback we've received from you, but are also a staff view, and so we have put the resolutions up as we would write them as staff, and there have been some amendments and others that you'll talk to that you may wish to put up as politicians. These next few slides are really just trying to do a very brief summary. It's not intended to cover all comments. I know you will have read the reports and appendices on this, but this is really from our local boards and our mana whenua and IMSB colleagues. So in terms of local board feedback, there are appendices to the report. Appendix D is a consolidated report, and then there are a few specific sets of recommendations that follow that in appendices E, F and G to the report. But as the Mayor said, there is support for the national need for reform across the board, strong supportive role of mana whenua, similar concerns as we've all been talking about, the representation of Auckland and Aucklanders in it, and loss of local accountability, democratic accountability. Stormwater has always been a question because up until Monday, actually, which unfortunately was after the agenda was prepared, the government has finally released its technical report, and I'll go into that into a little bit more detail later on, but that's always been a question. The Independent Māori Statutory Board has also provided feedback, and again, that is appended at Appendix H in their report. And again, this was not to try and summarise everything, but again, there was a support at a national level for the reform, strong support for incorporation of Te Tiriti and the principles and the concept of Te Mana o Te Wai. Adequate resourcing of Māori to participate is a really important part, and there was certainly again some concerns around clarity of role and representation of mana whenua in these entities, and the role in the governance part of the entities as well. Mana whenua feedback, we've just received that just a couple of days ago. So again, that's attached in Nexus as a separate item, and I think it may also have been emailed to you. So the Kaitiaki Forum again has supported the intent, again welcomed greater recognition and role of Māori and iwi in it, and have a number of concerns around the governance and representation, roles and responsibilities, and how all of this fits into other reform agendas on the government, particularly around water and rights and interest elements there. They also made some commentary as well on Entity A, which would be Auckland North, and the number of iwi in that area, and how representation could actually work as a whole entity. Right, so look, I've just got a few slides where I really just wanted to flow through the resolutions. I don't intend to explain them all. I hope that most of them are self-explanatory, but again, I think it does tell a story through what we're trying to achieve for you. So Resolution B is very clear that there is support for the reforms, and that it is that reforming the water sector, there are real reasons and benefits to doing so. So this really does take a national view in terms of this resolution, and sets out a number of the areas that there seems to be broad agreement in the benefits of having water reform in New Zealand. we do have some concerns with the reforms and an acknowledgement that more work does need to be done, both to understand or to be clear about the implications of the reforms. And so in terms of C, D and E, and again, the Mayor has kind of prefaced this in his introduction, these are speaking to seeking a strengthened accountability and representation model. So currently the governance model and kind of entity structure is very complex and in our view overly complex. It doesn't reflect Auckland's size, asset levels and democratic institutions. Ownership on paper doesn't mean anything. There's no meaningfulness in that in terms of any real ownership. Nothing around accountability, direction setting or democratic representation of Aucklanders' needs. And of course, as the Mayor has mentioned, you have spoken to and communicated with the Minister and through your officials and into DIA for some months on your concern around the governance and the opportunities there are for alternative governance models that actually provide for some real community and democratic accountability as part of that. And E, of course, just says we wish to continue to work with the government on these matters. Following on, again, the talking to the fact that Council can have a monitoring role in these entities and that water is such an important part of quality of life for current and future Aucklanders and that any arrangement then does need to work at the strategic level where Council will still have significant and the ultimate responsibilities around setting direction for future development and investment and having this entity at arm's length or almost no length at all. How does Council continue to do its role in that future development, that quality of life, that placemaking, whilst working with an entity where there is not that level of direction that they would be able to be provided. And again, there's more work to be done around that matter. I mean, Auckland Council, in terms of Entity A, will contribute 94% of assets, 91% of revenue, 97% of debt, and over 90% of the population. So we are the large player in that entity, and you have raised questions about our representation on that. Resolution I, again, is again the idea of the transparency and democratic accountability that we have as a council, and that Aucklanders always know that they can get information from us and provide their views, and that we will consider that and respond to them. So the idea here is that the new entity should have similar levels of consultation requirements or principles for consultation like that are set out in the Local Government Act around things like providing information, being transparent, having the opportunity for Aucklanders to respond to change or change proposals and have those heard and considered in an open way. Resolution J is quite a list where we believe that there is more kōrero and more mahi to do together with government on how this would work out and the best ways that this entity could be set up so it succeeds because it needs to, and we want that to happen, but it also enables Council to do its work and to be able to continue to do as a leader in Auckland and how we can work together. So just again, really briefly on each of these, you've heard both from our mana whenua partners in IMSB as well as commentary around the table around clarity of that role and representation of mana whenua in this entity. I know I talk to you quite a lot about the huge number of reform that's going on across the nation. And so this, along with all of the others like the resource management reform, local government reform, freshwater reform, how does it all fit together? And I know that staff in the organisation and myself work really hard with all the other ministries that are doing all these other reforms to try to bring it together and that they can consider what all of this means across the other reforms. So that's a bit of a work in progress, and it's certainly not answered yet. Local planning process, again, we've talked to you about this. How does council ensure that we are working together with this entity, we're working to the same plans in the same direction across the long term, and how does council ensure that the investments that the water entity do line up with our investments and vice versa. Really critical issue. It's hard enough to plan for growth, as you all know. We certainly don't want to make that any harder with this new entity that sits outside of of council's kind of whānau. Also, the nature, role and timing of economic regulation. So we do understand that MB will be releasing at least a discussion paper, some sense of some early thinking of what this economic regulator might look like, but we have no idea what that is, and it will be quite new to New Zealand, certainly in terms of regulating water. Clearly we have economic regulators, say, in the electricity industry already, but there certainly is some real questions, and of course stormwater is if that's as included in the three waters is quite a different beast to regulating the price of water, potable water and wastewater. So lots of questions there. The prioritisation of investment, I really referenced that earlier. Again, making sure our investment prioritisation, can we do it together? How can we do that in a really useful way and make sure we're spending, we and the entity, the right thing, the right money on the right places at the right time. Transfer of stormwater assets and functions. Now, I mentioned that just earlier in the week, the government did release its technical report on stormwater. From paragraph 106 in the report, we tried to we reflected what we understood that paper was going to say, or some of the principles that it had around the work that it did to look at the transfer of assets and functions and what that could look like. So we outlined that as much as we knew without having seen the report. And then we have worked together to look at what some of the challenges will be around stormwater going into an entity, and some of the things that we thought would be really important to work on through transition, or whatever that looks like in terms of really making that work. Stormwater is fundamentally a different kind of service to a water and wastewater one, and so and it is really particularly linked to environmental outcomes, land use and planning and water functions that council undertakes and will continue to undertake outside this reform. So again, this is a real link up. Council's going to have huge roles continuing in land use and water management, and then so how can we ensure that the two are working in sync together? So while we haven't been able to review the government's paper in time to provide you specific advice on that, I'm confident that our recommendation stands in the sense that there is a lot more work to do to understand what that could look like, the what, the how, the when, and it may be, depending on the government's decision, that we provide you with some specific advice around that. But otherwise, we're reviewing that paper, and we'll keep working with you on that. But at this stage, certainly there's more work that needs to be done. We then just quickly go into 7 here that talks about clarity around the process for opting in or out. Again, the government's going to need to provide us that. And in terms of the package of funding, if you recall, I think it was a couple of months ago, I can't quite recall now, the government announced about $2 billion across, 2.5 billion I think it was, across the nation for some no worse off, so that no council would be worse off through this reform taking place, and that was about $500 million. And then that all councils would be better off, so opportunities for some investment into the community, and that's about $2 billion. Auckland was allocated just over 500 million of that 2 billion. And so all we're saying here is we just need to be clear about any conditions or requirements attached to that package of funding, what that could be used for, and also when that money might come on stream. Also acknowledging that that money is broadly brought partly by government as providing that, but also the entities that will come out of their balance sheet. So effectively debt on those entities will be paying for part of that, that money. And then lastly, in Resolution J, the transition arrangements, which there is work being done already on transition. The Department of Internal Affairs has set up a team, and certainly Watercare and Healthy Waters, I know, are considering transition and starting to work through some of that from as operational teams. And again, acknowledging there needs to be a lot more work over possibly a couple of years or however long the government decides that this will take place before reform really kicks in. And then just the last slide and the last three recommendations in your report, which doesn't acknowledge the additional recs that have come through the chair. Again, we are saying here that local authorities still need to be able to make that final decision to opt in or opt out, as opposed to making it mandatory. We note the letter or the submission that will provide the government, as the Mayor outlined in his introduction, and again just making the note that we didn't have all the information around stormwater before we were able to finalise the report. Mr. Chair, I'm going to leave it there. I hope that wasn't too long, but I also hope that shows a bit of a narrative and reflects the information we put in the report. And I hope that's helpful to steer questions. And I'm in your hands, Mr. Chair, on any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Megan. No, that was very good indeed. Look, just before we move to questions, there's a long list of them, and this is obviously an important issue. So 28% of our assets, 25% of our expenditure. It's a critical function of council, so we'll take the time that we need over it. I just want to clarify where the recommendations are at. Now, the question was when they were sent out. Sorry, I'd asked for them to be sent out last night, but apparently they went out at 7:57 this morning. They are not, the original amendments were not huge, but I'll just run over them to make sure that everybody who might not have read their email have got it clear. So with the chair's changes, added A, which says, note Auckland Council has been asked for initial feedback on the government's 3 water reform proposal, including identifying areas of concern and to suggest ways to improve what has been proposed. Recommendation F simply adds after the local, as provided under the Local Government Auckland Council brackets Act 2009. The amendment to recommendation H is a significant one, which adds to what was already there. Agree that the governance arrangements of any water services entity that includes Auckland reflect the proportionate investment in the assets made by the people of Auckland and the proportionate size of Auckland's population. And I've added, resulting in Aucklanders through their elected representatives maintaining majority control over their assets and service deliveries. And I've got another suggestion here from Councillor Darby that I'm happy to add into it, which is at the beginning it says, agree that the governance arrangements of any water services entity that includes Auckland reflect the proportionate investment in the assets made by the people of Auckland. He wants the word liabilities added in. That's fair enough. That should be there as well. We come to J. There's another amendment by Councillor Darby that I'm happy to accept with a slight change. It's under J6, which was H6, and that says these are things that we're seeking further engagement and information on, and 6 relates to the transfer of stormwater assets and functions. And the change is that Councillor Darby wants to add is to talk about the benefits and disbenefits of stormwater integration. So what I'm suggesting we change that to is the benefits and disbenefits of stormwater integration and transfer, because there are 2 issues there. If the government decided to do this and to do it with freshwater and wastewater, there is a question of the implications of the transfer of stormwater as well. But there's also the question that we're looking at separately with Watercare at the moment, is the benefits and disbenefits of integrating stormwater with the freshwater and wastewater functions of Watercare. The other, there's just the word initial is added in the new L and M that you've got that's on the screen. And then actually, sorry, I want to come back to L. Delegate to the Mayor and Deputy Mayor. I'm happy, the couple of councillors have suggested that we put Linda Cooper on as our liaison councillor. I'm very happy to do that. And Richard Hills on as the chair of the Environment Committee. But so I'm happy to include those. But just to note, actually, in case you missed my comments and my introductory comments, what we're doing is sending the full list of recommendations to the government, the full report to the government, the full feedback from local boards to the government, and the commentary made by the IMSB and the Mana Whenua Kaitiaki Forum. So they're getting the whole lot. So all we're talking about is the final letter will simply be a cover letter enclosing those things. But nevertheless, I'm happy to include Councillor Cooper and Councillor Hills to that. And the final thing in the amendment that was sent to you this morning was agree that when Auckland Council has received from the government its final Three Waters reform proposal, the council will consult with Aucklanders on this proposal to inform the council's response. And I regard that as critical. A change of this nature requires absolute and thorough consultation with the people that we represent. So that covers the amendments. Just in regard to Councillor Wayne Walker's suggested amendments, I'm ruling those out because they are already covered in the recommendations, but Wayne might want to talk to that. He says the first one is request that alternative governance and financial models be explored for Auckland that achieve most of the government's water reform outcomes and that retain arrangements similar to the present CCO and ownership model of water for Auckland. That's covered explicitly in recommendations D, F and G. And the second recommendation reads that Auckland Council communicate to Aucklanders its position, preferences and supporting information concerning the government's Three Water reform proposal and the ways to improve what has been proposed. Can I just remind everybody that these recommendations, this paper and its attachments are all in the public arena, that this is an open session now that will be being covered by journalists, and that we will, of course, be responding to queries that are made around this, should these recommendations go through at the end of this meeting. I'm sure there'll be interest from the media around that. So absolutely, we are communicating that. And Wayne, you will also have received the standard reply that I've been sending off to the many emails that I've got opposing the current form of the reform proposals. So with that, I hope that's reasonably clear, and you can see on your screen the changes that have been made, and I see Councillor Darby is fine with those changes. And now I'm going to open it up for questions. Kathy, I think we've covered your questions, but if you've got anything in addition to that, Councillor Kathy Casey, happy to take any further questions from you.
No, I'm all good. Thanks very much, Phil, for doing that.
Okay, Councillor Greg Sayers. Yeah, thanks, Greg. I've got your survey results. This is, as I understand it, your personal survey that you've sent out, and I read through them with interest, and I think there were about 1,400 replies, but overwhelmingly they registered concern about governance and loss of control by the local community. And that's indeed the unanimous feedback that we also got from our local boards. So thank you for that. I don't know anything about the nature of how the survey was done, but it is an indication of the viewpoint of obviously a significant sector of your electorate, and that's helpful in informing our response.
Phil, probably the question around there is, and I think we've spoken about it before, was there seems to be a keenness for a referendum. Now, I understand that's not possible, that there's legislation against that. Maybe if we could just get that on record.
I'm just looking for your survey, which I have somewhere, but your survey actually did not indicate a majority of support for a referendum, as I recall it. Sorry, I've just misplaced it at the moment, Greg.
That's all right.
I'll try and get somebody, but I think it was 20% that called for a referendum. Look, I haven't ruled out there being a referendum if that was what the desire of the governing body was. But I think the way that we usually do this works pretty well. We both ask for submissions, and everybody that's interested makes submissions, and then we do a survey, and I think it was 4,000 people selected on the basis of being a representative sample of gender, region, and ethnicity, and we ask them questions which give enough information to allow them to make a decision, and we do it thoroughly independently through Auckland University peer review to make sure that we haven't loaded the questions, and then Colmar Brunton does the polling professionally, as you'd expect them to. But I did find your survey interesting and valuable, and I imagine if you haven't already done so, you might wish to circulate that to other councillors, Greg.
Okay, thanks. But look, can I also just very quickly acknowledge Megan? The work that she's done an outstanding job, and I really support your recommendations, Mr. Mayor. I think Watercare is delivering very well against what the government wants to do. So, as this thing progresses, it will be interesting to see how this transpires, Mr. Mayor.
No, absolutely. And can I just endorse your comments about Megan, to thank Megan and all of her team, and a bit invidious to pull people out, but Claire Gomez and Alistair Cameron have played a key role in this too. Absolutely. And they've done it absolutely professionally, and would really like to acknowledge the work that they've done. We have put a lot of work into this, and we've all done that because it is really important to the future of our city, and we are sympathetic to the broad objectives of what the government is doing. But we think that the thing is far from perfect, and there are things that would stand in the way of our support for it unless they can be remediated. And I'm really hopeful that the government will be listening to all the councils, actually, not just ours, with an open mind, and to try to find a more consensual approach.
Well, I think you're showing very good leadership, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor. Now, Councillor Deputy Mayor Bill Cashmore.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I'd just like to echo your comments concerning the superb work that staff's done around this. And it's a real shame the government didn't actually engage more, and DIA engage more, a lot more with council at the start of this process. There's no question in my mind that there needs to be change. Business as usual will not suffice in this arena as far as the New Zealand Inc. proposal is concerned. Auckland is different in this case. Because we've had amalgamations, we've progressed along quite a way. The announcement this morning, Mr. Mayor, around the ministers in government's proposal to have a sort of a mayoral forum to talk about what changes can be instrumented, and you've been invited to join that forum. Have you got any more information around that? Who else has been? Other mayors have been invited?
I haven't got I haven't got detailed information yet on it, but I saw in, I think, the newsroom article that the person in DIA that's managing this has suggested that they acknowledge that they need to look at governance, and they've invited me to be part of the steering group that I think Alistair Cameron is currently on. And I welcome that, because I mean that gives us the chance to have direct input. And of course, I'm talking directly to ministers about, and we all have actually, to Minister Nanaia Mahuta, who kindly showed up at a couple of our forums, and we had the chance to ask questions. You know, we're all in the same boat, that we want sensible reforms of the water system, and congratulate the government for having the courage to take this on. But we think that the model that they've put up has got some serious flaws in it, and that model, I think, judging from the feedback that you've all given me, to the vast majority would not receive support from this council by a significant majority. But we are trying to find a way through this. We don't want to be simply confrontational or negative or destructive. We're trying to be constructive. We're trying to make it better, and we'll keep that effort up, Bill.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Nash. I strongly support what position has been taken here as these recommendations, and I also acknowledge the public. Like yourself and other councillors received hundreds, if not more than hundreds, of emails which I've replied to with a pro forma, because the amount of disinformation and misinformation and lack of understanding about what's been proposed is quite staggering. And even some of the people I've heard from in other parts of the country whose water systems and wastewater systems I know of are absolutely abysmal, are saying, well, that's fine, and they don't even have a stormwater system. So there is a big information work here in front of the government yet to get this right, because the public do not understand.
No, look, appreciate that point, Deputy Mayor, and I just want to acknowledge that Margaret Devlin, I think, and John Lamont are both on this call. And what makes Auckland particularly different is that we already service 1.6 million people. So we've already got the economy of scale, which is larger than any of the other 3 proposed entities across New Zealand. And while I understand the absolute imperative of water quality being to the standard that is required, what I do want to acknowledge from Watercare is that we already are at that standard. But if the water regulator were to find that we were short of that standard in any way, we would absolutely move to lift the water quality standard to what is required. And I think the government's own report acknowledges that we're head and shoulders above any other part of the country in terms of both our fresh and wastewater delivery, which is not to say that we're perfect. Of course we're not. But we're also not liable to the accusation that somehow we're not investing in water, because all of us, in the document we've just passed earlier this year, moved to put another $11 billion worth of investment into Watercare over the coming decade. So, I think there's some really important things there. Now, just coming to questions, Councillor Wayne Walker, a chance for you to raise any questions, but I think if I can give you leeway also just to comment on my ruling on your amendments as well, if you choose.
Okay, so the first question is, what information do we have on the Auckland Council website on the Three Waters reforms and Council's position? Is there any information there?
I'm sorry, I've just I was distracted for a moment then, Wayne. Is
okay,
that directed to who?
I'll repeat the question.
And could you tell us who it's directed to?
Well, Megan may be able to answer it, or someone in communications.
Okay, yep, no, that's good, thank you.
So my question is, what information is there on the Council's website on the Three Waters reforms and Council's position?
Well, I suggest that this document that you're looking at right now in front of you is now on our online and available to all members of the public and to all journalists, and it is the fullest and the best, the most comprehensive outline of our concerns about this reform that will exist anywhere in terms of our documentation. But Megan, would you like to add anything to that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I won't. We have not done any particular consultation or anything with Aucklanders at this stage on it. So you're right, it is these public documents that are there. Thanks.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the following question is, do you think that we need significantly more information to inform the public about the Three Waters reforms, and especially Council's position and the supporting information underlying that position? And the reason I ask that is because at this point, there is no information there.
Well, I'm sorry. You didn't listen to my last comment. This whole document, how many pages is it? It's an extensive document. It's over 100 pages long. Is all there. Can we consult with the public yet on the government's final proposal? Not until we have their final proposal. But you will have seen endless comments from me in the media about the concerns that I know that you share with me about where the shortcomings of this reform proposal lie, and there will continue to be, and it will reach a much greater intensity, a debate around what we're trying to achieve and the best ways of doing that. This is now in the public arena and will continue to be so. But for the first time, we've got 100 pages of our response to what the proposals are, where we think the shortcomings are, and what the alternatives might be. Okay. So, I think that's pretty full.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Please, Councillor.
My question is, then, what is accessible by way of a Google search that enables Aucklanders to find information around Council's position?
I guess anyone that searches it online will come up with this document and be able to read anything in it. But maybe I'll throw it also to Megan just to make sure I'm not missing anything.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's really important to understand, and this has been our advice to you, that at the moment we have a government proposal. That is all we have. We are currently in feedback mode in trying to understand what that government proposal is, and there are still lots of gaps of information, but also more work that needs to be done. Until there is a clear and final government proposal, at the moment this is a kind of a draft proposal for feedback, until they make their decision and their clear proposal, then there's an opportunity for Council to take a position. At this stage, we have, I guess, as the Mayor has said, this report is as much as a position as Council can ever take, given where we're up to in the process, the nature of the government's proposals, draft proposals at the moment, and the fact that we're waiting for the government's really announcement or ultimate decision post this September period.
If it will help, Councillor, I'm happy to send through to the media. We will draft the covering letter to this, obviously, but to send the link to all members of the media so that they're fully aware of what our position is. But as I say, the media will be attending this meeting online, and they will be aware of all of the information that all of us have currently got in front of us.
I think my question is, given the huge importance of this issue, do you not think it's important to have an item on the Council's website, and I don't mean in an agenda item that is often not searchable, to inform Aucklanders about the Three Waters reforms and Auckland Council's position? The other question that I would ask that relates to this is there anything on the Three Waters reform site that indicates that? And I would suggest the answer to that also is no.
I think the simple way of doing this will be that we will have an article in our Auckland that will make reference to this document. It will both cover the critical points that we're making to government, and it will make reference to how they can get further information about it. I think that would meet your needs. I hope it would.
And my second question is, Has Auckland Council requested of the government that alternative governance financial models be explored for Auckland that achieve most of the government's water reform outcomes and that retain arrangements similar to the present CCO and ownership model of Water for Auckland? Have we requested that of the government?
Mayor Phil, are you wanting to answer that?
Oh, sorry, I found my controller had muted me and I hadn't realised it. Wayne, as I've said before, if you read recommendations D, F, and G, and then go on to including the changes in the recommendations that were made, and go and look at the other recommendations that run from C right through to H, that covers all of your points. That is what we're asking for. You're asking us to ask for what we're already asking for.
Mr. Mayor, I see the word agree. I don't see the word request.
I'm sorry, Councillor. I think we're getting to semantics. Nobody reading this paper will have any doubt at all what the collective view of the governing body of Auckland Council, and for that matter its officials supporting us, is on this issue. And you know, we've had stuff previously in our Auckland, and we'll have new stuff on Auckland. And I see that if you read the chat bar, you'll see that councillors are affirming that position. Okay, I want to move on. I want to keep to questions first before comments. I think I've got two people left with questions. Councillor Chris Darby, have you got a question or is it a comment?
Thanks, Mayor. I think I'll just go to comment when you're ready. So
okay, thank you. And Councillor Daniel Newman, a question, I think it was.
Thank you, Your Worship. And firstly, I want to acknowledge Megan and all the staff involved in this preparation of this very comprehensive report. My question actually, I've got a couple of questions, and it's actually in relation to gaps as I see it. I want Ms. Tyler to comment on where the Papakura's Veolia franchise agreement would likely sit in the existing ownership model. When I look at recommendation C, presupposes democratic accountability and direct control of assets, and H, Councillor Darby's amendment presupposes the elected representatives maintain majority control over their assets and delivery. My question is, do these recommendations apply to all of the Auckland region, or should it be framed only in relation to the representation arrangements that apply to Watercare, but which does not currently apply in Papakura? That's my first question.
Thank you, Councillor Newman. The reform will obviously apply to all parts of the Auckland region and whatever contractual arrangements Auckland may have in relation to the current services that are provided. And clearly, without going into detail, the other contractual arrangements that are not Watercare, that might be others, and there are others as you mentioned, will be part of the conversations around transition and what that does mean. I'm not in a position to give any more detail because those conversations haven't happened, but we've raised it quite specifically with the DIA so that they understand that there are different arrangements in the Auckland region, not just Watercare. Does that answer your question?
Megan, it does, but it follows on to my next question, because you see, for me, the Three Waters reforms provides an opportunity through what government is proposing and its balance sheet and the power of the Crown's reforms to address the future of the management franchise in an area of Auckland that will experience the single largest concentration of greenfields growth anytime soon. What I am unclear of is in pushing back against those reforms as some sort of what would a status quo or a hybrid of a status quo model based on Watercare mean for that part of Auckland which is not currently managed by Watercare, because it's not covered in this paper.
Yes, look, I understand your point, and you're right. It hasn't been specifically dealt with. I mean, I'm a status. So if the reform either didn't go ahead, or Auckland wasn't part of it, or something like that, there wouldn't. The status quo, as we know now, wouldn't occur anyway, because there would still be regulation that would come in on top of whatever those water services provision would be. So I think, regardless of whether or not we've specified all of the contractual arrangements in Auckland, the mere fact that there will be regulation of some description on water suppliers, there will clearly be something different from what we have now anyway. Will probably mean that change will occur at some point anyway. I guess you might then have a follow-on question or thought about, do the recommendations need to be any more specific? All I can give you comfort on is that it will be a matter of discussion, and it will be dependent really on the decision that the government makes ultimately post this September period, on what their proposal is, and therefore really what happens with our response and or the government's decisions that it makes. It's probably not entirely what answering your question.
I don't think we can answer the question, Councillor, because you put the question yourself directly to the Minister, and you didn't get a clear reply, as I recall. It was noted in subsequent communication from the Minister, but I don't think they've made a specific decision on that. They are still working at a higher level around some of the principles of the reform. I don't think they've made a specific decision on what the place, somewhat anomalous place of Veolia might be in the future.
Okay, Your Worship. Well, look, I'll curtail I'll stop my questions there, but I would like to make a comment, because it really influences my thinking around aspects of the reform. So a comment, please, at the appropriate time.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll come back to that when I've just to let other councillors know, I've got Richard Hills, Desley Simpson, Chris Fletcher and Linda Cooper with questions still. If I haven't got you there's been a lot of chat on the chat bar, which makes it a little bit hard to follow where the questions are. Okay, no question from two of those, from Desley Simpson, Linda Cooper. So I'll go to Richard Hills and then Chris Fletcher, and then we'll come to comments.
I had no question, just comment, and I think Chris was first a while ago. Thank you. Fletcher.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying to listen to the conversation and read the chat bar, and there's a whole lot of stuff, so it disappears off the top of my screen. Councillor Chris Fletcher, sorry if I missed you out. You've got a question.
Thank you, Your Worship. May I say how pleased I was early this morning to read the recommendations that have come through, and one of the things that pleased me most, and I was actually going to put up as an amendment today, was the need to consult with Aucklanders on this matter. So, and I've got some specific questions I want to put to Megan around that, and there's a couple of other matters. You know, putting it into context, while acknowledging the government has a large majority and can put legislation through, and as Daniel Newman has said, it frees up the balance sheet and all of those positives. There's negatives here that have been alluded to in terms of the comments made around integration. Right now, we've got huge reform taking place with RMA, national policy statements, and so forth. And where does it all fit in the package? So the first question, Megan, is in the work that you're doing with government officials, has there been any acknowledgement at all of the enormity of all of this reform and how it's going to sit in terms of integration at a time when Aucklanders have been carrying the lion's share on COVID response? So is there an awareness of that?
Thanks, Councillor Fletcher. Look, there certainly is an acknowledgement at our end, as you know, because you're one of the councillors that continue to remind us of it, and we talk, with you as council about it. In terms of officials, they do acknowledge it, but they have a huge workload, and they are directed by, what their minister and the kind of reform program needs them to do, and so there is a bit of a disconnect and a real challenge in order to link all of this up. It would be everybody would agree with that.
So is there any capacity, in terms of the recommendations that are being put up that go a long way to meeting the concerns that I've had, with the, notwithstanding the comments that Daniel has made with the Veolia issues, I wonder whether we should be making some comment in terms of pushback, or just realism that, most Aucklanders are just trying to survive right now. And in order to be able to respond and understand the enormity of all of these changes that are coming their way, whether in good conscience we should draw it to their attention. So is there anything in an official sense, Megan, you can see that we could do further today to help create better understanding on that?
It's a really great question. Look, off the top of my head, I'm not sure that I have a solution for you, but I'm certainly. We know that we will be consulting. So whether we'll be consulting on this Three Waters reform, it's likely, clearly based on the chair's recommendation. But whatever the government decides, we'll certainly be talking to Aucklanders a lot anyway in the next year on things like the NPSUD, Urban Development National Policy Statement. So. There could, I think it's a good challenge to create opportunities to perhaps be a little bit wider and make sure that Aucklanders are aware of everything that's going on. Leave that with me. I appreciate the challenge. Yeah.
So that comes to my final question, because I was going to put an amendment up today in and around consultation. If you could give me a clearer understanding from an officer's perspective in the context of the recommendations as to what consultation, how it would be done in this, and if you would entertain, because most people are suffering fatigue. They're not just suffering consultation fatigue. They're suffering COVID fatigue and lots of other things. So I'd like some greater clarity around what we mean by consultation with the new O, and whether we need to flesh that out a little bit more.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll do a response, but also the Mayor or even Councillor Simpson might wish to speak to that, just in terms of where that recommendation particularly came from.
Would you like me just to answer it, Megan?
Oh, sure. Yep. No,
yeah, might make it easier. Yeah, look, I said it before, but I'll repeat what I said earlier. It would be untenable for us as a councillor not to talk to Aucklanders about a proposal mandatory on us to give away 28% of our asset base and 25% of our expenditure area. That consultation would be along the lines that we would normally consult on major proposals under, say, an LTP. It would involve a request for public submissions, and it would involve reaching out to a representative cross-section of the Auckland population, so that we're hearing all voices, not just the loudest voices, asking people their views on how we should respond to a proposal that might involve the loss of governance, accountability and responsiveness. Now, we don't know yet what's in the government's final proposal, so that consultation, of course, has to wait until the end of it. But people out in the public, notwithstanding the fatigue that people might have, are following the debate, and that's shown by the very large number of emails that we're getting through on this issue. I hope that answers the question.
Your Worship, I think we're in agreement on this. I guess what I wonder is on O, agree that when Auckland Council has received from government its final 3 waters reform proposal, whether we should add, and anything else that's sort of relevant, I don't know what the wording would be, but in terms of these other reforms, so that we are giving Aucklanders the confidence that what the impact of that will be, they will be properly consulted on. So it was really just to get clarity in and around that point, because some of the other reforms and this integration that officers have spoken to us about, it all comes together, and to make sure that Aucklanders can have their say on that.
Yeah, look, I think you're right. All of those changes are going to impact on our role, our responsibilities, and the way in which local government looks in the future. But I would imagine, partly for the reasons of fatigue and the need for focus, that when we come to working on the 3 waters reform, that the consultation would be specifically on that. Otherwise, we make it too broad, and we make it more difficult rather than less difficult for people to express their views on this specific proposal, which has huge implications for all of us. But on the other things, again, Resource Management Act, etc., we will have the opportunity as a governing body to make submissions when the final form of legislation is known, and we will have the opportunity to decide whether we need to consult more widely on those things at that point.
Your Worship, so I think that a lot of people will agree that there needs to be reform, but what is complicating for people is the issue of ownership. So as long as I can have the confidence that in consultation, implicit in that will be not just reform, but also ownership issues.
Oh, absolutely. We've made the point here, and I've made the point in correspondence with you and other councillors that nominal ownership, saying nominally you're the owner of this asset, but actually you don't have any of the normal things that go with ownership, isn't ownership at all. So we'd be making that clear in the consultation if the government's proposal was to go forward unaltered. Absolutely. Thank you. Now, the final question I have is from Councillor Pipacoom. I'm sorry, Councillor, I can't read my own writing. I thought I'd written Councillor Cooper, and it was obviously Councillor Coombe. So my apologies for the delay in getting to you.
O tēnā koe e te koro matua, nā mihi mahana kia koutou katoa. Hoki e te kaupapa e tēnei rā. Thank you. I do have 3 pārtai, if I may. The first one is just in relation to what's covered in J. In the report, in the climate impact statement, it does signal that the proposal with the reforms, it's really not clear how it will include building resilience to natural hazards and climate change, which I think is a very valid point. And I must say that overall in the report, there's lots of really good detail. With the climate impact statement, it is a little bit on the light side, and I would have liked to have seen far more in the context of our climate plan. But given what's there, I think that's a very valid point. Megan, I just want to make sure that that is going to be captured. You feel that that is captured in terms of what we need to seek further engagement and information about? Because it's not clear to me that we've really covered that very well in J. And I understand, Mr. Mayor, you're saying we're going to send the whole report, but will that be fleshed out in the feedback?
Thanks, Councillor Coombe.
Megan.
Yes, thank you. So, look, I'll certainly make sure that that is part of the conversations, and we have certainly been touching on it with officials. But I think really where this is going to become very clear is through the regulation, particularly the environmental regulator. So, and again, it's a little bit like Councillor Fletcher's point about where all of these things connect up to each other. So both under the resource management reform, the Climate Act, or the climate changes that are happening, but also the environmental regulator is going to require certain outcomes, particularly around whether it's resilience and climate change as well. And of course, Auckland Council will continue, no doubt, to focus its plans and regulations around the climate impacts as well. So for me, it becomes one of these bigger, how do we all set all this together? But I do see that the regulator will be quite clear on the entity that there will be outcomes they'll need to achieve in terms of climate and resilience matters.
Thank you. So I am hearing that will be comprehensively covered in our feedback.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, great. Just sort of going to that, just in terms of what's covered in J as well, and in our feedback. I mean, I think where we're starting from is in recognising our obligations under the treaty and our partnership role. And you talked too about inclusion of the Manawa o Te Wai statements, and that's an issue that the Kaitiaki Forum have raised as well. I just want to make sure that our feedback is going to be grounded in that partnership approach, and in asking that, I think it would be useful if you could respond to, as we've all been receiving a whole lot of feedback around concerns around these reforms. Some of that is very genuine and covers the points that we're making in our feedback. And I must say that it's really excellent how this has come together. And I add my support for where this has landed. I do think this is a fantastic piece of work and thinking and leadership from the Mayor. So thanks all round. But in terms of, I mean, I think we've just got to confront that, and the Deputy Mayor mentioned this as well, there's a whole lot of misinformation. And well, I'm sure we've all been receiving many emails that are kind of the dog whistle emails that are around that this is just about giving power to iwi, and that this is about giving Māori a veto over the new governing arrangements, and it's a takeover for future rights. I mean, that's just a little snapshot of some of that feedback. But can you please just provide a response to what's been raised about whether this is actually even a very good deal for Māori iwi?
Can I have a crack at that one first, and Megan, you feel free to come in. Look, both the Mana Whenua Kaitiaki Forum and the Independent Māori Statutory Board have figured out very quickly that the regional representative group exercises no power at all. So 50% of no power equals zero, and therefore they're not much impressed with what's actually being on the table. To be actually honest about it, the IMSB obviously has far more influence under our current situation, where they make up a third of the appointment panel of the people that we put on the Watercare Board. I think there's very clearly a role and a significant role for iwi there. IMSB also makes the point that Mana Whenua is only, it's actually a small percentage of overall iwi living in Auckland, and they say, well, what about Mata Waka? How are they involved? And then they also raise one or other of the submissions raises the question, if you've got 30 iwi in Northland, how would that impact on the 19 iwi and their role in Tamaki Makaurau? My view, and I'll state it quite clearly, is that these assets were built up by all of the people of Auckland, and what we're talking about is infrastructure assets, not simply water itself. That's being dealt by the Waitangi Tribunal in a different forum about ownership of water, and I'm not going to second guess what they might come out with. But we're talking about here about billions of dollars of money that are paid by by Aucklanders across the board into infrastructure. And I believe that the people that are building that infrastructure therefore have got to have majority control of it. So that's my personal view, and I don't resile from that view. But in terms of where Jay is set up, it clearly leaves open plenty of room for discussion for meaningful, not simply symbolic involvement of iwi in the arrangements that are being made for the three waters. Megan, anything you want to add to that?
No, thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. And just a final question. I think hopefully this will put Councillor Walker out of his misery, but in terms of a comms strategy, is it just not the case? I mean, the Mayor, you already said that there would just be an Our Auckland article. It would link to these recommendations. It will provide an overview of where we land today. With comments from you, that would be a standard comms strategy, and it would be searchable. You'd find it on Our Auckland, but maybe this is someone confirmed that is what's proposed. I know you've said that, Chair, Mayor, but it would be good just to know that there's someone following that up, and that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, well, I'll say first, and then I will invite officers to answer. This is going to be the subject of intensive debate over coming months, and before I can go out, I've put my line in the sand on it, but before I can go out with the mandate of speaking on behalf of the governing body, I need you to indicate whether I have that mandate by whether or not you support these recommendations. And these recommendations, the stronger the support I get from councillors for it, the stronger my position with regard to negotiating with government, but also the clearer our position is in terms of the news media and how they report that position to the wider public. So our problem at the moment has been twofold. One, that we don't have a final proposal from government, and we still don't. But two, this is the first time, notwithstanding the workshops that we've got and the correspondence and the discussions I've had with all of you, so I think I've got a pretty good idea of where you all stand. This is something that we will formally vote on that establishes the position of the governing body of this council, and then we can communicate on the basis of that. But Megan, you might like to add to that or refer to somebody else of your staff to talk about the communication strategy.
Mr. Chair, I was just going to say that I think this is a good time after this resolutions go through, wherever they go, to have a conversation about what happens with the comms strategy. I'm already in text conversation with my comms colleagues on that very thing, but we'll certainly work with your office and or whatever happens coming out of this, these recommendations around this.
Thank you, Megan.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I will just reserve my right to speak.
Okay.
Just reflecting on whether we'll wish to comment, but many thanks all round for all this work. Kia ora.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillors, it's just after 12:30, but it seems to me that it would be wrong to break this debate and come back to it. I think we should complete this item on the agenda and then have our lunch break. I can't see what you're doing, so you may well have your lunch on your table in front of you at home. So I've got a list of people asking to comment. I'll just read through that list at the moment. It's Councillors Hills, Simpson, Darby, Newman, Walker and Watson. If you'd like to also comment, then please feel free to add your name to the sidebar. But we'll work through this. I'll then put the recommendations, and then we'll have a half-hour break for lunch with your concurrence. So if I start at the top with Councillor Richard Hills.
Kia ora, thank you, Mayor. And to start, I was about to reiterate what Councillor Coombs said about concerns about lack of transparency. I think when you Google Three Waters now, you get a whole lot of views from yourself, the Mayor. But I think after this, as always, we'll have that Our Auckland story plus the minutes to show exactly what and where the direction is going. Also on the consultation, thank you for Councillor Simpson for adding that on. But I at this stage, referendum would seem concerning place to go. The cost, and we know the turnout. I don't really see a tiny proportion of Auckland on a referendum being the total picture, especially when you even look at Councillor Sayers' really good survey, is that the overwhelming majority agree with the objectives, but then there's a whole lot of mixed reviews down all the questions. So trying to put that in a referendum, a yes and no type referendum, would be very difficult when people have varying views throughout the issue. I do want to congratulate the government, and I think they've been kind of thrown a little bit under the bus by a lot of people, I guess, for bringing this forward. Sitting on LGNZ for the last 5 years, this has been something that councils across New Zealand, maybe not so strongly Auckland because we have Watercare, but has been brought up time and time and again as water infrastructure, or their lack of, and the ability to fund the future maintenance and new capital has been bandied about by governments for over 20 years, and this government has finally put forward some ideas. Yes, I think they've missed the mark on a lot of points, but I do have a concern that they pull the plug at some point and say, oh, why bother, this is all too hard, when we have a situation across Aotearoa where the water infrastructure is subpar, and there are communities all over New Zealand that do not have the funding to do the work that needs to be done. And even ourselves, people talk about the cost increases that may come from this Three Waters proposal. Obviously, the governments and DIA are saying that will reduce over time. Whether we can be confident of those figures is another argument. But we are currently on a trajectory to double our water bills at the moment based on the infrastructure we have planned, which is inevitable. But we don't have a plan for future water supply. There are a number of things we don't have, and that I'm concerned that we don't actually have the ability to fund that in any kind of near-term situation. So I do worry where we are leaving future generations on water supply. I would have been more comfortable if this proposal had just been water supply and wastewater. I think stormwater is so intrinsically linked with transport, with our parks and reserves, with so much more than just supply in and out of our households, which are a utility. I don't see stormwater as a utility type. It's everything we're doing in a healthy water space, the green infrastructure, wetlands, planting upstreams and getting rid of pipes is so crucial for climate resilience and to reduce our emissions. And I see enveloping that in with wastewater and water supply, which are clearly something that is paid for and measured. It's a bit more complicated. I do have concerns about the negativity around Mana Whenua governance that we've seen, and some of the racist comments out in the public around that. Yes, there are issues with making sure all Aucklanders and Auckland Council has a say on the assets we own, but I think that time and time and again it's been clear from Mana Whenua and Mā Waka and Tamaki Makaurau that all they want is to restore the mauri of our water and improve environmental outcomes, and there's no conspiracy there. There's no negatives I can see from more oversight from Mana Whenua, because all they've been asking for centuries is basically to ensure that our water and our coastline and our rivers and streams and the water that comes out of our tap is clean and builds up our communities and improves life for humans and animals. So I can't see any negatives of ensuring that Mana Whenua have a stronger say in how we are all being kaitiaki for our water. So I won't go too far. I want to congratulate you, Phil, the Mayor. You have been constant on this, but I do worry that all of us pushing too hard against any change will mean that long term we could hit up against some concerns, because we know our borrowing limits and what we can do across Aotearoa, not just in Auckland. We have massive risks there if we don't sort of change the way we think about water. But I do think we are on the right track, and I believe that as long as we keep up the proactive nature, working with the government, mana whenua, and community, that actually will end up in a good space at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, it just occurred to me, trying to get some feedback here, so we'll try to fix that if everybody's got their mic off, please. I haven't yet moved the recommendation. That's my fault. I will move it, and perhaps if I can ask Councillor Linda Cooper as our Water Care Liaison Councillor to second the motion. Are you happy to do
Delighted
that?
to, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. The second thing, just before I go to the next speaker, it's a bit hard to ring a 5-minute bell. I think Sandra has got some instrument that she will try to use to indicate when you've got to your 5 minutes, because I know that we've had quite a long debate on this one. So thank you for that, and thank you, Councillor Hills, for your comments. And we come now to Councillor Desley Simpson.
Well, thanks, Your Worship. Look, this has been frustrating for me because to date I haven't seen this proposal designed with Auckland in mind. It doesn't seem to have taken into consideration that a third of the country, thanks to central government legislation, is actually governed differently. I mean, we have a CCO in water care, and it's governed and managed different to many other councils in New Zealand. It hasn't taken into account that a third of the country already has a governance structure which also includes Māori representatives via the IMSB. And it hasn't taken into account that Auckland has already achieved the scale and professionalism in water being sought for the rest of the country. So my initial feedback is one size does not fit all, and it doesn't reflect Aucklanders as a point of difference. Look, water care in the way it's governed already provides a proven model, and I believe can provide a centre for excellence for other water services. I support the formalisation of our initial feedback, noting it is initial only. Mayor, I want to acknowledge you for your work on this. Look, you have thanked your staff, and that is absolutely deserved. But in my opinion, you have absolutely put the interests of Auckland before your natural political allegiance. I also thank you for including my recommendation for consultation in O. This is key, and if anything, it's the most important part of the recommendations. Your Worship, whilst you have lived and breathed this, Auckland hasn't heard a lot about our stance on this, so I absolutely support the public documentation around the paper, our recommendations, along with your letters and responses to the Minister. I'm certainly not prepared to support handing over in excess of $10 billion of our assets on behalf of the people of Auckland to get considerably less than 50% of governance. Look, I've got a lot of concerns around J, including the mana whenua stuff, but that's what they're there for, to continue talking. I'm worried about the fact that this might be mandated, so I strongly support staying at the table for discussion. In conclusion, I think this initial set of recommendations gives Aucklanders confidence that we are not in agreement of the Three Waters governance structure in its current form, that we will keep talking to central government about our concerns on behalf of the communities and residents of Auckland, and will, without doubt, consult with Aucklanders before any final decisions are made as to our views on the government's final proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Simpson. We now come to Councillor Chris Darby.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, this has been a lot of hard yards. I do acknowledge you and the team, Mayor, for the work. At times, I've questioned where you've been going, Mayor. But look, I think we've all been raising a lot of questions about this enormous issue. I guess at the outset, I do reflect on the enormity of the issue. We do have a water-stressed future in front of us, and it certainly demands a totally new outlook for how we value, conserve, manage, and govern water. Now, that water-stressed future is just one of the many seismic shifts that we're going to see on the back of the rage of climate change. And I say it is happening, not about to happen. You know, recent droughts should not be in our memory banks. They should be right in front of us as we think this through here today. Those droughts in Auckland, Northland, even the Waikato, we're going to see those as just preludes to long, sustained dries in the future and massive deluge events punctuating those dries. I have to take my hat off to Minister Mahuta and give her a lot of credit for recognising that the current model does not remotely face that water-stressed future. To credit to government for recognising that dramatic change of some description is required. The question really is around about what that change might look like in detail. So the detail around the ownership, governance, accountability, etc., that is really important, but it's critically important for me on the water supply and wastewater areas. I believe if we continue to be constructive and genuine in our discussions around those two key waters, we can land a solution that satisfies not just our council, but the government, and does prepare a way for that water-stressed future. The area that most concerns me is the integration of stormwater into that mix. Stormwater assets, so-called assets, they're my major area of concern, Mayor. And the stormwater encompasses everything on the journey that water takes from it landing, its passage through soils and aquifers, passage over flow paths, wetlands, ephemeral perennial streams, rivers, lakes, ponds, lagoons, and the list goes on. But it's also as well as pipe assets. But holistic stormwater management is so inextricably linked to how we plan for and use land. And land use planning sits with councils. And unless we're going to see any more MPS urban development changes, that is unlikely to change. That jurisdiction is unlikely to change. Councils will continue to be responsible for land use. So there's the big call for me, is whether stormwater should be in this mix at all. There are a lot of improvements that could be made in the stormwater space that could have some central government direction, but ultimately it's going to be councils that are going to have to make changes in land use planning to make the vast improvements in stormwater. If you dislocate the responsibility of stormwater from councils, councils are then likely to be reluctant players in making those necessary changes because they won't ultimately be responsible. So I think that dislocation of stormwater and the land use planning agency of council is problematic. But Mayor, let's come back to the problem statement. We have a water-stressed future. It is going to be dramatically different, and we're going to have to make some dramatic changes in the structure. And that's why I'm open to working this through with government. I'm not shut out at all, though I have a major caveat on the inclusion of stormwater. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Darby. And we come now to Councillor Daniel Newman.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. I want to say that this is a highly complex matter, and I have some sympathy for the comments expressed by Councillor Hills. Frankly, I think that the governance model presented by government is a dog. Clearly, iwi who have no assets and no balance sheet to support those assets suddenly having what I would describe as token ownership of 50% of the assets, but with no obvious ability to use that shareholder role to effectively govern this new super entity is not plausible. But frankly, I think that the governance arrangements here speaks more to what I think is a real contest between the Māori caucus within the government and the Māori Party, offering a powerful challenge to hegemony within Māoridom. And we are caught up in that. Local government is being caught up in that in relation to these reforms. But it comes back to me, Your Worship, unsurprisingly, it comes back to an issue around what we mean when we talk about democratic control of Auckland's water and wastewater infrastructure in the context for Auckland or part of Auckland, but not all of Auckland. Part of Auckland, a very important part of Auckland, a growing part of Auckland, is the arrangement that applies in Papakura and Drury. And to me, what it says to me is that the report is noteworthy because of what it doesn't say, that the current ownership via Watercare does not address, to my satisfaction, the management of water and wastewater services to a very significant constituency of residents and commercial users in Papakura and Drury. In fact, I don't even think it merits a single sentence in this report. Yes, the Minister's comments to me have been ambiguous, but I am confident that reform has the capacity to achieve things that I don't believe have been able to be advanced under the current governance arrangements with our CCOs. I'm not in a position to say that I support recommendation C at this time. I'm not settled on this argument yet, but I will need my vote against C to be recorded, please. And I guess the final thing that I would say in relation to the comments from Councillor Darby is that my view is that Three Waters reform, coupled with reform in the RMA space, will probably foreshadow further reforms within the local government sector. And so, which I'm open to. There will be an opportunity for revisiting the best model for marrying land use and planning and the delivery of infrastructure. No model for local government reform is necessarily optimal, but I think that the government is in the reforming space in the local government sector, and I think that we need to be open to that. So I appreciate the work that the officers have put into this. Your Worship, I respectfully express my views in relation to C and ask that my vote be recorded, but I do want to acknowledge the challenge that you have put to the government in relation to these matters. Probably not the most comfortable debate in considering your political allegiance and history, Your Worship, but I do acknowledge the energy that you have brought to this conversation on behalf of the people of Auckland.
Thank you very much, Councillor. And I have just lost my list at the moment. I've got it back again. Councillor Wayne Walker.
So I've got a few comments to make, Mr. Mayor, and I think the thing that's really important to Aucklanders right now, because we may not have consultation for some time, is around engagement. And at this point, my concern is the engagement other than with local boards has been very wanting. So when I do a Google search around Three Waters water reform and Auckland Council, I don't turn up anything other than a few brief news clips. And when I go on the council's website and I search Three Waters reform, I don't find anything. And I know we can talk about agendas in minutes, but almost always they don't turn up through search engines, either through the Auckland Council search engine, unless you actually search via agendas in minutes, and most people won't be doing that. They'll be using things like Google. So even though we may not have a defined position, and that position may change, we should nevertheless be informing Aucklanders so that they are capable of engaging politically with the government, because this is their water. They have paid for it. We're getting a whole lot of emails from Aucklanders that certainly indicate that there's widespread concern, and I would suggest that if we were engaging with Aucklanders, they would be much more concerned than what they are now, because in point of fact, they're largely ignorant. So that was the reason for the amendment. I'm pleased that finally we will be picking up on some communications, and I would hope dedicating some space onto the council website so that it's easily searchable to find stuff. The other point that I'd make is that under items D through I, the word that is used is agree. Nowhere is there the mention of us requesting information from government around addressing our position. So that is still not there, and it's not clear to me whether we can actually get a defined response from government around that. So I would have thought it was highly desirable to have a resolution to the effect that we request it. And then around the point that I'm making around engagement, O mentions, and it's really good that Desley's got behind it, consulting with Aucklanders on this proposal, but preliminary to consulting, we need to be engaging with them, which we haven't really done to date. So that is my concern there. And I think the overriding comment that I'd make, just in addition to the really good comments that other councillors have made, and I agree with all of them, is that effectively the proposals by government take away the authority, the responsibility and the accountability on the part of Aucklanders and the council around water in all its forms, stormwater, sewage and drinking water. And that is of huge concern because, as you've pointed out, and as Megan pointed out, Aucklanders have ownership over water, and I would suggest that they regard that ownership as a right, because in particular, they've paid for it. And these reforms on the part of government essentially take them away from them and are entirely undemocratic. So I would hope that even though I couldn't get those resolutions through, that they are effectively applied. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor John Watson.
Yeah, I guess the recommendations, as far as I'm concerned, address the main issues that have certainly been coming through in recent times in terms of not supporting the ownership and governance model, agreeing to consult with the public, and I guess most importantly, in terms of an overall position, is maintaining the request or the desire that ultimately it should be the local authority who opts in or opts out. So I certainly think that's striking a chord with my constituents that are contacting me, and I think that's important because the more we learn about these proposals, and there's information in this report today that adds further to that, the more questions really have to be asked. I mean, if I just sort of take one at random, but it is quite important, is the whole WICS modelling assumption, and in particular the comparison with Scotland is almost a like for like, which really just doesn't stack up, and certainly farriers Weir and Becker have said that, but I mean, anyone with a passing knowledge of Scotland, for instance, would know that 70% of that country's population is in about a 70-kilometre belt between Glasgow and Edinburgh, and from in Auckland, just Auckland by itself, it's nearly the same distance from the city up to Warkworth. So the notion, given the density of population in Scotland, which is about 3.5 of their 5 million in that one very confined area, you would think would really reflect different cost regimes that, if applied to New Zealand as a whole, would result in slightly more costly analyses than we were given through that WICS report. So I just mentioned that in passing, and I think certainly with our public, there will be a sense of once bitten, twice shy in terms of those sorts of assurances as it goes to cost. I mean, not least of which, if we take the super city as an example of that, people, the one recurring comment you get there as well, we were told it was going to cost us less, that there'll be savings to ratepayers. I don't think, in all honesty, we can put our heart in the hand and say that. So I think that, there will be a degree of scepticism from the public in respect of that. But I suppose it, and this goes to Councillor Walker's comments about communication, I don't think it would pay us to be perhaps too smug, though, in terms of that. I know we're feeding back here, but if we're just not that long after a long-term plan, which saw, water rates, 7% rise for this year, 7% for next year, 9.5% for the next 6 years after that, which will result in the water bill essentially doubling on average from $1,069 to $2,261. So I don't think we can afford to be too complacent in our communications, because we certainly are vulnerable on that question of costs, and people will be becoming increasingly aware of that as those fairly hefty increases come through. We do have well-respected, no less figures than former CEO of Watercare, Raveen Jutta, talking about this reform package and what it might mean for Aucklanders, and certainly Raveen was very critical. He said, amongst other things, and I'll confine myself to the ones that are perhaps more acceptable to the meeting, is that he finds it ethically wrong that the charging regime that Auckland has imposed upon its ratepayers for these rate increases, and which are attributable in large part to Watercare being constrained by the Auckland Council balance sheet as a whole. Now, I know we make some suggestions in these recommendations that go towards conceivably raising that, if not necessarily addressing it in a kind of formal fashion with the government. But we are vulnerable to factual observations in terms of the cost that we are not so much have been imposing up to now, but what we're certainly looking to impose over the next decade. So I would say in that respect, the communications do have to be very clear with a wider community, not just as it goes to the numerous shortfalls of the government proposals, but also as it goes to the position we're in terms of the cost that we're proposing to impose on ratepayers over the next decade, which are at the heart of some of these concerns of this Wicks report and the government proposals. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. The next speaker is Councillor Pipakoon.
Oh, kia ora, Mr. Mayor. I don't think I was on the comment list yet, so I'm happy to
sorry,
wait.
I just took it from your last, when you were asking the question, that you might want to be added. I can leave you off at this point if you prefer.
But I'm just reflecting on my comments.
Okay, I'll come back to you last then, in case that you do want to make a comment. Councillor Efeso Collin.
Thank you, Mayor. My comments won't be long. I wanted to begin by thanking the staff. This has been a huge effort by staff, and I admittedly at the beginning of the process and through the discussions didn't have my head around much of it, so it's been good. There's been workshops had, there's been a whole lot to read, and I really welcome the professionalism that in the way in which it's been handled. Also wanted to comment on your activities and your very public interactions on this, Mayor. I think you've done an excellent job in leading the way, and as has been commented by others already, that it means that sometimes you've had to rub up against perhaps some of those who you've worked with previously with your political allegiance. But I think that's great. It's important to show Aucklanders that we've got their interests foremost in our thinking. So well done. I just wanted to make the comment around the public feedback. I like the discussion that's been had and your inclusion of the recommendation for public consultation and engagement. I think I've received a number of generic emails or perhaps general emails that have come through online, and very few emails and discussions amongst people in Manukau. So I think now as we continue to have these discussions, we'll have this paper that this is an official position now, where we can go out and talk to people about the things we've been discussing in workshops and where those discussions have now led us to. So I think it's really good, at least for the residents in Manukau who do want to pick up this conversation. It's one that we can have and we can base some of our findings on. There's been some discussion as well, or suggestion around a public plebiscite on the matter, and I'm personally not in favour of going down the road of a referendum. I am committed to public engagement and really getting a sense of where Aucklanders feel. I think one of the disappointments though for me, and this isn't in relation to the paper that's in front of us, so thanks for being forbearing and allowing me to say this, is the number of emails that I've received that, in my view, have been racially prejudiced. And there've been a whole heap of emails come to me saying, oh, Māori are getting too much of a say. This is a terrible thing that Māori is the potential for Māori to have more say. This is something that just belongs to Aucklanders. And I would invite us to, when we do go out and engage and consult, to take a step back, to breathe a little bit with everybody and invite mature, honest discussion rather than just write this off as Māori getting, this kind of Māori backlash, which is completely unnecessary and in my view, un-Auckland. And so I'm willing to engage with our communities. And very hopeful that we'll be able to do this in a way that's honest and shows a genuine level of respect for everybody. So I'll be supporting the recommendations as they stand, and am really grateful again to the staff for all that they've done, and look forward to how we go about engaging and having these discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Collins. And my apologies, I had my microphone on and I just exclaimed 15 cases today. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to put that over the air while you were talking. Thank you very much for those constructive comments. And I've got Councillor Josephine Bartley next.
Thank you, Your Worship. My comments probably a bit different from everyone else's. I understand what the government is trying to do. In my simple thoughts, it was trying to make water supply safe for everyone. And I think it's what we as Auckland Council go out there and ask other people to do. When we do projects like Innovating Streets, we ask people to think big picture and to think of the collective and not so much about how it affects them in their own lives. And I see our response as being very much that. We're just thinking about us as Auckland and how it affects us. And I would like us to think of our role in the collective of the country and the part that Auckland plays in that. But, I get the concerns that are being raised. I get our concerns regarding the governance accountability, because it was the governance accountability through you, Mayor, that was the thing that got the traction regarding this water crisis that we're in, because Watercare wasn't raising the alarm bells with us as urgently as we had hoped they would. So it was through that governance accountability that got some action happening around this drought that we're in. I agree with the sentiments that are being shared about taking this to our public, but again I ask, who's going to respond and who's going to get involved in this? Because I always go back to the relevance of it. For some people, as was mentioned earlier, they are really struggling and they're not really going to, connect to these messages of nominal ownership or, the governance accountability. They just need to know, how is it going to affect them in the pocket? How is it going to affect their lives? And then also realizing that we have a large number out there who don't pay water rates. So how are they going to be involved in this discussion, and why would they be? But I get the emails that are coming through and what people are saying to us and the concerns they're raising, which is why I will go ahead and support these recommendations, even though I personally think they are tainted to be a little bit negative. But, I'll go ahead and support it because I do respect the work that the officers have done. I would like us to work together more with the government on this as opposed to negotiating our own positions. Big difference between the two approaches. In terms of the communications that go out there, I hope our communications is going to be objective to the issues of this whole water reform, as opposed to council putting forward our own agenda and our own position, trying to seek support on that. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. So the final comment is back to Pippa Coombe, Councillor Pippa Coombe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I will try and keep it brief because there have been some excellent comments made. I do respect all my councillor colleagues and Mayor and how this has come together today and the tremendous work that's gone on behind the scenes. I do recognise that there is a case for reform and that the Minister is responding to issues that have been raised by the sector over many years. It goes back decades that local government has been calling for reforms of water. So do respect the fact that the government's taken on a huge reform agenda, and but it's just unfortunate how it has landed in terms of a lot of misinformation and also just not coming together with council in taking an approach that they just haven't come across as being open to considering all of the very positive, a lot of positive feedback that has gone back to government about how the model could be improved on. And I do feel I also just need to talk directly to those who are, there's a lot of bad actors who are stirring up discontent against the reforms because they're not coming from a place of recognising the treaty or wanting to have a partnership with mana whenua and council, and not looking at the opportunities to strengthen that partnership. And so, a lot of the email correspondence I've received has just been blatantly racist and nasty. So I really hope that as council, we have to strengthen our feedback in terms of place it directly as in terms of that we recognise our obligations under the treaty and centre it on that, because we do need to also hear from all voices on these reforms. And at the moment, we're just hearing from one particular sector. I mean, I do think there are some very valid concerns that are being raised, and I think that's captured in the feedback. We know what the outstanding issues are, but we're not hearing from all voices, and in terms of, what the opportunities are around these reforms as well. So I do think that's important. Also just wanted to make a comment too about when we look at the reforms being necessary, us as Auckland Council, since the restructuring, have often had, there's been a long list of issues that we have only just now really addressing with water care, particularly around, we haven't had a water strategy, there haven't been direct response to climate change. It's been a model that's been all about growth. It hasn't been, we haven't done well in terms of water resilience. So there has, been, so we can't, we also have to reflect on our own role, in that we've been asking for changes too, and but we are definitely ahead of the country, and I think it's important that we take a leadership role as well, because it is kind of a little bit unfathomable that you've got a lot of councils who are very noisy against the reforms, where they don't measure up at all in terms of their water quality and the security of supply. So I do think, as we've captured it here, the case for reform is there, but we've got to bring the government along in terms of being properly willing to partner with council and listen to the issues that we've raised, and to work on this further. And I think this is a good way forward, and I'm pleased too that we're delegating it to include Councillor Cooper and Councillor Hills in terms of that feedback, and that we capture all of the points that have been made from our Kaitiaki Forum, from the local boards, all of our staff advice, in giving that feedback. So I'm just sorry, just a last point I just wanted to make too is I am on Local Government New Zealand, and they have really been grappling with these reforms and trying to walk a path of working with government in a positive partnership way, but also having huge backlash from the sector. And, some of it has been really brutal, and it has been difficult for LGNZ in terms of trying to forge a way forward on these reforms. So I'm glad that we didn't kind of get into a big debate today about their role, but I do just want to acknowledge the huge work that they've also been putting into this to try and I think thank you, Councillor Bartley, for talking about we've got to think about the collective, and very quickly this gets into very individual interests when actually these reforms are all about what's best for the collective of Aotearoa. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your tremendous work on this, and I think this is great leadership in bringing us all together. And I'm sort of hearing that we're all going to be in support, except for a few. Well, I think we're pretty much all there, except for just the odd resolution. But great work. Kia ora, thank you.
Kia ora, thank you very much, Councillor. And if I can now speak in reply, and I just want to begin by, sorry, we've got somebody's mic on. I think we're right now. Look, first of all, I want to thank councillors for their focused and their constructive comments. I know not everybody has commented, but everybody has commented to me somewhere along the way and made their viewpoints pretty clear and helped me inform the position that I'm proposing to council together with officers on this. Just want to pick up the question that a couple of people raised about political allegiance. Look, I'm proudly a life member of the Labour Party, but my role as mayor is not to represent a political party, it's to represent the interests of the city that elected me to this position. And I'm sure that that's true of all of you. We come from a whole lot of different political backgrounds, and what we try to do is the right thing for our city and for the right reasons. So who's in government really doesn't matter a whole lot to the principal position that we need to take on what is the right answer and what might not be the right answer to resolve this. Having said that, I don't impute any negative intentions to the government in bringing this reform through. 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago, 12 years ago, when I was part of a cabinet, we were struggling with this issue of poor water quality and inability to invest enough in this area. So along with Deputy Mayor Cashmore, I applaud the government for taking the issue on, and I applaud their objectives, support their objectives, but I don't support the particular model that they're putting up. First of all, on amalgamations, yeah, look, we think that's that you need to have scale in order to deliver effectively and efficiently and get the procurement advantages. But in that sense, the proposed reform doesn't affect Auckland or help Auckland that much because we already have that scale. The reforms, as Councillor Bartley, I think, said, it's about the whole of the country. And yes, there should be universally high quality water standards across our whole country and across our whole city for that matter. But again, I would say on behalf of, the effectiveness of water care has been to provide the best quality water that's available across this country, to provide it efficiently and effectively. I'm not saying they can't improve. They most absolutely can improve. And whatever the outcome of this reform, we will be looking to improve our productivity, to improve our efficiency, to improve the quality of the water. What I don't accept is the criticism that I've sometimes heard that lumps us in with councils that aren't investing enough in water. You all know that we've invested on top of the $11 billion worth of assets that we currently have within water care. We're doubling that asset investment, and we're doubling it for good reason. And when you double the asset base that you've got, that's going to cost money. And the people that pay for that money, regardless of what the nature of this reform might be, will end up being the people that consume the service and the product they provide. So yes, we have to invest for growth. Yes, we have to invest for resilience, because we've seen the impact already of climate change, and that will only increase. And yes, we have to invest to improve the quality of water across the board, including our stormwater and our wastewater. And we are now tackling the 100-year-old problem of wastewater overflows into our harbours. And we've bitten the bullet on that, because we put in place a wastewater water quality targeted rate. We've bitten the bullet on saying, yes, we are going to invest and have invested in this financial year and last $250 million to ensure that we can continue to supply good quality, reliable water to our city. And yes, we will have to pay for it. Now, if the government looks at all of the options to how we can spread that cost over generations, we can do that, not putting all of the burden of that cost on the next decade. And that's why we say to the government, please work with us with the credit rating agencies, because we believe that there is no risk in you guaranteeing additional investment through Watercare, because we have a guaranteed source of revenue for a product that is a necessity, for a provider that is a regulated monopoly, and there is no risk in this. This is the safest investment that can be made, and there are other ways of improving the level of investment that we're making. Notwithstanding the huge increase in investment, we could invest more, and we could invest more if the government was to work with us and provide some sort of guarantee. Just want to remind the government as well, this is not a subsidised area by government. We pay for this ourselves. They could look, for that matter, if they're looking at all options, at something akin to transport, where they have a financial assistance rate. They could look at providing a guarantee. We can get all of the benefits of reform without giving away governance to ensure accountability and responsibility. And what I am absolutely passionate about is that I can never support something that creates an entity that will not be accountable through elected representatives to the community that it serves. I do not believe that water should become another electricity supply group or a communications group where there is no control. The government can provide all the control they need through their regulator, through the economic regulator and the water quality regulator. But there still needs to be that democratic accountability, and Watercare wasn't doing everything right. And I think that our government's role in Watercare and dealing with the drought and with the issues of climate change, etc., have helped that organisation be more responsive to the people of our community. And, we would have to really think very, very carefully about saying it's fine that we remove that governance and accountability requirements, that we effectively lose ownership, because the ownership granted under the initial reform is nominal. It has none of the characteristics of ownership, and the regulatory review group has absolutely no power. We need to retain the requirement that Watercare, or whatever the water services entity that might be created is, has to give effect to our broader strategies, that we have the right to elect and remove members of the board, that we have the right to approve and to ask for changes in the statement of intent. I know there are some people that say democracy is inefficient and unproductive and expensive. I believe in democracy, and I believe that accountability has to be left there. I want to touch on the potentially contentious issue of the Maori role in water. Why has a particular importance to Maoridom, and it is part of their taonga, and I absolutely approve of the concept of Te Maori or Te Wai, the life-giving force of water. And I believe that Maori can have a really important, positive and constructive role in whatever happens in our water strategy and in our water provider. But I do not resile from the belief that if the whole community of Auckland has invested their resources in not the water, because nobody pays for the water itself, they pay for the infrastructure, and Watercare's role is about the infrastructure, to treat that water, to bring it to a drinkable standard, to treat the wastewater, to make sure that it's much closer to pure when it goes back into the harbour than it is now. And I will not abandon the right of the people, of all of the people of our community, to exercise accountability collectively through their elected representatives and concede that we would not have a controlling share in that asset, because that's what brings democracy to the table. So I think it's compatible to improve the quality of the Māori input into it and then their influence, and I'm not negating the influence that the IMSB already has in terms of appointing the directors to water care along with representatives of council. But I don't believe that the two things need to be in conflict. I think we can improve the quality of Māori import and their say, but without giving away the right of the people of the whole community to effectively provide governance for water care through their elected representatives. Now, I'm sorry, that's a bit long, but this is a really important issue. I really want to express my appreciation to officers. I don't know whether we started in the same position, but we've ended up in the same position. We're pretty much on a par with what we think of the proposals, the good parts of the proposals and the unacceptable parts of the proposal. I think that the mood that we're expressing in this council will be expressed in many other places around the country. And I really hope and expect that the government will show that flexibility and the genuine partnership with local government to find a way of achieving the objectives that are fine objectives, but in a way that is acceptable to the communities that water services entities will serve. So with that, colleagues, the motion has been moved and seconded. Nobody has called for a roll call for the vote. So I'll put it on the voices. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
To the contrary, please say no.
No on C. Councillor Newman, if my
yeah, no, I've got that recorded. Thank you, Councillor. Is there anybody else that wants to record a contrary view on any aspect of these recommendations? If not, with the exception of Councillor Newman on clause C, I will declare this carried by an overwhelming majority, which I think strengthens our position and our mandate to go back to government and ask for these changes. Thank you very much, councillors. A very good debate. It's now close enough to 1:30. I suggest that the governing body resume at 2 o'clock to complete the agenda. Thank you very much for your input.
Thanks, Phil.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Kia ora koutou, everyone. It's now just on 2 o'clock, so we'd better just, if I can get Sandra maybe to do a quick roll call again for us to check that we've got most people back online.
Sure. Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Yeah, present, Simon.
Councillor Bartley.
Present.
Councillor Casey. Councillor Collins. Councillor Coombe.
Kia ora no.
Councillor Cooper.
Yes.
Councillor Dalton. Councillor Darby.
Yes.
Councillor Filipina.
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Henderson. Councillor Hills.
Kia ora koutou katoa.
Councillor Mulholland.
Good afternoon, present.
Councillor Newman.
Good afternoon, Sandra.
Councillor Sayers.
Yes, thank you, Sandra.
Councillor Simpson.
I'm here, Sandra. Thank you.
Councillor Stewart.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Walker. Councillor Watson.
Present, Sandra.
Councillor Young.
Good afternoon, Sandra.
Thank you, Mayor Goff.
Great. I think those that aren't here will be with us shortly. So welcome back, everyone. Now, this could take a short or a long time. So let's see how we go. We'll just work our way through the remaining 11 items. So the next item is the significance and engagement policy, and this is in regard to adopting a draft policy for consultation. We workshopped this. I don't think it was hugely controversial. Councillor Simpson, if I can ask you to move it, Councillor Filipina to second it, and if I can get Ross Tucker and Kenneth Aiulu-Patutia to speak to it. Kenneth, are you leading it or Ross? Do I have either of you on the call?
Tēnā koe koro mātua, this is Eddie. Kenneth Aiulu-Patutia will be leading this, just not sure if he's on, maybe give him a moment, Your Worship.
Okay, otherwise you're the fill-in substitute, Eddie, so I hope you're ready.
Hello, Your Worship.
Kenneth, welcome to the program. Yeah, let's, if you'd like to take us through that, and then we'll open it up for questions and then for comment.
Thank you, Your Worship.
We'll just make sure we've got your volume right, please.
Okay, I think we're ready to go. We are seeking approval on the draft significance engagement policy as the basis for public consultation. And given the significant decisions signalled on the horizon just from the discussion today, I would suggest that our mahi is quite timely. Mahi like this takes a village, and I have Ross Tucker, Justine Yung and Eddie Tuiavi'i who will also contribute to our kōrero today. The significance and engagement policy is undergoing a policy refresh to ensure that it remains contemporary and user-friendly. This was something that Council always intended to do after the policy was adopted in 2014, based on the premise that good policy for Tamaki Makaurau doesn't operate in a vacuum, it evolves as Tamaki Makaurau evolves. To be clear, the current policy is still largely relevant, but there is an opportunity to update it to reflect changes that have occurred in our public environment and to ensure it remains relevant into the future. So the goal of the policy refresh is to provide for a simplified decision-making process through a high-level guiding document that A, allows for case-by-case assessments, and B, continues to enable engagement that is inclusive and forward-thinking. At this point, I'll pass it over to my colleague Ross Tucker to talk to the scope and proposed updates to the significance side of the policy. Eddie Tuiavi'i will then follow and talk to proposed updates to the engagement side of the policy, talking to the consultation process and next steps. Over to you, Ross.
Thanks, Kenneth. So the significance side of the policy provides guidance about how the council considers how significant a decision is, and then that in turn helps us, gives us guidance around what's the appropriate process for engaging with the community and making the actual decision. As part of the refresh for the significance part of the policy, we're proposing to make some changes, minor tweaks really, that clarify that significance is a continuum. So rather than a binary thing about a decision is either significant or insignificant, it's a question of, well, how significant is it from low to high to very high. Also to clarify that when we think about the significance of a decision, often it's appropriate to look at a package of proposals or decisions together and look at it as a whole. Is that package, how significant is that whole package in its entirety? The significance part of the policy also lists the strategic assets of the council as defined in the Local Government Act 2002. There's lots of different kind of definitions of strategic and common usage, but a very specific definition in the Local Government Act. And that defines strategic assets as assets or the groups of assets the council needs to continue to own in order for it to achieve outcomes and services that are important to the well-being of its community. So as part of the refresh, what we've tried to do is review the list of strategic assets, not to do a line-by-line assessment, but just to really make sure that what we've got in the policy, the wording around it, the categorisation of assets aligns with the intention and definitions in the legislation. So the previous version of the policy was a bit unclear, kind of used some different terms. We've tried to make sure that the new wording aligns as close as possible to the legislation, just to improve clarity. In terms of the adjustments to the proposed list of strategic assets, is all set out in the reports and we've workshopped it. But at a high level, what we're trying to do is align the list of assets to the Local Government Act definition and really a focus on, well, what are the assets required to, or groups of assets in order to, required to deliver services. We tried to reflect this view that most of the assets that council uses to provide its core services relate to groups or networks of assets, such as the network of water assets, networks of transport assets, etc. And a lot of that is in the current policy, and it's about refining and tweaking things across other things that don't quite align in the current policy. We are proposing here to remove some of the specific assets. So while some of the assets in the current policy are groups and networks, there are some specific individual ones mentioned. And some of them kind of get down into heritage assets, waterfront assets, which while we recognise is important to the community, we don't think they're kind of in that same level of critical for delivering core services. So what we're proposing is taking them out of the strategic assets list, but instead providing some more guidance. And we've introduced that by way of some significance guidelines on how we determine significance for those property type assets. So there's a new series of guidelines that sit alongside the policy that explains how we think about things like waterfront assets and heritage buildings and to determine how significant that is. And then that kind of leads us to taking a more fit for purpose consultation, which might involve, rather than an LTP amendment with auditors, a process that involves the local board, involves the interested part of the community, and gives us more fit for purpose and a bit more flexibility. So that's kind of, in essence, what we're trying to do with the significance side. So I'll now hand over to Eddie to talk about the engagement side of the policy.
Tēnā rawa te koe, Ross. As a brief prompt, the engagement section of the policy provides 5 high-level principles on how to engage most effectively and inclusively with the diverse communities of Tamaki Makaurau. In keeping with the proposed parameters established by our learned finance colleagues and with the guidance and considerations from the combined workshop of both the PACE and F&P committees last month, the scope of the engagement updates, Your Worship, is also consistent with a refresh as opposed to a rewrite. The updates, 4 short updates, simplifying an existing text to make the policy more user-friendly, as Ali'iman Manu Kenneth alluded to. It's Engagement 101. Secondly, ensuring the engagement principles, again there are 5, capture a more diverse Tamaki Makaurau. You'll all be acutely aware, elected members, that Tamaki Makaurau in 2014, when this policy was written, versus Tamaki Makaurau today are two quite different environments. Number 3, capturing the need to safeguard elected members and the community and staff during consultation and engagement. Look, this is consistent, Your Worship and members, with the guidance and the considerations given to us at the combined workshop last month, but also it acknowledges that the issues that we're tackling, the complexity of decisions we're tasked with making, as well as the expectations of our community and more, are all on the rise. We need to be able to consult and engage, deliberate and hold dialogue safely. Our proposed revision I put to you captures this acute need to safeguard everyone. Finally, this brings me to the next point. Our proposed refresh gives more visibility to the connection between the policy, which is being refreshed, and the engagement guidelines, which operationalize the significance and engagement policy. But it also supports staff in the organisation more generally when engaging and consulting. A separate refresh of the engagement guidelines will begin in Q4. Through the Chair Leader Mayava, and to use a journalism parlance, I'd now like to throw to Justine Yu to round out our kōrero. Kia ora.
Thanks, Eddie. I'll just introduce our next steps to wrap up our introduction. So our projected timeline for the next few months leading up to our end date of February 2022 is going to be short and sweet. Again, this is to reflect our policy refresh and just the fact that we're making very minor changes to the overall policy. Following today's adoption of our draft policy, hopefully, we will be running our public consultation starting on Monday, the 27th of September, to finish up on the 18th of October. We will be going to local boards for their local board workshops and views in November. And we will also be presenting the results of the feedback consultation to them. We will be going back to the local boards in December to formalize their views at their business meetings. And then from December onwards, we will be making additional adjustments to our draft policy to reflect the overall consultation views, with, of course, the goal being to return to governing body in February of next year to formalize and adopt a final policy, which will conclude this piece of work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So thank you to Kenneth, Ross, Eddie and Justine on that. So we'll begin with questions. I don't have any questions, but I do have a couple of comments. So I'll just pause for a second to see if there are any questions. Question, Wayne Walker.
Yeah, hi. So as it stands now, marinas, with the exception of Westhaven, are not strategic assets. Quite obviously, they're used for strategic purposes, including the transport network, placemaking, amongst other things. Are we going to be picking up on that?
It's Ross here. So we're not proposing to include marinas on the list of strategic assets. The transport network as a whole is. So I guess the parts of marinas used for ferry operations could be considered to fall under that broad category of part of an overall transport network. So it would be captured as a highly significant change, requiring LTP amendment if we were to fundamentally change big parts of the transport network. What we're saying is there's a whole range of other property assets, and that we think rather than including them on the list of strategic assets, there's a more appropriate way to deal with that through these new guidelines to determine the significance of those assets, and lets us then determine what is fit for purpose consultation and engagement. Just because it's not on the list of strategic assets doesn't mean that it wouldn't require consultation or even a special consultative procedure. Those are all considerations that are made on a case-by-case basis. But our view is that the marinas aren't kind of the same category as the road network and the water network in terms of providing core services, and in terms of the definition in the Local Government Act.
Through you, Ross, have we received some advice around that? If so, can it be made available? Because we know that the marinas and the areas where the ferries berth, which are owned by council, are part of the ferry network, and I'm assuming that the ferry network is part of the transport network, and we know that those marina areas would be incredibly important in respect of any civil defence emergency that took out the roading network. Obviously, we don't have a marina strategy that would have otherwise identified this, but in the absence of an informed answer, is there some information that you can forward to councillors that addresses the question I'm raising? Because I would suggest that the marinas do form a strategic asset. We have the precedent that Westhaven, which is a marina, is a strategic asset. My question is, what makes Westhaven as a strategic asset any different to Gulf Harbour, Pine Harbour, and the other marinas that council also owns and are similar in almost every principle?
Ross,
so that's the question.
Are you wanting to answer that?
Yep. So I guess in terms of advice, what advice we can share, there isn't anything specific. We've engaged with the legal team and others. At the end of the day, what assets are significant or not is a matter of judgment to be applied by each council. We're kind of reflecting. We've looked at what some of the other councils do. We've had a look at Wellington City Council, for example. They've got a very clear policy. We've tried to align things as much as possible to legislation. So it's a question of what are the core services and community outcomes the council's trying to achieve, and which assets are critical for achieving that. So we don't kind of see marinas as fall into that category, noting that they are important to local communities, as are lots of other property assets. But we don't see them as strategic, other than the parts of it that would form part of the public transport network.
Supplementary question then. So are you proposing that we take out the Westhaven Marina as a strategic asset on the basis of the principles that you've just outlined?
That's correct. So it's one saying it's not included on the current proposed list in this draft policy.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but currently it is a strategic asset. So you're proposing to take Westhaven Marina out as a strategic asset?
That's correct. So we don't see any basis to include one, but not others. Similarly, if you look at across the public transport network, the previous policy references Britomart, but doesn't reference a whole range of other busway stations or new city rail link stations. So we think it's appropriate to be talking about the network as a whole in terms of transport, and having a different approach for some of the property-based assets. That's what we're proposing. It is just a proposal for consultation, and we can make final decisions once we hear back from the community.
So a further
last question,
supplementary
please.
question. So are you saying that the busway stations that Auckland Council owns, that I would have thought were part of the transport network, an integral part, are not strategic assets? Is that what you're saying?
What we're saying that the public transport network is part of a strategic transport, a strategic asset, that the network as a whole is the asset. What we're not doing is listing every individual station, for example. So it's about the network as a whole, as it appears in the strategic assets, not individual components.
So is
sorry, Wayne, you've had 5 questions. I'm sorry, I'm going to go to the next questioner at this point. Councillor Chris Darby.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a small one from me. Thank you, Ross. The change from social housing network to council's interest in housing for older people managed by Haumaru. Ross, there's a category of senior housing that we also own in addition to Haumaru you may be familiar with. I don't think there's a lot of it. There's some on the North Shore where there are groups of houses that are rented and are not through Haumaru. Are you aware of those, and does that change capture that interest?
not specifically aware of that. Maybe there's others on the call that know a bit about the detail there. What we're trying to do there is the legislation talks is very specific around social housing, and it has some wording. So shares in ports and airports and interests in social housing must be included in the list by legislation. We've tried to align the wording as much as possible to match the legislation. But I'm not quite sure about the details of those other particular ones. I guess if they fall within the legal definition, then I guess regardless of what we do with our policy, they'd be captured. I'm not sure if there's others on the call that are able to clarify anything better. It might be if there's further details, something we could look at post-consultation to just tidy up to make sure that it's 100%.
Yeah, look, just leave it there and we'll go to consultation and tidy it up later on. Thanks, Mayor.
Yep, thank you, Councillor. And this is a document for consultation, so depending on what comes back, we'll get a second bite at this one. Councillor John Watson, question, please.
Yes, thanks. I'm really trying to clarify the earlier responses to Councillor Walker in terms of the strategic nature of the transport network, and particularly as that might apply to marinas. So, Ross, correct me if I'm wrong, you said that you're proposing to remove Westhaven as a strategic marina in the first place, but as far as marinas as a whole go, you said yes, there's parts of the marina that are a strategic asset, and when I think of the ones that I'm familiar with, if we're talking about the marina land, that's big significant parks, because in a number of instances they serve as park and rides in order to enable people to catch ferries. So in a number of locations, not least of which ones like Gulf Harbour, you're talking about a big proportion of the hammerhead, for instance, that forms that strategic function. So in practical terms, it's a little difficult to understand that, yes, they are strategic assets, or at least parts of them, and I'm suggesting quite significant parts of them, but they're not classified as such individually, but they are classified as such as part of the wider transport network. So I guess from the position of someone wishing to feed into this consultation, is it are they strategic assets or not, and what is the difference in their protection in terms of being noted individually as opposed to being part of the transport network?
So what we're proposing with this policy is to focus on groups or networks, and say that because the definition is around services and outcomes for the community. So what is kind of strategic here is the ability of the council to provide ongoing public transport services. So having a network of busway stations, a network of park and rides, a network of ferries is all integral to providing ferry services. So by saying that the public transport network as a whole is a strategic asset, what it means is if there was some changes that fundamentally, something changed with those assets that fundamentally meant we couldn't provide ferry services, or a significant number of ferry services or other parts of the public transport services couldn't be provided, then that would have a high degree of significance. But what we're not saying is individual assets and components are strategic in their own right, and therefore any change to any particular component would require a full LTP amendment, full public consultation, auditors to come in, a 20-page, say, plus consultation document. So we don't think that's the right approach for individual assets within part of a broader network. It's about, is there a major change to the service and the network of assets that underpin that service?
Okay, so just a quick follow-up, and you were drifting in and out there, Ross. I missed parts of it, but one of the protections of being a strategic asset is that consultation process that it triggers through annual plan or long-term plan. So in the past, we have moved to dispose of marinas, for instance, without any such consultation. So are you saying now that if someone was to contemplate that again, because they're part of the strategic transport network, it would trigger that consultation requirement of a strategic asset because it is part of a strategic network.
So under the current policy, either things are a strategic asset and that triggers a full LTP audited amendment, or it's not a strategic asset and the policy gives no guidance around what you should do with consultation. So it's kind of an all or nothing approach. What we're trying to do here is create more of a spectrum and kind of go strategic assets are the big decisions that have significant impact on services. That's one end of the spectrum. And then what we're saying is that with other property-based assets, we've introduced some new guidelines that talk about how significant a decision is and what sort of consultation could be required. So it may well be that if there's a change to marinas that might require an SCP, it might require consultation through an annual budget might be appropriate. So consultation just through an annual budget wouldn't meet the requirements for a strategic asset because it's not an LTP amendment. So what we're trying to do is saying, well, what does fit for purpose consultation mean? And maybe some things are not SCPs, they're more Section 82 consultation where the local board can, for example, could lead the discussion with the local community in different ways and figure out what's the best way to actually engage with the community in the circumstances. So it's about, rather than all or nothing, strategic assets, and it's got this process is all or nothing, it's a bit more a spectrum and fit for purpose consultation.
And that would allow for changes that make certain assets more important strategically than they were previously. For instance, climate change demands, as time ticks by, some assets are going to become even more strategic in terms of coping with the effects of climate change. So that's allowed for in this as well?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. So you'd consider case by case, what are all the considerations and how strategic is it? And is the consultation fit for purpose given all of those kind of factors?
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Kathy, you've put a question on the sidebar and there's been an answer.
Thanks, Phil. Yeah, I'm really supportive of this draft policy. But Kenneth, I'd like you to talk a wee bit more. We've concentrated on the significance part of it, and I'm really keen to just spend a couple of minutes talking about the improvement to the at least our ideas to improve consultation. And two aspects for me are highlighted in the draft. One is improving safety, and I'd quite like you to talk about what has prompted that. That's the safety of elected members, staff, and the community. We spend a lot of time in consultation. And the second one is that 20% of Aucklanders have a need for access, whether it's sight impairment, hearing, or literacy. And I'm interested in your focus on that in this draft.
Thank you, Councillor Casey, for the question. So it's a very interesting point. And I guess when we talk about changes in the environment and some of the situations that we've faced over recent years or recent times when we've gone out to engage, there have been challenges that we've had to face as an organisation in regards to going into environments that are potentially hostile, not just with staff, but with different community groups coming to the table who are very passionate about their views, to ensure that we are protecting the safety and well-being of everybody in attendance. So to this end, the engagement guidelines, we think, is the best way to look at operational solutions that we can put in place to help alleviate what is often, just what can be at times very passionate groups who've got a perspective, but just ensuring that the conversation, the dialogue is one that is constructive and safe for all present. So we are working with a health and safety team, a wellbeing team for a start. We are looking at what security we can put in place that still allows our staff to do what they need to do from an engagement perspective, but know that there are professionals in place if necessary to help and support. And we're talking to the advisory panels and the community groups directly to understand their perspectives and their challenges so that we ensure the guidelines that we come up with in this space take into account what they think will work best to, as you say, allow them better accessibility, but also provide a constructive environment for meaningful engagement dialogue when we go out to consult.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ken. That's great.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Walker, you've got 2 more questions in the sidebar. Can you ask each of those, and then I think we'll move to comments.
Yes. So when I look at the list, I see a list of stadiums, but Western Springs is missing. I see community halls, but also I don't see leisure centres. I would have thought that they would have been strategic assets as well. In some instances, leisure centres and libraries are combined. And under public transport network, quite obviously it mentions Britomart, but there is no reference to the ferry network as part of the public transport network, even though the roading network is specifically categorised. So for consistency, I would have thought we would have had the ferry network identified. And in addition to that, I'm not sure whether there may be interests in parts of the rail network that we would want to identify as strategic assets, or again, is that implicit in public transport network? So a couple of specific things I'm homing in on: leisure centres and Western Springs Stadium missed, and then public transport network, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Ross, that's back to you, is it?
Yeah, so I think here you may be looking at the current version of the policy. So I think in the documentation it's got the current version of the policy and the proposed new policy. So I think that might, if you look at the current version, that might clear some of these things up. So what we're saying is it's the public transport network. We see ferries as part of it, but I guess equally, Auckland Transport is trying to move in towards more integrated networks. So having the roads and park and rides and ferries work together, having rail and bus interchanges, and being able to seamlessly move from one mode to another, with hop cards, etc., is a key part of how we think about how Auckland Transport thinks about public transport as one network. So it's about public transport network. That's the service. The service is moving people around through public transport. In terms of community facilities, I think we have on the list community facilities as kind of the headline, and then we make it clear that includes libraries, halls, leisure centres, and the rest. So that the idea, again, the direction we're heading in is more multi-use facilities. So rather than specific purposes, the idea is it's the network of community facilities, including all of those different things, make up that network of community facilities. And then in terms of stadiums and venues, we're treating that as one network, and we give some examples of what are the definition. We make it clear we're talking about all of the stadiums together as a network.
Okay, look, I think we want to now move to comments. So I've got the first comment in the name of Councillor Linda Cooper. Linda, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I've been very comforted by Ross's explanation that we're talking about networks. So if any network is disrupted by any proposition, then it will be consulted on. Really, my comments are around public safety, staff safety, elected members' safety at consultations, and I do an awful lot along with usually a team of a couple of councillors, IMSB members and staff in bylaw policy, and we've had some pretty hairy types of responses from people throwing things at staff, local board members abusing us actually, so all sorts going on, sometimes fellow councillors. So I think this is a really good move, because we have to do these sorts of consultation in good faith, and that means everybody remaining calm and getting an opportunity to be heard, but also when they're heard, to let other people have a turn and respect all the people in the process. So I really endorse that part of it as well as the rest of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Desley Simpson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Look, I'll just keep mine brief. I'm happy to move this, and I want to thank Kenneth, Ross, Eddie and Justine for their work on this. I also want to thank them for the huge amount of time that they put into the workshop answering everyone's questions that was chaired by both myself and Matua Alf Filipina. Look, we keep an open mind on this, but in essence, all this is an update because, as has been mentioned, Auckland has moved a bit since 2014. It's simplifying existing text. We will always want to make our material more user-friendly. It actually is ensure that we can engage better because the principles capture a more diverse Auckland, which of course we are now, and of course the need to safeguard staff and ourselves and the community during engagement. That of course, as well as giving a further sort of joining up between the policy and the forthcoming and separate refresh of the engagement guidelines. So I'm happy to move, noting it does go up for public consultation, knowing that we do have an open mind, but I believe some of the changes are for the better, most definitely. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. You're already down as having moved it, and Councillor Filipina as having seconded it. So that's all been done and dusted. Councillor Wayne Walker.
So just speaking to the item, I'm very encouraged that we're revisiting the strategic assets. I am concerned though, because there are assets that I would consider that are strategic that don't appear to be identified to the extent that I think members of the public would understand. There may well be items that members of the public regard as strategic assets that aren't identified. And so I would suggest that if it's possible, accompanying the consultation, we actually have some listing of other assets. For example, is the council administrative building on the corner of Wellesley and Albert Street a strategic asset? Because as it stands now, I'm trying to see where an asset like that fits, because it doesn't appear to be in the list, though I may be missing something there. So I think there's a little bit more work required here in terms of what we go out to for public engagement around things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We are in comments now, Kenneth, so unless it's pretty vital, it'd be unusual to ask staff to come back in and comment once the discussion is already underway. Okay. I will then put the motion. It's been moved and seconded, and this is to approve the draft significance and engagement policy for public consultation. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
To the contrary, no. I declare. Okay, and we'll note that that wasn't carried unanimously. I'll declare it carried, and we move to item number 13. Item number 13 could be a long debate, but we've had many debates on this. That's not to say that people don't have the right to make the comments that they feel appropriate, but this is about adopting a statement of proposal to put out for public consultation, and we are on a time frame now. The current bylaw runs out before the next election. And if we haven't adopted an alternative freedom camping in vehicles bylaw, then we will have no bylaw and no controls. So if we could maybe keep that in the back of our mind. Introducing the, well, first of all, I might just get somebody to move and second the recommendations.
I'll move it, Mr. Chair. Linda Cooper.
Linda Cooper to move. A seconder, please.
I'll second.
Okay, Angela Dalton. Right. I'll now, we've got from our officers, Katarina Maki, who I'll invite to speak in a moment. She's being supported by Paul Wilson, Adrian Wilson, Katie Bexley, and Jessica Johnston. So, Katarina, if you'd like to introduce the item, and then we'll go through questions and comments.
Kia ora koutou, ngā mihi kia koutou, Mr Mayor and Councillors. I'll briefly introduce this item and of course coordinate any questions you have to our other staff who are here in support. So the key decisions requested today are to adopt a statement of proposal for public consultation and to appoint a bylaw panel. The draft bylaw is being made under the Freedom Camping Act and its specific legislative purpose, intent and requirements. It is the Freedom Camping Act itself which allows freedom camping in the Auckland area and in the rest of New Zealand. The statement of proposal and draft bylaw have been prepared in accordance with statutory requirements. So we've made sure that it's authorised by statute, that it's not unreasonable, that it's not repugnant to other legislation, and that it doesn't give rise to implications or inconsistencies with the New Zealand Bill of Rights. We've also followed the Freedom Camping Act criteria to prohibit or restrict camping, to protect sensitive areas and to manage impacts on public health, safety and access. And we've also worked to ensure and look at whether the cumulative impact of decision making does not in fact cause an effective ban. The statement of proposal implements governing body decisions made in March and May of this year, and it was at the March meeting of the governing body where the substantive decisions about the scope and approach of this draft bylaw were made. It was at that meeting where the August 2019 resolutions of governing body that looked to see whether you could prohibit freedom camping on roads and in residential areas, and where you asked for staff advice on whether this was possible. That was considered at that point in time. Staff provided advice in public, and legally privileged advice was provided to the governing body in confidence. And it was the cumulative advice from that March meeting that led to what you see today. And the May meeting is where options for a general rule and agreement about preferred settings were made. So it's these decisions that form the basis of the draft bylaw and statement proposal before you today. And the key elements of the proposal are to continue to manage reserves under the Reserves Act to protect and maintain their existing environmental and recreational values, the scheduling of prohibited areas, currently 45, and restricted areas, currently 22, and agreeing the preferred settings for a general rule for non-reserve parks and open spaces and road areas, which is that all freedom camping would be self-contained, be of a 2-night maximum, a leaving time of 9 a.m. and a 2-week return period. These are summarised in the table under paragraph 33, and at the May meeting there was some debate around whether a 1-night or 2-night maximum stay was required, and in response to that debate, staff were asked that the full options considered for the general rule settings be included in the statement of proposal, and staff have implemented this. Those full options are contained on page 182 to 83 of the agenda report. Local board views were sought on the proposed statement of proposal and the draft bylaw in August. 21 local boards made resolutions. Their resolutions in full, and the staff response is in attachment B, and additional information or tabled items is in attachment C. Of the 21 local boards, 12 supported, but 10 of those were with concerns and requested changes. 6 supported in part, also with concerns and requested changes, and 3 did not support. Whilst the full details of each individual local board are in the attachments, overall there were real concerns about current enforcement resource and requests for increases in that enforcement resource, concerns about whether the draft bylaw is managing the impacts enough. There were requests to add prohibited sites and requests to prohibit entire areas. There was real concern around freedom camping on roads. And 2 local boards expressed concern over the exclusion of reserves, as they wanted to add some reserves because they believe they are better freedom camping sites, and that would help increase visitors and support the local economy. There are risks with adopting the statement of proposal for public consultation. This is a topic that brings out strong views, concerns and advocacy, and also ideas about other ways to do things. Many members of the Auckland community will have an in-principle concern with the permissive nature of the Freedom Camping Act and the criteria it has in terms of whether you can prohibit or restrict things. There will be concerns expressed around the impacts on the community and whether the bylaw goes far enough to manage those impacts. There will also be in-principle concerns to maintain the right to freedom camp in accordance with the Act, and perhaps a belief or perception about the cumulative impact of council decisions being an effective ban. So those key risks are summarised in the table in paragraph 69. We receive a lot of concerns in the previous public engagement and from local boards about the level of compliance and enforcement resource, and there may be really increased public expectations about what can be delivered within existing resource and service levels. I note that governing body requested for information from staff about options to increase compliance, and so that has been presented in the table at paragraph 46. We still have the ongoing issue around knowledge to implement the bylaw in terms of identifying parks that are held under the Local Government Act and parks that are held under the Reserves Act. This process is reliant on information that Council currently holds. It is not complete, and other areas of Council are trying to improve that, and we've included the detail about that in paragraph 48 and 52. I would note that this issue has been flagged through every agenda report that we have presented to governing body to date. If the statement of proposal is approved, we plan to do public consultation between the 18th of October and the 28th of November. And the type of public consultation that will be undertaken will be tailored to the alert level at the time. Thank you. That's all we have, and any questions?
Thank you very much, Katarina. Before we move to questions, there's just a couple of points that I want to make that might prevent unnecessary comment or debate. The first is that you've all been circulated with a response from our legal people in terms of threatened legal action for judicial review, and I just want to emphasise that the legal advice that I have is that there is no legal impediment to governing body approving this draft bylaw for public consultation. Obviously in public we will not be talking about proposed legal action. That would not be appropriate. I've mentioned before that we really need to get this going. It's not, I know there's been some discussion that, we need more time to consult, etc. We have worked on this now for over a couple of years, and we have to have the new bylaw in place. Otherwise there will be no freedom camping bylaw by October next year. The third thing I want to make is that this is a controversial issue. I'm telling you nothing. There are those that want to restrict further. There are those that want to free up further. What is important to us is not to try to make everybody happy, because we won't be able to do that, but to mitigate the risk of successful legal challenge by ensuring that any bylaw that we make under the Act is lawful and reasonable, and that has to guide our decision making today. So with just those things built around it, perhaps I can just raise at this point too, I've received a proposed amendment from Councillor John Watson. Thanks for sending us that, John. The advice I've got is that that cannot be accepted as an amendment because it's revoking a decision that was made back at the May governing body. And if you want to revoke a previous decision, there needs to be notice and there needs to be a report back on that. So my advice is that I'm unable to accept that recommendation. The recommendation was to limit it to one night instead of two, but obviously to make the point that while we've got 2 nights out there, this is a consultation process, and people may well say it should be 1 night or it should be 3 nights or whatever, and then we can make a decision on the balance of the evidence when this comes back to us. Questions. I have the first question in the name of Desley Simpson.
Thanks, Your Worship, and thanks for highlighting those key points at the beginning. Look, I have 3 hopefully quick questions. My first is in relation to the risks on issue point 69. But I want to read it in a different way. So are you saying, because my understanding is a lot of local boards have sent emails through during this meeting, and in fact my own local board has got a resolved issue that isn't part of this paper, but is it true that council could consider increasing the number of restricted areas following consultation? Because in 69 it says the proposed bylaw would enable freedom campers to set 2 nights above a substantive rule. Council could consider increasing the number of designated restricted areas following consultation. So I'm just getting your confirmation, because my local board has resolved, and it's not in this paper, that they would like to include parts of Tamaki Drive to prohibit freedom camping. And they have mentioned Okahu Bay under cultural significance, Mission Bay because of the hindrance to commercial activity, and Kohi and St Heliers Beach because of related to business areas as well, and access. So in response to my local board, my question is, once if we get those areas in the consultation document that people would like them to be restricted, they can then be added. It's possible for them to be added after the consultation. God, I hope that's...
Yep. Raina, have you got an answer on that, please?
Kia ora, yes I do. So there's 2 ways we could do that. We could have a bylaw and then assess other sites to meet the Freedom Camping Act criteria to see whether they could be prohibited or restricted, and make an amendment to the schedules of a bylaw to add them. Or if elected members wanted to do it as part of this round, then we would have to pause the decision-making process once the bylaw panel has deliberated and go through a further round of public consultation. So that would delay bringing in a bylaw.
Can you just confirm, please, your first option, which sounded faster and just as easy?
So it would be complete this process as consulted under the current statement of proposal, have a bylaw, and then we would need to assess sites under the Freedom Camping Act and go through an amendment process, which includes public consultation.
Right. Okay. So your answer is really yes, it can happen.
But all of it requires public consultation.
After this consultation. Right, okay. My second question is, noting the legal decision in Tasman and the fact that Tauranga Council have remained unchallenged legally on restrictions for wider residential areas, again, does that mean that we can add more sites following this consultation around that?
So in response, many councillors asked this question at the March meeting, particularly around Tauranga, and you'll note the August 2019 resolutions were very much a Tauranga approach. But you received advice from staff, but a lot of it was legally privileged advice that was held in confidence, and legal provided that in March.
Yeah, I suppose, Your Worship, what I'm saying is it's really hard for our community to understand why not, if that legal advice can't be shared. Are you saying because of the legal challenge that we have received in Omaha, we cannot share that information? Is that correct?
Katie, are you on the line about legal privilege?
Kia ora. Yes, Kat, I am online. So through the chair, one thing I would just note, and I can't get into too much detail about detailed legal advice, but what I would just say is that I can't comment on the legality of another council's bylaw, but I would just note that just because something hasn't been legally challenged, that doesn't mean that if it was challenged that it would stand up to that challenge, and staff have provided advice to councillors, including legal advice on the draft bylaw in the form that is proposed for consultation, and council has taken all reasonable steps in ensuring that what is proposed is legally robust for the purpose of going out for public consultation, and that's included seeking an external legal review of the draft bylaw as proposed, and so we are satisfied that what is proposed is legally robust for the purposes of consultation.
Okay, thank you. And my final question is on compliance. I don't think it's appropriate for local boards to have to use their LDI to assist with compliance. So my question is, will we be putting staff in high-risk areas such as Tamaki Drive and other beachfront areas over summer? And has anyone assessed, if this bylaw goes through, how many staff we will need to police that?
Kia ora, Councillor. I'll just ask Adrian from Licensing and Compliance to talk to you about compliance and enforcement.
Kia ora koutou. Just in response to that question, it really depends on the options we look at for enforcement that's in the proposal. So status quo would be limited in what we could do, but obviously looking at some of those other options in terms of a proactive compliance over a summer period, or alternatively looking for the security option and getting a security company to respond to it in the way that we do with noise, again would respond to those particular issues, and a combination of those with some proactive work in particular hotspot areas that emerge as a result of this bylaw may be appropriate.
Thanks, Adrian.
I know, Councillor Simpson, that there's a table in paragraph 46 which
I saw that. Yeah. Thank you. I reserve my right to speak, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thank you. I think with compliance, it's a bit like how long's a piece of string. We can have more and more and more compliance as long as we're prepared to pay for more and more staff, or we can try and find a balance and place them in the appropriate places where the need is greatest. Anyway, Deputy Mayor Bill Cashmore, question.
Thanks,
please.
Mr. Mayor, and thanks for the team for doing this. It seems to have been convoluted and hasn't been made any easier by some of the political interferences. But my simple question is, and thank you very much, Carolina, for the response you gave me via Christine Watson yesterday. So I just want to get this repeated in the public arena. If a local board wants to add an area, and I was not part of this process, what is the process that will be enabled in the future?
So if they want to add an area that is currently a reserve, then that process will be through the Reserves Act, for example, through a reserve management plan. I note that in Franklin they wanted to add reserves, and we've also identified that there is work that staff are planning to undertake with Franklin to do their omnibus reserve management plans, and that should start early in 2022. And so that process will walk them through a way to allow them to change the default under the Reserves Act. For non-reserves, it is the process I explained to Councillor Simpson.
Thanks very much, Candidator, and all strength to your and the team's arms on this work. It's important. Cheers.
Thank you. Councillor Chris Fletcher.
Apologies, I just had a tech problem there. I to counteract the monotony of COVID, I watched Parliament last night, and I was interested in the Minister of Tourism, Stuart Nash, announcing that the government is going to undertake a major and comprehensive review of freedom camping. Can officers provide any information on this?
Through the chair, we haven't received that information. I'm just checking whether anyone else online from staff has anything else. All I know is we made a submission on the proposal that they had, and we actually haven't heard back from that process, and I haven't seen any other announcements, Councillor Fletcher, but I will just check. Excuse me, has any other staff heard of these announcements?
I'm sure they're available on Hansard. If you should choose, it was in response to a private member's bill and the commitment by Stuart Nash to actually deal with it comprehensively. So maybe you could check on that and come back to me.
Yes,
through your worship, I do have some information that may be helpful. So yes, we are aware that there's a private member's bill currently before Parliament that would make some limited amendments to the Act, including requiring freedom.
This wasn't the private member's bill. This
was
wasn't? In response. This was from the Minister directly. He spoke at length last night.
Oh, apologies.
Saying that while he understood the problems, he didn't support the private member's bill because he was introducing his own legislation.
Thanks, Councillor. You've probably got the most up-to-date information of all if you are one of those small minority of people who were listening to Parliament last night. I think the difficulty is, he has floated that idea before, but obviously we can't hold back to see what the government might or might not do in the future at this point. I think we've just got to get on and do the job with the best information we have. But maybe officers could just see if there's anything through the ministry that would give them some clarity around what the councillor has asked.
Yes, Your Worship, my second question relates, I know that at the beginning of this meeting that you explained that you turned down a couple of requests or 4 requests from local boards to speak. And I would be interested if the officers could speak to the concerns that have been raised to councillors in the last couple of days from Waiheke and from Waitakere.
Through the chair, the issues that the Waiheke local board resolved, so they were one of the local boards who did not support the statement of proposal. When we were doing the general rule settings, there was a request to staff to look at what pump stations were available on Waiheke. And so staff proposed that in response to that Waiheke be considered a single area. So the general rule settings would apply in terms of a 2-night stay being for the entire island, because they do not have a pump station on the island. So Waiheke Local Board would prefer that the whole of Waiheke Island would be prohibited. And Waitakere is very concerned about freedom camping on roads, and also has some additional sites that they would prefer would be prohibited under the draft bylaw.
Were there any other opportunities to mitigate the concerns that have been raised?
With the timing that we currently have, no.
And following on from Councillor Simpson's request, what will this, by way of people resources and funds, what is this going to entail for council moving forward?
Just a question of clarification, Councillor Fletcher. Do you mean if we go and assess other sites and go through an amendment process to prohibit them?
Yes.
Yes. So last time staff assessed 1,000 sites, and that took 2.5 people, and then 18 months with reporting to local boards and the community on those sites as well. So that's what it took last time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Papakoon.
Thank you, and tēnā koe Kasarana. This is a follow-up to part of what Councillor Fletcher has already asked about Waiheke, but the concerns there went beyond just the fact that there's no dumping station. It's also about the high levels of homelessness, the limited space at kind of the beach esplanades where there's huge numbers of vans can park up and block access to the locals, and then also the issue around the enforcement. And so I just would like, the question is, how has that package of concerns been responded to? That's the first part of my question. And I just have a follow-up, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor Coombs. So staff set out their response in attachment B to the full length of Waiheke's resolutions.
But I guess my point is that the response is just that the dumping issue can be resolved through the two nights in the general rule, but the issues go far wider than that.
Yes, and at this stage we didn't have information to do an island-wide prohibition.
Right. So the follow-up to my question is, if this goes out for consultation as proposed, and the feedback is overwhelmingly against including Waiheke, is that going to be then possible that it can be looked at to restrict totally freedom camping on the island?
That may have to be looked at as a separate process after we had our bylaw.
So there would have to be an interim step of having the bylaw with the 2 nights and then move to another consultation to prohibit freedom camping totally.
Yes, because the Waiheke Island is covered by the general rule, and so it's not a matter on the prohibited or restricted schedules on the draft bylaw. So it is likely that people would need to have a say, and so we would have to undertake additional consultation, just the same as the response was to Councillor Simpson's question.
Yeah. So just to clarify, because I know the local board will be listening in, so what is the reason why we're not consulting through this process to remove Waiheke altogether?
So staff don't consider there was enough evidence under the criteria of the Freedom Camping Act to prohibit the whole island. So that would require a new reassessment and therefore a new public consultation. So every site someone wants to prohibit requires us to assess it under the Freedom Camping Act requirements and to look at the environment, public health, public safety and access impacts.
Thank you for that. And Mr. Mayor, I guess a similar query that's been raised just about the enforcement, the need for funding so that we can actually have a summer. I mean, this is going to go ahead and there will be an interim period, then funding for communications and enforcement is just going to have to be essential. And I guess my plea too that this can be looked at, that we will have another go at being able to consult on removing Waiheke if that looks like it's necessary after the next summer, and based on the feedback that's going to come through, that it's a genuine feedback to this have your say.
Okay, it looks like it's going to be a two-phase process, but what staff have been trying to do here, I know it's really frustrating for people that feel strongly about particular issues, but they have made an assessment. I take it, and correct me if I'm wrong, Katarina, as to whether this fits within the law or it doesn't, because what we don't want to do is pass a bylaw that is then challenged and overturned. That makes us look incompetent. But is there anything else on the compliance costs? Adrian, I think you addressed this question earlier, that you can add to Councillor Coombs' question.
Yes, Your Worship. I think it's an unknown quantity, as you said before. How long's a piece of string in terms of what enforcement will be required? Obviously, this bylaw is a bit more permissive in relation to previous bylaws that we've had. So we don't really know what we're going to face in terms of non-compliance, whether that be on Waiheke or anywhere else. The ability to issue an infringement gives us an extra tool. Previously, we haven't had that. And as a deterrent effect, the actual infringement does work quite well, particularly in other areas. So, yes, we'll have the ability to go there and address hotspots, but it will depend on the enforcement option that's chosen in relation to it. The same as with noise, if we went for the security option, Waiheke would still have the ability to have that as part of their enforcement over there.
Yeah, that infringement fine power now was regarded as one of the two major changes when we came to examine this earlier in governing body, as I recall it. So thank you very much for that. Councillor Linda Cooper.
Thank you. I think it's probably just on the back of the other questions, because everybody's got communications from several local boards. So just around the Waitakere requests, I just want to be clear on the answer from you, Katarina. I'm pretty sure what you said was, if those extra sites were added in that were under the local reserves under the local government or roads, they would have to be assessed for the, I think it's the 4 impacts under the Freedom Camping Act, and then it would have to go through a whole process back to the local boards, etc., before it could be put into this, and it would take a long time, and we would be out of time before the old legacy bylaws that govern bits of this would lapse.
Yes, just to clarify, it would be very difficult to do 2 rounds of consultation on this draft bylaw and meet the timing we have for the bylaw to lapse and to undertake the implementation planning to implement it before a new bylaw came into force.
It's not a no over time. It's just at the moment there's too many constraints.
Yes, at the moment we are quite constrained. However, the restrictions that we're allowed to do quite broadly, that is what the general rule is. Everything else requires quite specific assessment.
So that means that in the areas that people are concerned about, the maximum time would only be 2 days anyway.
Well, that's just the preferred settings you are consulting on.
Yes, I mean, that's a proposal, yes. Okay.
Proposal, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Al Filipina.
It's okay now, Worship. Councillor Simpson asked my question in regards to what can happen or what the process is around including it after we've done this. Thank you.
Yep. I think it's important to remember that what we decide in this round, in order to get a bylaw in a timely way, isn't carved in stone. It can be changed over time. And will need to be judged against either the current law or whatever new law the Minister might put in place at some time in the future.
Sorry, Your Worship, based on just what you said, I have now got a question. My humble apologies.
I should have shut up. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Sorry. So, tēnā koe Katarina. Look, I just, the question now, based on what His Worship said, is that the bylaw is done and dusted. And I know that Councillors Simpson and also Deputy Mayor asked about inclusion of other areas in that of the Local Government Act or properties or land under there. So once the bylaw's in place, our local boards and community can end up including some areas, but it has to be based on evidence and issues that have come up and a visit to the site. Am I correct in that?
Tēnā koe, Councillor Filipainga. So if governing body adopts a draft bylaw before the others lapse, staff could come back to the regulatory committee and propose a work program, so you'd know what the resources are and the timing was to do new assessments and considerations rather than ad hoc, because it is quite hard to deal with lots of individual requests, and would be able to identify the timing and the staff resource required to run an assessment and amendment process. It would be quite unusual to immediately start that after a bylaw's just been made, but we can come back with a scope to the regulatory committee to set out options for how that process could run.
Ngā mihi. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Richard Hills.
Kia ora, Chair. I was going to ask about the 2022, but that's quite a good answer, the fact that we have to do this because everything else lapses, so that's good. The other question I had was Chair John Gillan from Kaipātiki has said some of the prohibited things they put forward are not included in the bylaw. Was there a reason, or is that missed off?
Just a question of clarification, Councillor. Yes. Is that in terms of the resolutions they made in August?
Yes.
So that would also, the staff response to that would be identified in attachment B, but generally I would say it's the same response I gave to Councillor Simpson and Councillor Coons, and that we need to do assessments and then go through another public consultation process. So it's kind of the same answer I gave to Councillor Filipainga. Once we have a bylaw, then we can bring back a scope for everyone to look at in terms of assessing and doing amendment processes.
Thank you. The other thing they asked in a high level, and I agree with, is there any ability for us to add in this stage around sort of car parks outside town centres and dairies that are included in the road corridor? I realise the ones that say like hour parking or 90 minutes would be included under transport laws because they would be parked there longer than those. But unrestricted times outside, dairies and takeaways and stuff, could they be included as somewhere that wouldn't allow freedom camping, or would that have to come through the consultation process?
So at the moment, for all roads that don't already have an existing parking restriction under an Auckland Transport or Council traffic bylaw, it's the general rule that is proposed to restrict freedom camping to be self-contained, maximum of 2 nights, leave by 9 AM and a non-return period of 2 weeks. It is those restrictions that will manage all those other areas. If, when we come back with a scope, one of the things we can look at is particular roads which we have evidence of experiencing real problems. And so sometimes you can also do additional restrictions for specific roads or road corridors where we can walk through the Freedom Camping Act criteria and show that what the impacts are.
Okay, so we legally at the moment couldn't put catch-all outside all,
Well, that's what the general rule is.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm talking about, say, the angle parks outside a dairy, hairdresser and takeaways that technically you could park there for 2 days with your camper van.
Yes, unless an Auckland Council traffic bylaw or Auckland Transport traffic bylaw put in parking restrictions for, 20 minutes, 15 minutes or whatever it may be.
Yeah. And there was another question from the board, but I think that would be also covered. They said that slip roads could block driveways, but that would be already included under Auckland Transport's parking bylaws, wouldn't it? Parking bylaws.
Yes, it would, as are things like parking on grass berms.
Thank you. And what could you just give me an idea of, people can park at the moment on the street, freedom camping, can't they? So we're not going to see proliferation overnight suddenly because of this bylaw.
I think it is difficult to say.
Yes.
I think Adrian from Compliance Enforcement has kind of outlined that we'll have to just wait and see. But yes, you are right. There are no real restrictions on that right now.
Yeah, and because of our graduated approach to enforcement all the time, even with the general rule of 2 nights, would it be right in saying things like rubbish and noise and antisocial behaviour would, if they were causing a nuisance, would already be covered even with the general rule being 2 nights? If someone was creating all the problems that people complain about with freedom camping, those would probably be able to be managed over and above the general rule?
Yes, they should be able to be managed above the general rule, but I'll just ask Adrian to give you a response.
Yeah, they would be dealt with under their own legislation, whether it be littering or whatever. But again, under the Freedom Camping Act, there is relation to rubbish and disposal of rubbish that's mentioned there. So they could be subject to an infringement, even if it was only for 1 night and they were disposing of rubbish inappropriately.
Okay, I'm going to keep moving at this stage because I've got 5 more questions. It's 3:20 and we've got 10 more items after this. So the next question is in the name of Councillor Greg Sayers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Am I coming through okay there?
Yep, loud and clear.
Thank you, sir. I've got 3 questions. I wasn't clear on Mr. Watson's or Councillor Watson's recommendation. Was he trying to get a change from 2 days to 1 day?
Yeah. The recommendation was to amend the statement of proposal on the general rules section to allow freedom campers to stay a maximum of 1 night only in the same road or off-road parking area. Right. And the legal advice, the advice I've got from our legal team is that because we moved that recommendation at the previous GB, there has to be a report before there is an amendment to a decision we've already made under Standing Order Section 1.9.5.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for clarifying that. I probably would have seconded that because of the community that I'm listening to in Tamaki Drive and Omaha and other areas probably would have endorsed that. So I'll just stay open-minded on that around a potential judicial review, sir. My next question probably is around, is the consequence of what we're proposing is that campers in a self-contained stickered van can live on the streets of the suburb indefinitely? So in other words, are they entitled to park on the street or a car park for 3 days or 2 nights before having to move, and then they can just move to a street around the corner? So there's probably 2 components to that, just to clarify that. Can they park in a suburb indefinitely by moving around different streets? I.e. they can just move a couple of streets away and then come back to another one in 14 days.
Okay, let's get a reply on that. I think they can do that right now, of course. And without this bylaw, they'll be able to do it forever. This bylaw will be a constraint, but they can keep moving, I think. But let's get a formal reply from officers.
You are correct, Mr. Mayor. The Freedom Camping Act allows freedom camping free of restrictions, and this bylaw is proposing restrictions on specific sites and through the general rule by minimising the amount of time you're allowed to stay and your return period and the leave time. So this bylaw is in fact imposing restrictions that do not currently exist with the permissive nature of the Freedom Camping Act once the legacy bylaws lapse in October 2022.
I think where some confusion may exist is councils like Whangarei, Tauranga, Gisborne actually seem to have those bylaws in, Mr. Mayor, and are more restrictive than what we're proposing. So I think that's where the confusion exists. So the question is that correct, and how can that be changed during this proposal that we're about to go out for? In other words, are we open-minded to changing that, realising, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, if other councils are actually more restrictive than what we're proposing.
Get a Ryan up.
So, governing body is open-minded on the settings for the general rule, which is why the full range of options, including a one-night stay, have been included in the statement of proposal, so the public can fully choose settings that they prefer. So that does demonstrate governing body's open-mindedness around the settings for a general rule. And I think Katie already answered the question around what other councils do and what advice we've been given about what we can do, but she could restate that, Katie.
Thanks, Katarina. So, yeah, just to repeat my earlier comment, the governing body has been provided with advice on what it is able to do under the legislative scheme of the Freedom Camping Act, and we have taken all reasonable steps to ensure that what we are proposing for public consultation is legally robust. And just because another council has a draft bylaw has a bylaw that hasn't been legally challenged, doesn't necessarily mean that if there was a legal challenge to another council's bylaw, that bylaw would withstand that challenge. So Auckland Council needs to consider the advice that it has been given in making decisions for its bylaw.
Okay, but potentially we could prohibit in front of residential and commercial properties that get identified in the feedback. Is that right, Katie?
Just to clarify that the August 29 resolutions actually made resolutions very similar to that, and you received advice from staff and from legal and decided not to proceed with those August 2019 resolutions.
I think we've moved on.
Yeah, I think you'd need to go back and look at that advice. Can I just add one thing? We've got to be careful we don't start making laws about things that generally don't happen. If you're going to be freedom camping, you're very unlikely to want to camp in a place where people are walking by to go into a shop right next to you. So, you know, potentially it could be a problem, but in reality, it may not have been a problem. But just to highlight one other point, I mean, that one night stay rule, just to make it absolutely clear, while we're putting up 2 nights for consultation, the one night stay could be an alternative option because people can comment and say, no, we think it should be 1 night or 3 nights. So they do have that option of expressing their views in the consultation anyway.
I think that's, and Mr. Chair, I think that's a very good change in direction that's there. I'd be interested to see what the public say about that.
Okay, look, I really do want to move on because people keep putting more questions in the question bar, and we won't be finished till 7 o'clock tonight. So let's try and move it along. Councillor Wayne Walker, next question, please.
Sure. So just a question further to the one that Greg was discussing, and that is that given that it is possible for people to submit on, for example, a maximum of 1 night, can we indicate in what we go out for consultation that options like that exist? Is that possible?
Through the chair, Councillor Walker, that is included in the statement of proposal. I'm just checking what page that's on. I think it's page 187. Where we set out the full list of options for that maximum stay rule.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Chris Fletcher.
Thank you. Can you please advise us in terms of the environmental assessments, especially within the Waitakere Ranges, that we have really considered this adequately, particularly where there are non-curved roadways, and that there are no risks in terms of the transfer of Kari dieback?
Through the chair, we have not assessed every site in Auckland. The list of sites that are prohibited and restricted that are currently attached to the bylaw have been through assessment, they've been through public consultation previously, and bylaw panel deliberations. So I can't confirm that everything, that all of that would exactly have been covered. So we did only assess 1,000 sites last time, and council has over 4,000 parks and open spaces. So we did originally look to assess those areas which had car parking already. But what I can confirm is that all reserves are of course still managed under the Reserves Act, and when staff have gone through to do the Omnibus Reserve Management Act processes, they're identifying that 97% of the land in those areas that council holds has been reserves. And that's a roundabout way of answering.
Yeah, it doesn't fill me. I'm just aware of what a huge amount of investment we've put into Kari Dieback, and I would have liked to have had a wee bit more confidence on that.
Sorry, Councillor Fletcher, and of course regional parks are not part of this bylaw as well. So all, particularly in the Waitakere Ranges, because of the complex way that the regional parkland is held, because of the specific acts out there, all of those will be managed under their current reserve management plans.
Okay, and that should, it's prohibited under the Reserves Act to park in that area then?
Unless they've allowed for pay for camping.
Okay.
So it's already been provided in the reserve management plan. So you'll see in the statement of proposal that regional parks are excluded, and then that enforcement is backed up by the Public Safety and Nuisance bylaw.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Josephine Bartley.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Katarina. I just wanted you to confirm that local boards have had the opportunity to submit on this, because I'm wondering why the last minute emails coming through from certain boards. And yeah, I am noting the boards that are like raising their issues through their councillors on this issue. And there's other boards that aren't raising any issues. It's quite obvious. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartley. The process that staff have followed follows the agreed processes and principles for local board input into regional policies that was adopted by the council. So that was around where we have options such as the general rule. There was a joint working party of councillors and local board members who considered that. And of course, in accordance with those processes and principles, we sent the draft statement of proposal to the local boards. That is the process we follow under that adopted guideline for all bylaws.
Yep, so there's been a lot of opportunity for consultation. Shane Henderson, next question, please. Shane, have you got your mic on, or have you gone for a coffee? I'll come back to Shane. Desley Simpson, you had another question.
Thanks, Your Worship. Look, I just wondered, with your indulgence and potentially the mover and the seconder, having another resolution that notes, should extra prohibited or restricted sites come from consultation, these will be discussed and can be assessed and consulted on, and you can add with an insert period or just consulted on. I think that will give local boards a bit of assurance that the consultation is step one. Would that work?
Well, I'll get a comment from Katarina first, and then I'd need you to send it through to Sandra. Katarina?
You may need to add in the future once we have a bylaw, or could be considered as part of future amendments to a bylaw.
I think what they're trying to what I'm hearing is they want it done pretty quickly. So what sort of time frame would that be, Kataraina?
So I am feeling very nervous to have a bylaw if we go through a double assessment and consultation process before the October legacy bylaws lapse. If we do that before we have a bylaw made under the Freedom Camping Act, we might not make it, and therefore you will have nothing but the Freedom Camping Act. So that is the risk if we do that before we have a bylaw in place.
So give me a time frame.
So all our resources on getting this bylaw in place, and then on implementation, planning and implementation. So I did answer to Councillor Filipainga that once that has occurred, then we could do a scope to identify the resources and the timeframes to deliver that. But we have all our staff for this are on this, doing this process right now.
Yep. Look, at a certain point, we've been doing this for bloody 3 years now. We've got to get a bylaw in place, but that bylaw isn't there forever. But if we keep amending and changing and chopping around, we'll end up with no bylaw in place and then no controls. So I think, people are going to say, well, we had a crack at it this time, let's put it in place, and then if there are holes in it and if there's a change in the legislation, we can have a go again. Doing is putting back the time when we actually get this bylaw up and in place, or we'll end up with...
I suppose my question is, Your Worship, what's the point of consultation if we cannot add or take away sites? You've got to listen to the people. And my purpose of my amendment was just to make sure that that is really clear.
Okay, can we get a comment on that, Kataraina?
So this statement of proposal is consulting on the 45 proposed for prohibition, the 22 restricted, and the general rule. That is what it is consulting on. That we haven't made resolutions to consult on other things.
I think at a certain point we've just got to make a decision. This has been going a long time, and we've got to make a decision to get the thing done and completed, and then let people know. We'll be monitoring it closely, and if there are problems that are real problems, we'll look at it again. But yeah, I think we've heard all the arguments, folks. So let's come back. Shane, you're having internet problems rather than coffee problems. You're with us at the moment.
I wish it was coffee problems, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm glad you can hear me. So we've talked and we've heard staff responses around if there are problems with a site, we'll look at it again. So I'm familiar with the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act and how you prove that there are problems with a park to make it a liquor ban park. What would one need to do to prove for a specific site to be prohibited outside of the general rule? So for example, Piha car park is not covered. How would one go about making that covered as a prohibited site? What are the problems?
Tēnā koe, Councillor. So the Freedom Camping Act is very similar to the Supply and Sale of Liquor Act. Both of them at their base go, these things are permitted, and here are the criteria and the evidence thresholds you have to meet to do anything other than make it permitted. And so the Freedom Camping Act is the same. So generally the same assessment for the general rules has to be undertaken for an area to be prohibited. So one of those things is around complaints and enforcement data, and so evidence around that. And then we try to assess what the impacts are in terms of the Act. So it says we can look at environment impacts, public health impacts, public safety impacts, and access impacts.
Thanks, that's very helpful. Just a supplementary, what would be the method of going down that path? So does that go through a local board? Does it come to the GB? How would you initiate something like that?
Because it will be very difficult to manage resource for lots of ad hoc requests over time, I think it's still the process that I proposed to Councillor Filipainga, which is once we have a bylaw in place, we can come back to the regulatory committee to scope up how a process of assessment and amendments to the bylaw, so that we were able to be really clear about that process. And that could even include how that will be monitored and kept up to date. But it is difficult when we get lots of independent little assess this, because our bylaw process would go through another full process like this one, but with the new sites.
Okay, I can understand that. Thank you. Reserve my right to speak. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, Desley, are you wanting to proceed with that amendment? Because I would need to.
Yeah, I'm just putting it in the sidebar. I'm just getting it done now.
Okay.
Hold on.
To answer Greg's comment, Councillor Watts ruled out understanding orders, so that's not a case of seconding that. But I want to see what Desley wants to put up. I want to comment from officers on what the implications of passing that would be, and then at that point we'll move into debate, and we'll debate the amendment first. Okay, so I'm reading, should additional prohibited or restricted sites come from consultation, these will be discussed and can be assessed and consulting on following adoption of the bylaw. Now, if I recall rightly, Katarina's point was, yes, but that would probably be after the bylaw was in place. And that, if that were the case, Katarina, you were comfortable with the amendment, but can I get you to speak on it?
Just from your, sorry, I'm not very good at multitasking. So just from your reading of it, it sounds like Councillor Simpson put in there after the bylaw. So that would meet that requirement. And that would also make sure that staff came back to elected members, to the appropriate committee with that process of how would we do that.
Okay, so you're comfortable with that. And
Do you want me to talk to it, Your Worship?
Well, if
Sorry.
we've probably had a discussion. I'll just read it again to Katarina, because I want to make sure it doesn't hold up what we're trying to do and get this bylaw in place. Should additional prohibited or restrictive sites come from consultation, these will be discussed and can be assessed and consulted on following the adoption of the bylaw. So, Katarina, you were comfortable with that?
Yes.
And then I'll now ask whether Linda Cooper and Angela Dalton are comfortable with that as the mover and the seconder of the recommendations being adopted.
Mr. Mayor, I understand the intention, but this is not regional thinking, and that's what is difficult here. I would, if this was adopted, I would rather see it saying as an omnibus piece of work, because what I'm very worried about as the chair of regulatory, and I may not be that next time, I may not even be here. However, I know how big our work plan is and how restricted we are. We already lost a staff member after the last debacle of this freedom camping. I don't want to lose any more because of the way we manage this. If we're going to do this, it has to be reviewed after, say, a year or two, get a couple of seasons under our belt, then put it together into a body of work. I liken it to the whole tree protection plan change. We said we haven't got the resources to do tree by tree. We have to get a whole bunch together. So I could support that as going in there if it said, you know, after a year or a 2-year review, because as we've seen, this is not about what might happen. Everybody's acting as if this could happen. It's got to be evidence-based. So you've got to collect evidence, and you can't just do it on one thing. So what scares me about this amendment as it stands is that it could have the regulatory committee forcing staff to run off to do one thing, a whole bylaw change for one site, and I'm not prepared to support that. But if Councillor Simpson was happy to say, you know, after a year review or a 2-year review, so 2 seasons, I would support that, because I think then we'd get enough evidence to do a bunch together. And it'd be worth our resources then.
I understand that, and I think the implications of what you're saying is how it would probably happen in practice.
Mr. Chair, we've got people debating in the sidebar. Councillor Stewart saying 6 months. That's just not enough time. That's one summer.
Yeah. I will.
I've got an amendment. Can I talk to it before you start debating?
Please, Councillor Simpson.
Thank you. I'm going to put this up as an amendment, and I'm seeking a seconder, and I believe I have that in. I've got a couple of people actually. I can't read the sidebar, but I've got Councillor Sayers, Councillor Fletcher. The reason I say that, we're going out for consultation with a set of restricted and prohibitive, sites. Fine, I get that. But the whole purpose of consultation is to hear from the people of Auckland, and if they come back strongly with a list of sites, I think we have to listen to them. And I think what the whole purpose of this amendment is not waiting 2 years to look at them again, is to give Aucklanders confidence that although we're going out with one lot, if there's something that we've missed, we're prepared to look at it. And if you have large volumes talking about certain things, we should be able to do that. So if the mover and the seconder do not wish to...
Sorry, we were in questions, and now I've tried to see whether the mover wanted to adopt it, and she says no, not in that form. You say you want to press ahead with it, so I'm accepting that, and it will be moved as an amendment by you, seconded by
Councillor Sayers.
And then now that we can move to commentary. If we've finished the questions, we'll move to commentary. And we are now in that session, and I'll now ask you to speak to your amendment.
Do you want to start all over again?
Yeah, take it as read that we've heard what you've said already.
Well, you've heard what I've said, but I feel very strongly. I feel very strongly if you go out and consult on this very contentious topic, and there is a large sway of people that either wish to do what Waiheke wants to do, or add additional sites, for example, like that they'll probably do in Ōrākei, you have to give them confidence that you will listen and act on that. And that's what is the purpose of my amendment. And I'm not prepared to wait 2 years for that. I think it should be done quite quickly after the adoption of the bylaw. There we go. I'm happy to keep talking, but I thought I'd done it quite briefly.
Mike, Phil.
Sorry, I was muted. So we have the amendment now. We are in comments, and I'm asking for those that wish to speak to the amendment to take the call now. So I'm not sure who wants to speak to the amendment, so please, if you could just indicate if you want to speak to the amendment, we'll deal with that first. Councillor Sayers, as the seconder, do you wish to speak to the amendment?
I think Daniel did. I couldn't.
Oh, Daniel, sorry, I'm lost in the sidebar here. Daniel, you want to speak to the amendment?
I mean, I have some sympathy for what Councillor Cooper has raised, Your Worship, but the point being that consultation is an opportunity to identify not only feedback on what is proposed, but if there are other sites that are identified through the consultation period, then they will have to be considered. I would assume that Councillor Simpson will understand and Councillor Sayers will understand that they can only be realistically considered if there is evidence so as to meet the threshold for those sites to be considered for restriction or prohibition, or for restricted sites to be reclassified as prohibited if that's the purpose of it. So I assume that understanding that that will be the test for individual sites that are identified through the consultation period, then it would seem to me that that's reasonable. But I would have thought it would be a very difficult exercise to be able to meet the evidence threshold if there hasn't been probably at least 2 or 3 seasons of freedom camping at those locations, so that we have an evidential basis for consideration of the matter. And so I just leave that with the mover and seconder of the amendment to explain to this group of people how you can obtain the evidence to justify that beyond consideration, beyond it just being identified through feedback, because if there's no evidence to support it, it can't proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We now have a comment from Councillor Greg Sayers.
Thank you, Chair. And I think that's very appropriate from my wise colleague, Councillor Newman, and we need to have that evidence. So if that takes a few months, 6 months, 3 months, whatever it might be, I think we should be open to that. I don't think the amendment prohibits that. And I guess, Your Worship, I'm just speaking support, but also support the thinking of my colleague, and I hope he supports this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Al-Filipina.
Thank you, Your Worship, and sorry for using this, and I hope you can hear us.
I can hear you clearly. Thank you.
Okay, look, Your Worship, I put in the sidebar. I just needed some questions of clarification, but if we can't do that as a result of starting the discussion, I'll then just leave it in the comments. So is there room for 2 questions of clarification, Your Worship?
You could ask the mover of the amendment, but the staff, because we're now in commentary, are now no longer part of the debate. What we know from staff is that they were from Katarina, that she was happy with that amendment, providing it contained following the adoption of the law, so it wasn't holding up the initial bylaw. The question of the time that might be taken is something that will be determined in the future and not here. So, Alf, if you've got any questions to Desley, please ask.
I'll include in my comments, because Your Worship, I won't be supporting this, and the reason I won't be supporting the amendment is as a result of, I have no doubt at all that the local boards and the community have been aware that you can, once the bylaw is passed, that there will be an opportunity based on evidence to end up including places like the ones that Councillor Desley Simpson has said, but also those that are mentioned in some of the emails that we have received. For example, lands and reserves and parks under the Local Government Act, which is currently not in there. So this is, as Councillor Henderson said earlier, very similar to when I was on the Regulatory Committee for the first 2 terms of this council. And when we were talking about the bylaws and the fact that we had to relook at all our bylaws, and this is the one around alcohol in parks, and we had to get the police, the community involved to give evidence that the alcohol ban needed to stay where they currently are. So look, that process, I have no doubt at all, was explained. The other issue, I think, for me is people are talking about 6 months, 8 months, whatever it takes. I'm sure Katarina said when we were discussing the substantive that they did some work on the sites. I think it was 1,000 she mentioned, and it took 18 months to staff, and it took 18 months. So that is the time, and this is why I'm supporting the comments from Councillor Cooper. That it is, and I think if that's the case, we need to be straight up with our community if that is the advice that we're getting from our staff. So, Your Worship, based on what I've heard, the commentary from our staff, and also Councillor Cooper, I will not be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. We've now got Councillor Shane Henderson speaking to the amendment.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. It's a bit weird to take a call to speak when I'm not decided by it, but I am not decided. And I guess what I want to get clear in my mind is that I was of the belief this was going to happen anyway. Unless I've taken staff's advice the wrong way, that we would come back and assess it later on individual sites and look at not just what the public feedback is, but also what damage there is in those sites, like you would Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act stuff. So I thought it was happening anyway. Look, I'm leaning towards supporting it, but I'll take the views of my colleagues and think about them in the time that I have.
support it, Shane.
Yeah, thanks. I'm done.
I agree.
Microphone if you're trying to use it. Mayor Goff, you there?
Oh, sorry, my screen just disappeared and I had to get it back again. Yes, thanks, Shane. Councillor Richard Hills.
Yeah, just brief comment. I don't actually think the amendment really makes sense the way it's restricted sites that come from consultation. I understand what it means, but I don't really get it. But I will support it because it's actually what the officers said anyway. It's exactly what the officers said. So I'm not super understanding what the intent is, but I'm not willing to vote against it because it will be used politically to say we're against consultation. But yeah, basically that's what the officers have already said, that if there is evidence, if there are things that come up, it will at a later date be consulted on, and as has been mentioned by others, that is based on time and staff and money and everything else. So I hope we just move on from this item now, because this has been a very long time and all the legalities have been spelled out to us and everything else. So yeah, I'll be supporting it because it's already what the staff said.
Thank you. You've expressed my sentiments exactly. Councillor John Watson.
Yes. Similarly, the officer indicated there's no problem with this. So I think in any consultation, you should leave yourself open to, to addressing perhaps the unexpected or something that's compelling. We can't prejudge what that may or may not be. So I don't think there's any harm done in including this, and quite the reverse. It sort of signals, a degree of good faith in the consultation process and this kind of evolving proposal, which has, I think, ended up in a better, a better potential outcome than when we started. So why wouldn't you support it in those circumstances?
Thank you very much. Now, Councillor Newman has come up with a slight change of words. Councillor Simpson, would you be happy to adopt those words?
I think so, because they have to happen anyway. You can't just add a site without it being, sorry, and I was writing this on the hub. No one was giving me any.
No, that's fine. So we add into that which are supported by evidence. And I think if you're happy with that, we'll just make that part of the amendment. If we can, yep, it's already up there. Okay, look, I'll just make a very brief comment.
I endorse that, Phil.
Yep, no, that's good. Happy the seconder is happy with it. Look, I think we've heard from our officers that provided this doesn't hold up this bylaw, this is what would normally happen in the normal course of events. Obviously, you need enough time for the thing to settle in before you can do it, and it will take that time anyway. But that, from my point of view, this gives some people a little bit of political cover, and it doesn't do any harm, and I'm therefore happy to support it. So I'm going to put the amendment on the voices first of all, unless somebody's calling for a division. So all those in favour of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? I declare the amendment carried. We now come to the substantive amendment. With that amendment now part of the overall recommendations, are there any comments on the overall amendment? Just conscious of time and moving this one along. Everybody happy for me to put the major thing?
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Watson here. I just want to make a brief comment if that's possible.
Councillor Watson.
Yeah, and it will be brief. It's just really to clarify the amendment that I had been, planning to put up, and that would basically go to altering the setting and the general rule from 2 nights to 1 night. But the officers are correct. They have actually done a very good and a very fair job of outlining that option in the proposal. They say we want your views on possible alternative settings for the general rule, and in respect of that 1 day general rule, in fact, do say that this would encourage responsible camping behaviour and help manage potential impacts of longer stays. So I guess my reason for putting forward the amendment was obviously in any proposal such as this is to make that, in effect what you're consulting on. It's not excluded by the nature of the commentary the officers have provided. So I just hope that people will pick that up, because going forward, certainly in terms of the parking on street, it's very clear to me that, and clear to the local boards too, I might add, in their feedback, that we're opening up a potential raft of compliance-related issues, not least of which will be resourcing and financing it, whereas such a general rule, I think, would not only be more acceptable to the general populace, but I think it would make it a lot clearer what can and cannot be done, and therefore the enforcement might follow. But of course, that'll be up to the public to decide now. And just finally, Mr. Mayor, in terms of moving this forward, and I know this isn't really appropriate today, but I think we do have other possibilities that we can put up, not from the bylaw people, but from other parts of council, where there are ways of accommodating freedom camping, perhaps not quite so free, maybe a little pay might help, where it's currently working well now. And I think of some of our regional parks that have a fantastic setting and are providing that service to these sorts of campers. And to me, that's a far more sustainable long-term solution, safer for the people, and a better place for people to be camping rather than on sides of roads. But I'll save that for another day. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. I now have to move a procedural resolution because it's 4 o'clock, and I move that we continue the meeting of the governing body till the closure of business. Have I got a seconder for that, please?
Simpson.
Desley Simpson. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary,
Aye.
To the contrary, carried. If there's no other general comments, I'm going to take Linda Cooper to close the debate, and then, as Councillor Coomer's requested, a 2-minute break before we recommence our business. So, Councillor Linda Cooper, in reply, thank you.
Thank you. First of all, I want to pass on huge thanks to our policy bylaw staff. They've done a huge amount of work based on the previous work over 2018-19. And they've had to have immense patience. They've gathered a lot of information. They've been to the local boards. And we also workshopped the general rules where we all agreed that 2 days was to go forward. But it's good to see that there's other options. And of course, as the panel will always consider other options. I do need to, it was interesting what you said there, Mayor, about that amendment, that it provided good political cover. And that's a bit telling, really. But I won't say anything more about that. And my comments were in no way meant that I did not want to have public consultation. I'm doing this all the time. But what we are actually consulting on is this proposal. And so that's what's important, to get the feedback. And we do gather other information that may not be quite within the scope, and we do bundle that together and act on those parts of it. My biggest fear around the last part of the resolution was that there could be political pressure from maybe one area put on our staff to go ahead with that new piece of work before they were ready, before they had evidence, and not giving us long enough time and to be able to fit in the current work program. So, and we've seen that before, and I don't think that's good decision making. So I hope that the good faith is there, that people give it a chance. We don't have a lot of choice. I think Councillor Watson said, it's better for people to be camping and paying a bit. Well, that goes against the intent of the law. The law says there's freedom camping, whether we like it or not. And this proposed bylaw gives us an option to be able to control as much as we can within a permissive framework. And I really do hope that it's supported when it comes back, so that we do have something in place before summer, so that we can test it, and then we've got something in place before the other legacy bylaws lapse because then it would really be a free-for-all. So thank you to everybody for the robust discussion.
Thanks, Councillor Cooper, and I think the point's well made. Right, so you'll see that there was an amendment to nominate Linda Cooper as chair and Councillor Angela Dalton as a panel member and an independent Maori statutory board member to be determined by the IMSB, likely to be Glenn Wilcox. So just draw that to Councillors' attention. So I will put the recommendation as a whole and I'll put it on the voices. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
So contrary, no. I declare that carried, and we'll just adjourn this meeting for, I'll give you 5 minutes actually, at 4:10, and hopefully we can complete the rest of the agenda in a reasonably timely way. Okay, thank you very much. Back at 4:10, please. two papers, I'm trying to make some time up here. The next two papers, the next three papers all come to us as recommendations from the Regulatory Committee. I need to take them one at a time, but I think they are all straightforward. So I'm going to, the first one is the recommendation from the Regulatory Committee on the review and findings of the options for the Wharves bylaw. I'm going to ask Councillor Cooper to move that, and can I have a seconder for that, please?
I'll second, Angela.
Angela Dalton. We have Paul Wilson and Kylie Hill available to advise us, but I'm going to ask Linda to introduce it, and I think it's very straightforward. Linda.
Meg Goff, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
It's just Richard here. I'm just joined on my phone. I have no idea what's wrong with my computer, but can I still be recorded for the last vote, considering I was there the whole time? This happened several times to me this week.
We did it on the voices, and I'm happy for that to happen, Richard. I did get a comment that you were broken down and coming back, and I didn't know whether they were talking politically or technologically, but glad to know it's technologically. Okay, but you can hear and participate by phone.
Thank you.
Linda.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the Regulatory Committee is recommending that the governing body allow the legacy bylaw provisions on Wharves 2015 to lapse in October 2022. The recommendation is the outcome of a review of the legacy bylaw by the Regulatory Committee on the 14th of September this year. Key findings from the committee's review found that the bylaw is no longer used, the operational staff rely on other existing regulations to address any issues, the bylaw is narrow in scope and only applies to council-owned and managed wharves and boat ramps in the former Auckland City and Rodney districts. It does not apply to other legacy council areas, including Waitakere, North Shore, Manukau, Papakura and Franklin. Wharves under the control of Auckland Transport, such as ferry wharves and private wharves. The recommendation to allow the bylaw to lapse will not change how the public can report issues to the council or how council will respond to these issues. It also has the added benefits of avoiding unnecessary consultation and saving council costs and resources. And staff are here to answer questions about the bylaw review and finding options. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cooper. And I don't think, Paul, you've got anything you want to add to that, but you're available for questions. Are there any questions? Are there any comments? If not, I will put the recommendations. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 To the contrary, I declare that carried. Item number 15 is again a recommendation from the Regulatory Committee on the review of findings and options for the legacy bylaw provisions for construction in public places. Moved by Linda Cooper, seconded by Angela Dalton. And once again, we've got Paul Wilson, Dorothy Guthrie and David Chen as officers in support if needed, but I'll ask Linda to introduce it. Linda, your mic's off. Can you just put your mic on, Linda? No, it's still off.
Got it.
Got it. Thank you.
Right, sorry about that.
It's late in the day.
So many buttons. So go over this. This is very similar to the Wharves bylaw, an option to lapse. So that we're recommending that the governing body allow the legacy bylaw provisions for construction in public places 2015 to lapse this October next year. The Regulatory Committee reviewed the legacy bylaw on the 14th of September this year and agreed that relying on other existing regulations and allowing the bylaw to lapse is the most appropriate option because the bylaw is no longer used. The operational staff use other legislative tools to address the issues more effectively than these legacy bylaws. Allowing the legacy bylaws to lapse will not change how council currently responds to the problems that arise. It reduces the need for public consultations on provisions that are no longer used or requires, and staff are here to answer any partai about the bylaw of review findings and options.
Thank you, Councillor. So are there any questions? Are there any comments? If not, I shall put the recommendations. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 To the contrary, no. I declare that carried. Item number 16, slightly different. It's a recommendation from the Regulatory Committee on a proposal to amend the Property Maintenance and Nuisance Bylaw. We have officers Paul Wilson and Bailey Vile available if there are any questions. I'll ask Linda Cooper to introduce and Angela Dalton to second again, and Linda to introduce.
Thank you. So this is in regards to the Property Maintenance and Nuisance Bylaw 2021. The Regulatory Committee is recommending that the governing body adopt the statement of proposal to amend the Property Maintenance and Nuisance Bylaw for public consultation. The proposal is the outcome of a statutory bylaw review by the Regulatory Committee as required by the Local Government Act. The bylaw continues to enable council to regulate property maintenance in order to minimise public health risks and nuisance. The main proposal is to remove unnecessary rules about lighting and revocations as lighting as lighting rules are now, I think that's a mistake, are now regulated in Auckland Unitary Plan and legacy bylaws were revoked in 2015. The committee has taken the opportunity to make the bylaw easy to read and understand, clarify and update current rules, relocate certain rules to other bylaws where they are appropriate, and remove rules already covered in the legislation. And the committee recommends using the public consultative process to obtain views on the amended bylaw. And if adopted, the public consultation will take place from mid-October to mid-November 2021. And the Regulatory Committee has appointed a panel to head feedback. That's myself as Chair, Councillor Casey, and IMSB member Glenn Wilcox. And the panel will report back to the governing body to help make its final decision in April next year. And our staff are here. But I just wanted to add something, Mr. Mayor, is that this is basically completing a 5-year bylaw process, 2017 to now. And that's a huge amount of work that's been undertaken by our staff, by the different committees and all the public that have fed back into all our bylaws, and all the councillors and local boards that have fed into it, and the councillors that have made the final decision. So I just want to thank everybody for helping us to complete the 5-year bylaw plan, and we'll start another one next year.
No rest for the wicked. Can I just add my thanks to Linda, members of the Regulatory Committee, the panels, and officers and local boards for seeing this through. It's sometimes thankless work, and there is a lot of work in it. If Angela Dalton doesn't mind, if I can get Kathy Casey, who's on the panel, to second that. Is that okay with you, Angela?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Phil. I'd love that.
Okay. Are there any questions? Are there any comments? If not, I will put the recommendations. All in favour, please say aye.
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 To the contrary, carried. The next 3 items all relate to referrals from the Audit and Risk Committee. The first one relates to the Enterprise Risk Update. We have officers available to talk to this: Anne Brown, Gemma Wensaw and Megan Tyler. But I'm going to ask Daniel Newman to move it. Do I have a seconder?
Bill will second that, sir.
Bill Cashmore to second it. And I'll ask Councillor Daniel Newman to introduce it. Daniel.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. This is a report referred from the Audit and Risk Committee, the Enterprise Risk Update. And I want to commend the officers on the call for their work in preparing the report and also being available to speak to the matter. The Audit and Risk Committee, it's a fascinating committee, and this is an important piece of work that the Audit and Risk considers on a regular basis. Risk is a very big and complex piece of work in the organisation. I note that the 4 remaining top risks were assessed in the quarter: asset deterioration, climate change response, strategic relationships and enterprise IT security failure, including cyber risk. And I also note the establishment, the governance group's establishment to oversee the Council's response to climate-related finance risks financial risks under the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures Framework. So I'm happy to move this particular report and note the availability of officers to answer colleagues' questions.
Thank you very much, Councillor Newman. So we have questions. First of all, Councillor Angela Dalton.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just two questions around the risk register, and one was in the Māori impact statement, and I was just wondering if IMSB and Ngā Mātarai are involved in developing the process and control improvement plans to mitigate the risk of not achieving the Māori outcomes. I think there is a group that is going to be working on it. I wondered if they're part of it. That's my first question.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Dalton. This is Anne Brown, and yes, they are very much part of the discussion that we have to get to the top risk rating and all the controls and the impacts. Yes.
Wonderful, thank you. My second question was around the decision-making risk, and I see that it's come up in the risk register that this covers governance and operational decisions. I'm wondering, on the political side of things, is there going to be political input into developing the mitigations to address the control gaps around the governance decision-making, perhaps around roles and responsibilities of regional governance?
Yes, no, thank you. That's a great question. And that is something that is also considered as part of this, this risk. There is a political component there, and therefore it will be part of the ongoing process.
Yeah. Thank you, Anne. Thank you.
I don't have any further questions in the sidebar, but I'll just pause for a moment to see if anybody has any further questions. Are there any comments? If not, I will put the motion that we receive the enterprise risk update. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 Aye. Contrary, no. I declare that carried. We come now to item number 18, also referred from the Audit and Risk Committee on the Auckland Council's health, safety and wellbeing performance. We have Paul Robertson as General Manager of Health, Safety and Wellbeing as the officer to respond to any questions. And I'll ask Daniel Newman to move it and Bill Cashmore to second it again.
Happy so.
Yep. And Daniel, if I can get you to introduce the item, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is another report referred from the Audit and Risk Committee, Auckland Council's Health, Safety and Wellbeing performance. This is, once again, this is a standing item that is considered by the Audit and Risk Committee and referred back. And I want to once again commend the officers for their for the work around this and their preparation reporting back on the matter. I note that we will have to, this will once again in the COVID world that we continue to live in and are challenged by, this will continue to be a very important standing item. So I want to acknowledge the work that the Council is doing in this space and commend the report for consideration.
Damn, microphone off again. Thank you very much, Councillor Newman. And do we have any questions, please? Do we have any comments? If not, I will put the recommendation that we note the health, safety and welfare report and note that this will be provided to local boards for their information. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 To the contrary, no. I declare that carried. We come to the third report from the referred from the Audit and Risk Committee on the Auckland Council Ho Ora Wellbeing Program update. We have present from staff Emma Mosley, who's our Wellbeing Program Manager. And again, I'll ask Councillor Newman to move and Deputy Mayor Cashmore to second, and Councillor Daniel Newman to introduce the item.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I'm happy to move this report, another report referred from the Audit and Risk Committee, the Auckland Council Ho Ora Wellbeing Program update, and to acknowledge Emma Mosley, who's on the call to take questions on the matter, and just to commend Emma for the work that she does in managing in this space. This is a critical standing item, frankly, and I do commend to colleagues who have not participated in Audit and Risk Committee discussions in relation to the work that we do. It's fascinating stuff, and I think this is, once again, it's a very timely piece of work. So I want to thank the officers for their work, and I commend this report for consideration.
Thank you, Councillor. And we have a question from Councillor John Watson.
Yeah, thanks. So my question goes to the fairly extensive commentary from points 30 to 36, and that really goes to the, I guess, the integrity of the Speak Up program that's been undertaken by Council. While we're told that things are, progressing reasonably well, or there's little grounds for concern, or it's going okay, there is a reference there that there's a process underway to implement an external channel to strengthen internal Speak Up channels. This is for things like bullying and harassment, so incredibly important in terms of addressing that sort of cultural issue within the organisation. So could someone please tell me, A, what has prompted that concern in the first instance, which I understand in circumstances such as I just referred to, of going to an option where people can go to some external person or entity to address their Speak Up concerns. So one, what's prompting that, and two, what do you have in mind to enable people to speak up freely and without fear of retribution as a consequence of complaining or revealing something?
Emma, could you address that question, please?
Kia ora. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor, for your question. The first question, what has prompted the decision of ELT to proceed with the procurement process for an external line? The external service that we are looking to procure for Council is a supplementary service for our Speak Up processes. So we have a number of options available to staff where they can speak up about any matter that is not in line with our charter. When the Hauora Wellbeing Review was undertaken and the report received by the Chief Executive, there was some observations and commentary and recommendations around Speak Up and some feedback that had been received through the review process that signalled that it would be desirable to A, do a review of Speak Up, and B, look at the option of supplementing our processes with an external line to address any concerns that there is not any perception or real concerns that the existing options may not be fully secure, or that they'd feel more comfortable going to an external supplier separate to Council and outside. So that process has been started. We've been working with the newly established Challenger Group to work on what the functional requirements are for the external line, and we will be going out with the request for proposal in the next week or so to see what services might be able to be procured to make sure that we can bring about that. So that's what's prompted it, and that's why we're looking to supplement and strengthen our existing Speak Up framework to provide this additional option for staff. What do we have in mind is that it will be provided by an external and expert provider, that it will be similar in nature to the options we have already at Council, so that staff can use telephone or other means to make contact, raise concerns, and then they will be looked into and addressed. So it will run. We are working on how to have the external process integrated properly and appropriately with transparency and good probity into our systems. There'll need to be good integration to make sure that this works. And all of those considerations are to be worked through in the coming weeks as we go through the process. We are planning to have the process completed to a point where we can be making a recommendation to the executive around appointment of such a service by the end of this year, and then implementing in the early new year.
Okay, thank you, Emma. There's a very thorough explanation there. So what I'm taking from that is that any staff member will have the choice to go to the external provider who will have personnel there who will deal with their issue, and that will be then dealt with in confidentiality in terms of any reporting back to council personnel, which must inevitably happen at some stage. So I'm assuming that the personnel contact, which is the critical one in terms of trust and confidence, is going to be available then to anyone who chooses to use that provider.
That's correct, and confidentiality and the correct handling of that process will be paramount. It will depend on what it is that's raised and how that is handled, and the protocols around that will have to be worked through with the implementation of the provider.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Question, Councillor Efeso-Collins.
Oh no, I'll withdraw. Sorry, Mia, my baby's a bit radical.
It's okay, quite understood. Councillor Angela Dalton.
Thank you. Thank you, Emma. This is really good work. I was just thinking about the elections next year and wondered if there's an opportunity for our Speak Up program and No Excuse for Abuse campaign. It is a campaign, I'm assuming it will carry on through, could be included in any packs that go to people who are thinking they're standing for office or thinking of standing for office as our values, our principles, as they apply to not just the public and staff, but elected members as well.
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I think we are, and I have been working with the team in governance to discuss elected members and the needs going forward in relation to wellbeing. The onboarding process post-election is one of the things that is being reviewed and looked at, and there are a number of wellbeing drivers, if you like abuse, and I note that this was discussed earlier in the agenda under other items as well, that do need to be addressed, and providing information at all points in the life cycle of an elected member, I believe, would be a good thing to look at, and I think that is a good suggestion that I should take back to the team to discuss about that as well.
Thank you, Emma. And the part that elected members play and their responsibility to it as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are no further questions. Are there any comments? If not, I will put the motion that we note the report and that it will be forwarded to the local boards for information. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 To the contrary, no. I declare that carried, and thank you very much, Emma, for your answers. Item number 20 is appointments to the Social Impact Fund Allocations Committee for Wiri Prison. As some of you will know, that when the prison was put in Wiri, not the first prison in that area, a social impact fund was set up which allocates $250,000 a year, and council makes appointments to the Social Impact Committee, and the recommendation is that we delegate this to a joint committee established by Manurewa Papakura, Mangaria o Tahuhu and Otara Papatoetoe local boards, and the Southern Ward Council is still having the attendance and speaking rights, and the IMSB also appoint 2 members. So I'm going to ask, first of all, I'll ask who would like to move this, perhaps one of the Daniel Newman has said he'll move, and Angela Dalton seconded it. And we have here Rose Leonard and Warwick McNaughton to speak to it. Again, it's reasonably straightforward, but Rose, you might like to lead off.
Tēnā koutou, councillors and Mayor Phil. Mayor Phil, you've summarised it so well. I think that I'll just leave it there, and happy to take any questions. Warwick's here with me.
Thank you very much, Rose, and I understand that the local councillors have been consulted and agree with this, but I'll open it up for questions. Are there any questions? Are there any comments?
Just a brief comment from me, Your Worship.
Councillor Newman.
Yeah, look, I won't say that this has been a particularly happy process in relation to social impact assessment, but you know, once, if ever there was an argument for localism and the people on the ground who actually had the best line of sight to social impact, it is the local boards. So I think that the moving the appointments process to that level is the appropriate outcome. So I'm very happy to see this happening.
Thank you, Councillor. And a comment also from seconder Councillor Angela Dalton.
Yes, just a quick comment. Really happy that this is going to the local boards to be a part of. It is really the slowest moving committee I've ever been involved in, and the money that has not come back into the local communities from Wiri Prison is shameful. I think we lost it accrued. I think there's $500,000 each year which accrues, or it's $250 each year that accrues to a certain point, and then it gets handed back, and that's happened a couple of times. So I really hope that corrections can get this moving so we can get benefit back into the communities that are impacted by the prison in our backyards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dalton. Are there any further comments? If not, I will put the recommendation that we delegate this to the joint committee. And all those in favour, please say aye.
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 To the contrary, no. I declare that carried. Item number 21 is summary of governing body information memoranda. I'll move. I'll ask Deputy Mayor Cashmore to second. Is there any discussion? If not, I will move the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. Carried. Item number 22 is consideration of extraordinary business. There is no extraordinary business. So we come now to the last item, which is under confidential. So I will move that we exclude the public. I'll remind you, it's been seconded by Councillor Dalton, I think. And we come back on a different channel, but I'll just ask those that need to be here for the discussion of this item to come back to it. That's obviously all the governing body, but only those officers that are required to be there. But I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 To the contrary, no. I declare that carried, and we'll resume in approximately 2 minutes on the new screen. Thank you.